My disciples mutter that my time is almost up. They say I'm getting worse by the day, and they're worried about the 3 little ones who went into that dangerous secret realm. They want to find me some medicine, and nobody's heard back yet. 4th disciple, Zhongli Mei, she can talk to ghosts and spirits. 5th disciple, Yuan Xiaolu, she's a healer, knows her medicine. And 6th disciple, Yuer, sharp as a blade. They figure the 3 of them should be fine. So for now, they just have to keep channeling spiritual energy into me. Buy me a little more time, they say. They decide to take turns looking after me. They mention that Gao Ao's been burning through his innate spiritual energy, probably almost out by now. Ling Feng, my eldest, just nods and agrees. Then I hear it, a horrible sound. Something's wrong. The Mountain Gate's protective formation just shattered. The Star Moon, Sacred Domain. The Heaven Song, Sacred Domain. And the True Dragon, Sacred Domain. 3 major powers, and they're not here for tea. This doesn't look good. My disciple warns me that the 3 sacred domains are bearing down on us. They time it perfectly, right when my lifespan is running out. He begs me to wake up fast. Trust me, I'd love to wake up. You little brats. Right now I'm barely holding on by a thread. I can't even stand up to yell at them. The enemy's at the doorstep. And me, their master, I'm just lying here. So I, Yunyi, have been reborn. I'm the Cloud Emperor in this foreign land. The demon Yunyi that all 8 sacred domains despise. I command 6 powerful disciples. Most of them have tragic backstories. My eldest, Ling Feng, former crown prince of the Dayu dynasty. His family was wiped out by the Daotian sacred domain. 2nd disciple, Yuan Zi, originally a 5-clawed golden dragon, hunted by the true dragon sacred domain out of fear. 3rd disciple, Gao Ao, descendant of the divine race. His bloodline can be refined into a divine-grade pill. 2 sacred domains joined forces to annihilate his clan. 4th disciple, Zhongli Mei from the Ghost Tribe. Being a ghost tribeswoman, she was hunted by the righteous path. She hid inside my personal artifact to escape, and I brought her back. 5th disciple, Yuan Xiaolu. Her fate with immortality was weak, but she excelled in healing arts. An elder from Medicine King Valley took her in. On his deathbed, he entrusted her to me. I said, eat a candied hawthorn and follow me to Lotus Peak. From now on, I, Yunyi, have her back. 6th disciple, Yue. Her background is complicated. Something terrible happened when she was young. She's the last bloodline of the spirit tribe. An old friend asked me to take care of her. These 6, you could say, are basically the walking black marks on every self-righteous sect's history. They see my disciples as thorns in their eyes, splinters under their skin. And I've always taught my disciples, if someone wrongs you, get even. Don't wait till the next day. So yeah, I've made plenty of enemies. Good thing I've cultivated for 1,000 years. And I'm already brushing against the edge of demigod status. Below demigod, I have no equal. So these hypocritical bastards only dare to gossip behind my back, never actually making a move. The formation was holding my master's cultivation, and it was broken too easily. They worry if something's happened to me, and the senior sister tells them to join the fight. She tells the eldest disciple to stay and guard me. Then I hear someone shout, Yunyi, you old villain. They say I've been a tyrant on Lotus Peak, harboring traitors from every clan, letting my disciples run wild. That all 8 domains have suffered under my tyranny. Today, the Star Moon Sacred Domain, seeing my time is nearly up, has allied with the Heaven Song Sacred Domain, and the True Dragon Sacred Domain, all righteous heroes, to rid the world of evil. Righteous heroes my ass. If you don't like how we do things, just send a challenge. But you're the kind of cowards who wait, staring at the stars, waiting for my master's lifespan to run out before you strike. All that pretty talk just means you're scared. The enemy snaps back, calling me out as the demon's disciple. They say we're all rotten to the core, beyond salvation. Then someone addresses Yuan Zi by name, says it's been a while, mocking her for getting bolder, daring to talk back to an elder like that. He sneers that her master must have taught her well, given her plenty of good lessons. He reminds her, back in the True Dragon Sacred Domain, how she came crawling and begging. A mutant dragon, betraying her own clan, swearing loyalty to the demon Yunyi, causing trouble everywhere. He calls her a disgrace to the True Dragon Sacred Domain, says his only mistake was not killing her back then, a failure on his part, and today, he'll grind her bones to dust. Damn it, I've been draining my spiritual energy, keeping the master alive. My cultivation's damaged. Otherwise, a nobody like Long Tu would never push me this far. Oh no, I can't hold on anymore. Another disciple jumps in to help. But the enemy just laughs, saying he's not good enough yet. Still far from it. He comments on the ancient divine bloodline, calling it interesting. Says this kid hasn't grown into his power yet. No one here can match him. Whether he gets to grow or not is up to Elder Jew, he says with a laugh. I sense the divine race energy flare up. So Gao Ao's been pushed into a corner. His aura is exposed, and he's freezing over. One of them prays that if I can hear them. To wake up now, Lotus Peak is in danger. His disciples are in danger. Are you kidding me? How about the protagonist's golden finger, and it hasn't even shown up yet? My lifespan is trickling away. All my disciples are wounded, and I can't do a damn thing. Did I get it wrong? Maybe I didn't transmigrate into the protagonist at all. Maybe I'm just some old demon lord, the kind that exists to get killed by the hero. Then a voice announces it's detected a life or death crisis, and the system is activating automatically. First activation comes with a starter pack. 10 points. 1 point can buy me 1 day. It asks if I want to exchange my lifespan. Well, what do you think? Better late than never, right? I knew it. I, Yin Yi, am too brilliant to be cannon fodder. No way I'd transmigrate into some nobody. Exchange successful. I bought 10 more days. Cost me 10 points. The system automatically activates a mission. Save the disciples in crisis. Complete the mission and earn 20 points. Damn it. Wait, it's not over yet. There's more. The source of darkness. So the true dragon, sacred domain, isn't as simple as it looks on the surface. My junior's senior sister. Watch out. The Star River Millennial Formation. Oh crap. Then I hear relief. Master, you're okay. They said they knew I'd pull through, that I wouldn't just vanish like that. The enemy sneers, saying he thought the undefeated Cloud Emperor was hiding like a turtle. The so-called invincible below Demigod. Too scared to come out. On the edge of death, he broke my Star River formation. He figures I must be running on fumes now. He laughs, wonders if I can even beat his disciple's disciple. He laughs again. He tells his junior to go a few rounds with the great Emperor Yunyi. The disciple accepts and steps forward. One of my disciples yells that he's insulting our master and tries to attack in a rage. I tell them to wait. They notice I look calm, and I just broke that formation, so they think my condition must be good now. The enemy disciple sees this as his chance. He's determined to seize this moment. To cut off my head in one blow, to prove himself as the one who slew the Cloud Emperor and secure his place in the 8 domains. He calls out to me, patronizingly, asks if I'm counting down my final moments, tells me to relax, close my eyes, and it'll be over soon. I hear them muttering in disbelief. How could this be? No, one says, I'm at your life countdown. Impossible, they sputter. They insist my fate star was flickering out. But that one casual strike I just threw, not only did it kill Long 2 in one blow, it also blew up that heavily armored Heavenly Wheel warship. They're wondering what kind of power that is. Even if the Star Moon's sacred domain's ancestor came out, they figure he'd struggle to withstand it. Damn it, one growls. It spent arrow, another mutters. Never mind, Moon Elder, he says. You and I joined forces, and we might still take him. But that last attack of mine, it cost me 7 days of my lifespan. Now I'm down to just 3 days left. If I strike again, I'll blow my cover completely. I snort. If your ancestors came out of retirement, maybe both sacred domains together could land a hit. But I'm guessing your domain got cocky, and didn't bother asking your ancestors to show up, right? They just snore back. Fine then, Heaven Song Sacred Domain, Star Moon's Sacred Domain, since you both came today, saves me the trouble of visiting each of you. Door to door, cleaning house. I'm a fair guy. I treat all lives equally. So I'll give you 3 seconds to run. 3, 2. Hey, Moon Elder, you're literally sprinting. Brother Qian Chao, I'm getting out of here first. You sly Star Moon, Sacred Domain. My disciples whisper, shameless master. So what now? I let out a breath. We bluffed them past. 1 more second of that act, and I'd have cracked. I feel completely drained. Master, are you okay? A system notification pings. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Sect leader disciple task complete. Reward, 20 points. Redeemable for 20 days of holy essence. Quick, redeem. I feel life flooding back. I'm alive again. Master, are you really okay? Fine. Just getting old. Every now and then I move around, and my blood pressure spikes. Master, bad news. 5th junior sister Yuan Xiaolu is in danger. Did something happen in the secret realm? The system chimes in, detected disciple Yuan Xiaolu in crisis. Forcing host in his storyline to rescue disciple. Task success, reward 20 points. Task failure, current points reset to 0. What? Reset to 0? You dog system, I earned those points with my life. You want to reset them just like that? Might as well take my life too. Ding. Storyline loading. Host, please calm down. Bro, are you messing with me? Heavens, this crappy system. Other people's systems. Give them cheat codes and lifesavers. Why is my system like a ticking time bomb, always pushing me toward death? Such a tragedy. Master's talking to himself. He's not having a chi deviation, is he? I'd say 80% chance it's old age. That battle drained him too much. Exhausted his essence. Made him lose his mind. Master, little junior sister's life hangs by a thread. What do you plan to do? Those 8 sacred domains, those hypocrites, went too far. They tried to kill us when we were weak, and now they've kidnapped little junior sister. How outrageous. If you ask me, now that Master's strength is back, we should just storm their main peak, slaughter a few hundred of their disciples, and give them a proper greeting. Those 8 sacred lords and kings. I muttered to myself, how did the original owner teach these kids? Are all his disciples this ferocious? No wonder people came knocking on his door to fight. Looks like I've got plenty of trouble ahead. Not a good idea. Sure, the sacred domains have some scumbags, but they're a minority. The ordinary disciples are innocent. If we use our strength to kill indiscriminately, then what's the difference between us and those hypocrites? Of the 8 sacred domains. That's our master for you. Calm in the face of crisis. With compassion for all living beings. No ordinary person can compare. But master, didn't you say before that problems you can solve with force? Only an idiot argues. Idiot. Big senior brother, master acts with a chivalrous heart and has far-reaching plans. He must have his reasons. I clear my throat. Ahem. Anyway, back to business. Yes, I did say that. Using force to solve problems doesn't mean killing the innocent. It's called promoting positive energy. Got it. Positive energy? What's that? Is it the power of a mountain? Can you show us, master? When the time comes, I'll demonstrate it for you. But right now, the priority is rescuing Xiaolu. Ayo, Lingfeng, you two just fought a battle. Your spirit energy is damaged and needs rest. You need quiet recuperation, and the mountain gate needs guarding too. So, Gawao, you and your big senior brother stay at Lotus Peak and hold down the fort. Ze, you'll come with me to rescue your little junior sister. That's it then. You two must stay vigilant at all times and guard the mountain gate well. Also, while I'm away, use the spies planted in the 8 prisons to gather intelligence and find out where your other 2 junior sisters, Zhongli Mei and Yu are. Get them back to Lotus Peak as soon as possible. Yes, master, we understand. After the last battle, the barrier around Lotus Peak has weakened. If a real powerhouse shows up, it might not hold. I sigh. Never mind. I activate the 9 Mystic Wind Origin Array. Spiritual Beast Essence reduced by 1. Remaining Beast Essence, 22. This is a 1000-tier advanced formation. Gao Ao mutters. I sense a righteous energy from it. Is this what Master meant by positive energy? I feel a light shining on the earth. Everything's become clear. I blink. Wait, I haven't even left yet. And this blockhead disciple of mine just broke through. What kind of freak is this? The 9 Mystic Wind Origin Array can block 9 full force attacks from a peak Earth Realm expert. Even if all 8 Sacred Domain Lords came together, it could hold them off for half a moment. That's worth praising. I'll return to the mountain to reinforce when needed. Z-Beams, Master truly is the #1 expert in the world. To be accepted as your disciple, I have no regrets in this life. Oh, Master, have you calculated little junior sister's exact location? Xiaolu is... I find her. Got it. From what I remember, Yuan Xiaolu was the original owner's most beloved disciple. Her background is tragic. Parents died early. The original owner took her in because of a promise to an old friend. But having gone through so much turmoil since childhood, she grew up incredibly mature. She's diligent in her cultivation, completely lacking the liveliness and playfulness a kid her age should have. Now her captors sneer. Yuan Xiaolu, your master Yunyi, was besieged by 3 sacred domains. He's probably dead by now. Even if he managed to escape the supreme life-renewing pill, he wouldn't live to enjoy it. Hand over the supreme life-renewing pill and surrender. You could be a medicine slave in our Medicine King Valley, and we'll spare your miserable life. Then you can go back and cry at your master's funeral. Xiaolu shouts back, "Ha, you dogs! Don't you dare spout nonsense. My master is a chivalrous hero. A great hero. He should live as long as the heavens. You dare curse him? Western Marsh, Heavenly Hound. Heavenly Dragon Beast, ha, they laugh. Since that's the case, I'll send you to see him right now." They laugh maniacally. I laugh. I snort. Heaven's punishment, they say. I wonder. He threatens to kill my disciple today. This so-called hero Yun Ye's pupil. He asks what the consequences would be. Someone screams for the son back. I mutter that they have no idea what they're courting. I blink. What now? He explains the pill was meant for one of the 3 saints of Medicine Valley. Apparently, it belonged to the Buffon's saint ancestor. He accuses me of using a traitor's leftover formation. He claims I stole the technique. He calls it a shameless theft of morality. He says I'm outrageously bold. He declares I deserve death. I admit I might deserve it. But my disciple cries that her master can't wait. She whispers that her master is waiting for her to bring the pill back. She blames herself, calling herself useless. I yell for them to shut up and ask who's making all that racket. I say, brother, you almost ruined a top-grade medicinal ingredient. Someone echoes, confused. Medicinal ingredient? They admit the girl has remarkable talent, but they say she's only fit to be a medicine slave at most. They ask what I mean by medicinal ingredient. I sneer that low-ranked cultivators naturally can't see it. I explain her blood has reached half-god essence concentration. I say such perfect blood isn't natural. I note it could only be achieved by a half-god powerhouse. I add that it took vast expenditure of their essence blood and a full meridian reconstruction to reach this state. I declare that only one person in the 8 realms has reached that level. I realize, Yin, you must really dote on his little disciple. I nod. So that's how it is. I chuckle. No wonder. No wonder at all. My disciple remembers being told she wouldn't live past 5. She finally understands it was her master who rebuilt her meridians. She whispers that a cultivator's most precious thing is their essence blood. She's stunned that I spent so much of mine on her. She asks why I never told her. She says she was just a sick girl everyone hated. She wonders why I was so good to her. The villains laugh, thinking aloud about refining her into a human pill. They boast that the half-god realm would be within reach. They cackle, saying it might even let them break through to the legendary true god realm. My disciple realizes I poured so much into her. She swears she won't let it end here. She vows to repay my kindness. Someone shouts in alarm. My second disciple asks what he's doing. Someone yells to grab him. My disciple calls out for me to wait. I mutter that I'll see where he runs with that black fog. I sense something's wrong. The enemy dares me to touch him. He says I won't let him get away with it. I snort. What? The villain scoffs at the ghost smoke barrier. He claims even Yun Yi couldn't break through it. He asks what I could do even if I came. He adds that my fate star fell a day ago. He mocks my disciple for not knowing. My disciple refuses to believe it. She insists I'm a great hero. She calls out for me to save her. She says I taught and protected her. She swears nothing can happen to me. The villain tells her not to be sad. He promises to send us both to reunite in the underworld. My disciple screams for me to save her. I appear and say, I'm here. The enemy gasps in shock. They demand to know who dares act wild in Medicine Valley. My disciple asks if she's dead. I tease her, calling her ungrateful. I say I came all this way to save her. I joke that she could at least wish me well. She cries out, Master, Master. She says everyone claimed I was dead. She's overjoyed that I'm fine. She hands me something, stammering. It's the Supreme Origin Restoration Pill. She urges me to take it quickly. I realize Xiao Lu is nearly a ghost as I nod. I note the smoke, poison, and miasma. I'm disgusted that Medicine Valley used such vile methods on a teen. I see her essence is severely damaged. I know she must have been pushed to the brink. I realize she burned her essence blood to survive. I recall the Medicine Elder's triple flame attack. I ask if he was trying to refine her into a human pill. I feel sorry for her. I see she couldn't even protect herself, yet she fought to keep that pill safe for me. I tell Ziyi to take care of her. She agrees and reassures me. I nod coldly. Good. Very good. I say they've hurt my disciple badly. I hope they're ready to pay the price. The onlookers murmur that I'm finished. They whisper my name, Yin Yi. They say I'm the only peak half-god in the continent. They claim no one in the 8 realms dares fight me. Someone asks how that's possible. They insist I'm supposed to be dead. Another says not to panic. They recall I have a ghost tribe disciple skilled in disguise. They guess this is her impersonating me. They nod convinced. So that's it. They boast that even if I were alive and dying, weakened, they claim the 3 of them together could take me. I address the elders, noting they're all Medicine Valley veterans. I say they must be experts in alchemy. I invite them to judge for themselves. I ask if my flame seed is pure enough. They gasp, realizing I control a divine flame. They stammer, asking if I'm really Yin Yi. I declare that from today onward, Medicine Valley is erased. The 8 sects and 10 schools spread the news. They confirm I'm still alive. They scream that the Cloud Devil has returned. They announce Medicine Valley is finished. The common folk cheer, saying it serves them right. One man recalls his daughter died by their hands. He says they bullied the weak and groveled to the strong. He claims they deserved this punishment. Another says the righteous sects are just as dirty. He calls them hypocrites who don't care about lives. He says such fake gentlemen are worse than me. He grins, calling me a truly vicious villain who owns it. The system announces I've completed the task and earned 20 points. It adds that killing 3 half-saint villains gives me 3 more. It automatically converts them to saint essence. I realize killing villains also gives points. I grumble that the exchange rate is terrible. I call it the most cheapskate system ever. I mutter one word, stingy. An elder roars at me, calling me arrogant. He accuses me of stealing their supreme pill. He claims I killed their sect elders. He rants that I threatened to erase Medicine Valley from the 8 sects. He demands I answer for it, even if I'm the strongest. The crowd panics, recognizing who it is. They whisper it's one of the 3 saints of Medicine Valley. They say his physical body has reached Saint Ultimate. They fear his Dharma body gives him peak saint strength. I recognize it as the Silent Saint Dharma body. I know that once activated, it drains all essence within 30 li. I note that below the Earth realm, almost no one can resist. I recall this technique was supposedly destroyed long ago, when Elder Wong controlled Medicine Valley. I wonder how he learned it and reached such a level. I smile. The compassionate Saint Essence Dharma body. Interesting. I explain that like most heaven-grade Dharma bodies, the compassionate Saint Essence is derived from ancient fragments. I note how those big sect experts and saint ancestors melted the fragments together and fooled themselves into thinking they created a super Dharma body, one that could rival the ancient ones. I smirk, knowing those so-called super Dharma bodies are riddled with flaws before the real ancient forms. I sum it up. They've only grasped the shape. Like paper tigers. One tear and they fall apart. The elder shouts at me, accusing my disciple of stealing pills. He claims we destroyed 100 pill furnaces. He says 3 inner elders died. He rants that Medicine Valley nearly faced extinction. He demands I hand over my disciple and kill myself. He says he might then let me keep my corpse intact. He claims it'd preserve my title as the 8 Realms #1. I laugh at the 8 Realms #1 comment. I sneer that he thinks I'm like those righteous sects who betray their disciples for a hollow reputation. I snort, dismissing the old man. They call it the sacred body of mercy. Sounds fancy. But really, it's just a mangled copy of an ancient Dharma body. Those so-called grandmasters and saintly ancestors from the big sects, they took those fragments and tried to stitch them together. And then they actually convinced themselves they'd invented some kind of super Dharma body that rivals the ancient ones. But here's the thing about these so-called super bodies. When you put them next to a real ancient Dharma body, they're full of holes, like a sieve with legs. Basically, they've got the shape down, but nothing underneath. They're paper tigers. One good yank, and they fall apart. Then he levels an accusation. Yunyi, you sent your disciples to steal our pills. He claims I destroyed 100 alchemy furnaces in their valley, and that 3 inner elders lost their lives. That the Medicine King Valley nearly faced total annihilation. He says if I hand over my disciples and kill myself, right here and now, to atone, he might consider letting my corpse stay intact. He frames this as preserving my title, #1 under the 8 domains. #1 under the 8 domains, my foot. I look at him and say, do you really think I'm like you righteous types? That I'd sell out my disciples for some posthumous reputation? I pause and add, Yin is second in command. Stop pretending, someone scoffs. Any cultivator below the divine level lives at most 2,000 years. And if they want to drag out their life, the only way, besides elixirs and spirit pills, is to burn their own cultivation base. That kind of forbidden technique gives you a short burst of peak power, sure. But afterward, your cultivation plummets like a stone off a cliff. Yesterday, at Lotus Peak, you drove back 3 sacred domains and killed Long Tuesday. Now, with that red lotus flame, you torched 3 half-saint elders of our valley. And right now, your spiritual energy is so faint, it's weaker than those 2 disciples you're shielding. I'd say you've already fallen to the 9th layer of the Tao realm, haven't you? They think I burned my cultivation for a temporary high. Goo, they got the formula right, but plugged in the wrong numbers. I laugh. As expected of a 3-saint level powerhouse, you can sense my real cultivation. But you're overestimating me. I didn't drop to the 9th Tao realm. I dropped to the wheel of reincarnation realm. The demon lord me, Yez aura really does feel like a fresh reincarnation disciple now. But why would he admit that? Is he trying to get himself killed? Does he have some other card up his sleeve? The old Yin never cared about us, 8 domain types. He always struck first, never wasted words on anything his fist could solve. Is he bluffing? Or does he actually have a hidden trick? Only one way to find out. Since you're so stubborn, I'll send you and your 2 disciples to death together. He laughs, a booming, arrogant laugh. Saint 9th realm, attack. Master, be careful. I nod. Not bad intuition. To reach this level with such a shoddy Dharma body manual. Actually impressive. Too bad a bootleg is still a bootleg. Against a true ancient Dharma body, you can't even last one move. Dharma body, manifest. Show Yuan -1. Last Show Yuan? 43. This is the Show Yuan Spirit, 10 Directions Universe, Ming Yi. How can he still summon a Dharma body? That's impossible. The Celestial Saint Super Dharma body, the Porcelain Saint Yuan, melts instantly under the impact. What kind of Dharma body is this? How is it this powerful? Our Master's Dharma body has reached this level already. Yeah, Master only ever uses one move, and with that one move, he's never lost. Impossible. Even if you have an ancient Dharma body manual with your current cultivation, how can you still use it? You must have taken a forbidden pill, or used some forbidden technique. Can't figure it out? Then don't bother. I shrug. When you reach the underworld, Lord Yin will explain it to you personally. Don't stay away. Don't get cocky. Yunyi, take my advice. A dying man shouldn't struggle unnecessarily. Brother has activated the mountain protecting formation. The Medicine King Valley built this 1,000-year-old Poison Dragon 8 trigrams soul-sealing array. It was set up by a half-divine ancestor who spent half his life's cultivation on it. The power is immense. Even at your peak, under the Poison Dragon miasma, you'd be scattered, body and soul. Poison Dragon 8 trigrams. That name sounds oddly familiar. I scratch my chin. I vaguely remember someone coming to Lotus Peak at night to ask me about formation layouts. Seems you juniors don't even know. What was the name of the elder who spent half his life on this formation? Fine. Let me tell you. His name was Wang Heng. Wang Heng. He was one of the most average sect leaders in history. Without the old founder's favor, he wouldn't even qualify as an inner elder. Yunyi, you've lived a few thousand years. If you're going to brag, at least check our Medicine King Valley's historical records first. Demon Yunyi, you were a worthy tyrant of your era. Extraordinary talent. Once the indisputable strongest in the 8 domains. Too bad your lifespan is almost up, yet you still carry yourself like a young hotshot. Remember, when a man's temper exceeds his ability, he tends to get himself killed. I grin. Oh really? Looks like you 3 don't believe me. Let's test it then. I don't even need my Dharma body or blood sacrifice. With just one sword strike in my wheel of reincarnation realm, I'll shatter your precious mountain-protecting formation. They snort. You'll blow your own horn so hard it cracks. Brother, stop wasting words with him. Awaken the Poison Dragon. His end is here. Cold earth rises. Spirit most divine, pierce heaven and earth. Chase into the underworld. Some people just won't cry until they see the coffin. And then I do it. One sword strike at that so-called wheel of reincarnation level, and it shatters the Medicine King Valley's 1,000-year-old formation. 8 poison dragons die in an instant. What he said was true. The mountain-protecting formation was actually designed by Yun Yi himself. Laughter erupts. What a joke. A 1,000-year grand sect. 3 saints together activate the formation to kill Yun Yi. And it turns out the formation was built by the enemy himself. The Medicine King Valley is doomed. Surrender. It's our only way to survive. I never thought Elder Wang Heng actually had such skill. Looks like the historical records aren't entirely accurate. If not for Senior Yun Yi revealing the truth today, we'd still be in the dark. Poor Elder Wang Heng. His reputation was buried for so long. So the defeat of the 3 domains earlier and the Red Lotus incinerating our 3 elders. None of it was coincidence. No forbidden pill can sustain someone this long. That ancient Dharma body, 10 Directions universe, and this one-sword formation-breaking power. A dying man couldn't possibly pull this off. It seems Yun Yi is still Yun Yi, not to be underestimated. For now, we can only stall until the old ancestor comes out of seclusion. I mutter under my breath, shit. Senior Yun Yi, we owe this victory to you. We were truly disrespectful earlier. Since you were an old friend of sect leader Wang Heng, please, for his sake, spare our worthless lives. Let us live to atone for our sins. Elder Wang Heng poured his entire life into the Medicine King Valley. And now this valley has produced spineless, scheming hypocrites like you. Earlier you were all shouting about killing and fighting. Now that the tide has turned, you immediately switch gears to flattery. It's disgusting. Master, these sanctimonious frauds must be uprooted completely, or they'll be a lasting threat. Yun Yi, I've always lived by a rule. If they don't touch me, I won't touch them. But if they do touch me, they lose. Someone shouts, not good. 10 Directions Universe. Invisible Sky / From this day forward, the Medicine King Valley no longer exists. The system pings in my head. Detected. Host has completed the Rescue Disciple mission. Earned 20 points. Killed 3 Saint-level villains. Bonus, 6 points. Points auto-converted to lifespan. Congratulations, Host. Successfully used Ancient Dharma Body. 10 Directions Universe. Baseline Cultivation raised a 9th layer Dao Realm. Main storyline quest unlocked. Seek justice for all disciples under your command. Finally, the main quest. This must have been Yun Yi's dying wish. I nod to myself. Don't worry, old man Yun Yin. Since I've taken her body, I won't let any sect or person bully my disciples. The 8 sacred domains owe them everything. They call me the Cloud Devil. They say I'm a legendary figure of my era. Gifted, talented, all that. At my peak, I was supposedly the undisputed #1 across the 8 domains. Too bad my lifespan is about up now. But I still carry that young, arrogant aura. Let me tell you something. If your temper is bigger than your actual skill, you get wiped out pretty fast. I raise an eyebrow. Oh yeah? You 3 don't believe me? I shrug. Then let's test that theory. I don't even need to use my Dharma form or blood sacrifice. With just one swing of my sword at the reincarnation mirror realm, I can shatter your precious mountain protection formation. One of them snorts, calling it a joke. He says my bragging is so big I'll pop the cowhide. Another tells his senior brother to stop wasting words on me. He suggests waking the poison dragon. They chant that my doom has arrived. They chant to the cold, earth, and deep spirits, calling upon the divine to reach heaven and earth, and banish me into the underworld. I just smirk. They really won't cry until they see the coffin. They actually thought, with just my reincarnation mirror cultivation, I couldn't break the Medicine King Valley's 1,000-year-old formation. One sword strike, 8 poison dragons gone. Now they realize what I said was true. They whisper that the mountain protection array came from me. Yeah, from none other than Yunyi himself. One of them laughs bitterly, calling it a joke. What a joke, he mutters. The Medicine King Valley, a 1,000-year great sect. 3 saints combined their power to activate the formation, trying to kill me. And the formation was designed by the enemy himself. He laughs again. The Medicine King Valley is finished. They admit that surrendering is their only option now. One of the marvels that Elder Wang Heng really had that kind of power. He realizes the historical records aren't entirely true. If Senior Yun Yi hadn't revealed the truth today, we would have remained deceived. He laments that Elder Wang Heng's good name has been ruined. Now they understand that neither the earlier defeat of the 3 domains, nor the red Lotus karmic fire that burned their 3 elders, was a coincidence. No forbidden pill could sustain someone this long. That ancient Dharma form, the 10 Directions Universe, and the sheer force of that single sword stroke breaking the array. That's not something a dying man can pull off. They finally get it. Yun Yi is still Yun Yi. Not to be underestimated. So now they decide to stall for time until their ancestor comes out of seclusion. Maybe against a demigod, they'd still have a fighting chance. I'm muttering under my breath. Shit. One of them speaks up, thanking me for revealing the truth. He apologizes for their earlier disrespect. He points out that since I'm an old friend of sect leader Wang Heng, he begs me to spare their worthless lives for the sake of the late sect leader. He promises to atone for their sins if I let them live. I shake my head. Elder Wang Heng poured his whole life into this valley. And what does he get? Disciples like you, sycophantic, treacherous, two-faced hypocrites. Earlier you were all shouting for my blood. And now that the tables have turned, you immediately switch sides and grovel. It's disgusting. My disciple mutters that these sanctimonious frauds must be pulled out by the roots to eliminate future trouble. I smile. I've always followed one principle. If they don't mess with me, I don't mess with them. But if they do mess with me, they lose. Someone yells, not good. The 10 Directions Universe, Invisible Void / I declare that from today onward, there will be no more Medicine King Valley. The system chimes in. Detected completion of the Disciple Rescue quest. I get 20 points for that. Killing 3 Saint-level villains. Another 6 points. Automatically converted into lifespan. The system congratulates me for successfully using the ancient Dharma form, 10 Directions Universe. My normal cultivation level is boosted to the 9-layer Dao realm. It unlocks the terminal main quest. Seek justice for all my disciples. I finally see the main quest. This must have been Yun Yi's dying wish. I turn to the old man in my head. Don't worry, Yin Yin. Since I've taken over your body, I won't let any sect or individual bully my disciples. The 8 sacred domains owe them everything. I'll collect every debt they owe, one by one. So now he's begging the 3 sect leaders for help. He wants them to join forces with Medicine King Valley against me, the great demon. The 8 sacred domains. Most of them have crossed that demon Yun Yi at some point. His 6 disciples all have some messy history with us, he claims. Now that his strength has returned, my Medicine King Valley has been wiped out. You're next on his list for reckoning. We understand what you're getting at. But that demon Yun Ye's life star has long since fallen. I saw it myself at the stargazing platform. Even if he's barely clinging on, he's nothing but a grasshopper after autumn. He won't be hopping around much longer. I snort. Medicine King Valley got wiped out. That's because you weren't strong enough. Forget Yunye. Even at our true dragon, sacred domain, we could just send out any supreme elder, and that would be the end of you. Medicine King Valley. We've held back only because you're a small sect, and it's tough to stay afloat. We never bother to strike. He laughs, don't you think? He tells Yao Wuchen he doesn't need to come warning them. If he has time to worry about us, he should go back and cultivate behind closed doors. Maybe then he'll last a little longer against Lord Yin. Don't underestimate Medicine King Valley. If Ancestor Yao himself says it, then Yin must have some real skill. But asking the great sacred domains to join forces against a rogue cultivator on his last legs, and without a sect backing him, isn't that a bit much? It's Ancestor Yao. I think you're just scared out of your wits. Yin Yi and Wang Heng had a connection. Is it really so strange he could break your Mountain Gate formation? Besides, that formation was originally laid out by Yin Yi himself. I hear laughter echo through the hall. These so-called elites are just walking material for my plans. Time to reshuffle the deck. I sigh at the kid, barely able to save herself, and she still fought desperately to protect that life-preserving pill. Yunye, oh Yunye, you really did take in a good disciple. She stammers, and master, this is Lotus Peak. I stop her. All right, little girl. I know you want to protect your master. But if there's a next time, make sure you put your own life first. Your master is the greatest in this world. If there's something even I can't handle, then throwing all your lives into the fray will make a bit of difference. She nods reluctantly. Yes, master. I actually survived. Master saved me again. She thinks to herself, master is suddenly so gentle. But if there's a next time, I'd still do the same. The kindness master showed me, I can never repay in a lifetime. I shake my head. You're just a spoiled brat. Clearly, we didn't listen to a word I said. Xiaowu wakes up. They murmur that little five really walked through the gates of hell this time. If not for master's mastery of all techniques, and his sky-reaching cultivation, clearing away the poison for her, her body would have been left with lasting damage. I tell Ling Feng to lie down and rest. When I first brought you all back, each one of you was more pitiful than the last. Since I took you in as disciples, I have to take on the responsibility of being your master. When Xiao Lu was entrusted to me by Wang Heng, she was just a tiny little thing. Now after all this effort raising her this far, if I don't save her, who will? And it's not just Xiao Lu. All of you too. They call out, Master. Master never said such warm things before. There's something different about him now. Maybe walking through life and death changed him. I laugh, Master. Back then I was too young, and there's a lot I don't remember clearly. She asks, why did Elder Wang Heng really die? And why did Medicine King Valley call him a traitor? Because I clearly remember. Elder Wang Heng was loyal to Medicine King Valley. I mutter, Wang Heng, what were you up to? How did you end up in such a miserable state? I can't say I'm sorry. Now that my lifespan is running out, I called you here today to entrust Xiao Lu to you. He knows I hate this evasive nonsense, and I can tell he's holding something back. He sighs, it's just, I really have no other choice, for the sake of our long friendship. He begs me, just don't ask anything. If you hear any news about me later, don't get involved. Just take Xiao Lu and leave. I grumble, troublesome. But I agreed. Later, I heard Wang Heng, driven by personal greed, cause a plague of demon spots to run rampant. The Azure Cloud Sacred Domain's leader discovered him and struck him down. Medicine King Valley removed his name from their records. Then they joined forces with Azure Cloud's sacred domain and healed all the victims free of charge. She asks, Demon Spot Plague? What's that? I remember reading about it in an old journal once. The Demon Spot Plague is a terrifying epidemic. Neither cultivators nor mortals are safe from it. Those infected with demon spots slowly develop black patches on their bodies. At first it's not fatal, just a bit of fever, so it's easy to overlook. But once the black spots spread across the entire body, blood will flow from all 7 orifices. No medicine or doctor can save them. I remember because of this incident, the people of Azure Cloud, Sacred Domain, and Medicine King Valley were held in high regard everywhere for a few years. They lorded it over everyone for quite a while. She protests, impossible. Elder Wang Hung was never that kind of person. There must be something fishy about this. I think to myself, those righteous sects can't be that generous. A voice chimes in my head, congratulations, host. Side quest unlocked. Investigate the truth behind Wang Heng's death. Complete this stage of the mission, and the main quest progress will reach 1/6, and I get a 100-point reward. I blink. Wait, 100? So far I've been getting a few points here and there. This mission actually rewards a full 100. I mutter, well, times have changed. The evidence will be hard to find now. Still, I decide I'll make a trip myself to uncover the truth. No way I'm letting Wang Hung die in vain. For what I remember, Wang Hung was practically a saint. There's no way he'd do something like that. Besides, yesterday, I killed almost everyone at the top of Medicine King Valley. They can't stir up any trouble now. So a little trip there carries no risk. I thank my master for his kindness. But he insists on going in my place. He says I just recovered and am running around too much, and he volunteers to investigate for me. He swears he won't return to Lotus Peak until he finds the truth. I cut him off. My mind's made up. And I have something more important for him to do. Little 4 and Little 6 still haven't come back. They might be held up somewhere. After the battle at Medicine King Valley, the whole world knows I've recovered. No one dares to touch them now. But as the senior disciple, I tell him to check on their whereabouts and bring them back to Lotus Peak. He promises I'll get it done. The wounds you all suffered earlier haven't fully healed. While I'm away, you rest up at Lotus Peak. They nod in agreement. As for Xiaolu, she insists on coming with me. I say, nonsense, your body needs to recover. She argues that with me around, her health won't be a problem. But if she can't come along to find the truth, she won't be able to rest easy even while healing. Besides, she says, how can her master travel without a disciple to attend to him? She whines, please. I sigh, again with the whining. Fine, you can come with me. She cheers, master's the best. I grin. Wow, that master sounds so warm. Like I'm one of my fellow disciples. The others tease her, laughing. You forgot to hide your tail. She chuckles sheepishly as she points down the mountain. Master, there's someone over there. I get ready to head down the mountain. Staying in the Medicine King Valley? What a dead end. The elders and the 3 saints got killed the moment someone showed up. Even a mountain protecting formation was broken like it was nothing. Honestly, that's just pathetic. I can't even admit I'm from Medicine King Valley out there. Well, maybe not pathetic. I mean, that was Yunyi. The Cloud Devil himself is the strongest in the world. Losing to him, that's pretty normal. That Demon King, he's wicked, no doubt. But he's also terrifyingly strong. TSK, you knew you were weak and still provoked him. At this rate, Medicine King Valley will be kicked out of the 8 sects and 10 schools any day now. No future here at all. I hear the Azure Cloud Sacred Domain is recruiting soon. I might just quit and try my luck there. I haven't been in Medicine King Valley long anyway. Junior brother Lu is talented. Even if the valley hadn't fallen, he'd make it into the intersect in a few years. In Azure Cloud, he'd get real recognition. But us? No chance. You lot, instead of cultivating. What are you huddling over there gossiping about? Break it up, break it up. Ah, the disciplinary elders here. Beat it, random guy. You again, spouting nonsense, spreading panic among the disciples. I'll have to enforce the sect rules. Ha, Elder Luo, it won't happen again. I promise. Just let me off this once. Best it doesn't. Medicine King Valley really is doomed. Elder Luo's thunder was all noise, no bite. I bet he's thinking the same thing deep down. He's probably looking for an escape route too. That's why he let slide so easily. Ha, this senior brother, you see right through it. Didn't expect an outer disciple like you to be so sharp. A few words and you read that elder's mind. No wonder you're the master. But we can't keep doing this out in the open. Hey, Shirtio, follow me. Here, sit. May I ask your name, senior brother? My surname is Yun. I joined Medicine King Valley a while back. This is my younger sister. Brother Yin shares a surname with that Demon King. Haha, destined for greatness, clearly. Honestly, junior brother, my life's goal is to take that Demon King's head and make a name for myself in the cultivation world. Huh, master can spin a tale. Brother Yin has lofty ambitions. I raise my cup to you. After all, even our mountain-protecting formation couldn't scratch that Demon King. I heard that formation was set up by a half-divine realm sect leader. Huh, he's testing me. Wasn't it because that leader was friends with the Demon King? I thought you were well-informed, junior brother. Why hold back with your senior? Haha about that. Haha, senior brother's really sharp. I admit defeat. About that sect leader Wang Hong. What do you know? Since you're in the know, I'll speak freely. Legend says that leader was thick as thieves with the Demon King. It rubbed a lot of elders the wrong way. Only the founder's push got him the position. Too bad. No one good could be friends with that Demon King. How dare you? Explain yourself. Because sect leader Wang, hungry for the ghost orb, didn't care who got hurt. He ordered someone to pry open the Nether Demon Lord's coffin. Back in the age of demon cultivator conflict, that guy was a master of poison. The ghost orb. The Nether Demon Lord. Xiao Wuchen, get out here. Master, did you find something? No, but the ghost orb clue is enough. Master's so reliable. Yunye, don't push your luck. Coming to provoke Medicine King Valley again and again. Do you think we're pushovers? The Cloud Devil's attacking again. What do we do? What do we do? I told you all before. Run while you can. You didn't listen. Now look. As of today, I'm no longer a Medicine King Valley disciple. I'm from Lotus Peak. That's my foot. No need. Lotus Peak doesn't need errand boys. I'll let you off this once. Give me one of those deer antlers. Me too. Any more left? Yao Wuchen, your Medicine King Valley is a joke. What does Yin you want? Had enough of the show? The mountain formation can be explained. The three saints were at peak Saint Realm, and you killed them in one move. His power hasn't recovered. No way he could do that. But his aura is only the 9th stage Dao realm. Let's test him. Instead of asking what I want, ask what you did first. I know everything about Wang Heng's case. Let's bluff him. What? Wang Heng, the same Wang Heng who caused the demon plague? Is there more to that story? You too. Give me back my foot. He can't be allowed to live. Wang Heng killed countless innocent cultivators and mortals. He got what he deserved. But you, Yin Yi, insulting my valley again and again. Do you really think I have no trump cards left? Now that you've come to me. Plapava to die. The God's tomb. That's an ancient God's tomb. I've seen it in forbidden ancient texts. The ancient God's tomb is one of the highest level ancient spells. Not only is it incredibly powerful, every ancient god is coated with a deadly poison. Even a half-divine cultivator will be helpless. Wow, that's insane. So the founder had that trick up his sleeve. Master, watch out. It's a cheap trick. Humph. I'm not done yet. Ambush. Master, mind your feet. Huh. Yin Yi, you're finished. My ancient serpent's venom is deadly. But more importantly, it seals your cultivation. Fake or not, you can't use any spiritual power now. Today, you die by my hand. It's over. I backed the wrong horse. The founder's disciples are loyal to Demon King Valley. Founder, wait. Don't drag me into this. Poison's been neutralized. Guard count down by 3. Really? I was curious to see. What makes your ancient serpent, said to kill half-divines, so special? This is it. That's not the right reaction. But I clearly saw the serpent bite him. Oomph. Yin Yi, stop pretending. If you kneel and beg for mercy, kowtow 3 times maybe, I'll let you live. Watching the famous Cloud Emperor kowtow would be worth losing a few precious ancient serpents. Huh, keep dreaming. 10 directions, universe, dharma body. Go. Impossible. How can you still use spiritual power? What technique did you use to break the poison? No way. Oomph. Those petty tricks can't hurt my master. Damn it, that old fool fooled me. Yin Yi went straight for a big move. Doesn't look like his power's sealed at all. I'm dead. Dead. Phew, lucky it wasn't me coming forward. Yao Wuchen, do you concede? Confess everything about that incident, and I'll spare your life. The truth is Wang Heng caused the demon plague. The Azure Cloud's sacred domain Lord found out and killed him. What else do you want me to say? If I talk, it's over for me. My hand, still being stubborn? Losing an arm is your punishment. I'll say one word, Ghost Orb. How does he know? Didn't expect Yunyi to get here so fast. Those two who struck up a conversation earlier. They must be his eldest disciple, Ling Feng, and his fifth, Yuan Xiaolu. Good thing I deliberately leaked. The news I'd spent so long digging up. Only a few hours later, and Yun has already stormed my doorstep. My life's goal is to take down that great demon. Make a name for myself across the entire cultivation world. But then again, if his eldest disciple dares to utter such treason, maybe Lotus Peak isn't as united as it seems. That could be useful. Looks like I'm late. The fight's already over. Let me see what this infamous demon actually looks like. But wait, that voice sounds familiar. Who is it? Take down the great demon, he says. Oh, is that how we're playing this? He's Yunyi. Jade Emperor, spare me, he cries. I tell him to talk, and talk he does. He's already lost one hand. Losing another would be worse than death, he figures. Qing Zhaozi. Since you completely ignored my decree, don't blame me for breaking the agreement. If I'm going down, you're not getting off easy either. Back then, Wang Heng encountered several patients covered in black spots. He pored over ancient texts repeatedly, confirmed it was demonic plague. He reported to me, and we launched an investigation. Multiple clues pointed straight to the Azure Cloud Sacred Seal. Demonic plague is the specialty of the Nether Demon Lord. No ancient text I've seen has an antidote. This was a catastrophe for the entire cultivation world. Don't worry, Ancestor, he says. With something this big, I won't let you go. Go find the antidote quickly. I was about to expose the Azure Cloud Sacred Domain's crimes, when their master, Qing Zhaozi, came knocking. My son is mischievous, he says. He recently got his hands on a ghost pearl. Caused a bit of a stir by accident. I didn't expect it to trouble your sex leader. Isn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? Easy for him to say. This was hardly a bit of a stir, I thought. If you're willing to cooperate, he offers. Aside from the ghost pearl, my sect also recently acquired a cultivation technique. It can perfect your poison arts. And of course, there will be other treasures too. Just now, that snake technique my master effortlessly dismantled was enough to make you trade favors with Jin Zhaozi. And there's more. If they just covered for each other, once the demonic plague erupted, the truth would still come out eventually. Qing Zhaozi told me how to refine the antidote. He was about to throw the recipe into the furnace, burning the refiner's spiritual energy and life force. For 3 full days and nights. So Elder Wang Heng, despite being gravely wounded, wasn't entirely brainless. What did you threaten him with? That man valued 2 things above all else in his life. One was the Medicine King Valley. The other was the child he adopted. So Elder Wang Heng did it all for me. So that's the whole truth behind the demonic plague outbreak back then. These righteous sects are as depraved as ever. All right, time to die. Didn't you say you let me go? He pleads. And someone actually believed the words of a demon like me. After hearing your disgusting story, I've changed my mind. On second thought, I'll send you down to apologize to Wang Heng. Don't cry. Let's go avenge Wang Heng. Elder Wang Heng's story is too tragic. How do we get revenge? They ask. Isn't Azure Cloud Sacred Domain recruiting disciples? I wonder if he'd accept a disciple who wiped out his entire sect. Hey, that divine race kid back there, keep up. Master, what do you mean by divine race? They ask. Is he from 3rd Senior Brothers clan? That's something you'll have to ask him yourself. A perfectly good divine race immigrant. Why would he be lurking outside the Medicine King Valley? I bet not only is his identity fake, but even his name is fake, haha. This junior is Lu Weisheng, he announces. Pay my respects again, senior. Now that's a much more normal name. What nonsense was he going by before? Passerby, a passerby? How tacky. My previous offense was great, he says. I beg for your forgiveness. Once the Ghost Pearl matter is settled, I will confess everything truthfully and fully. Hua Feng has a terrible reputation. If I hadn't tested the waters first, how How would I dare come knocking so rashly? Who would have thought it'd be you in person? Hey there, friend, I ask. Could you tell me what stage the recruitment exam is at? It just started, he replies. Go over there. Pay 10 low-grade spirit stones to register. Then you could just wait. Thanks. The ceremony gets simpler every time, but the registration fee keeps going up. I heard last time it was only 3 low-grade spirit stones. Azure Cloud's sacred domain is way too corrupt. Tell me about it, someone mutters. It's almost a joke. A recruitment exam, and they can't even be bothered to send a proper inner elder. What do you say, senior? They ask. Barging in and killing everyone would be easy. But to clear Wong Heng's name, I need to find a ghost pearl first. The Omi would have just killed everyone, and the blame would pile up higher and higher. Not only would it not help Wong Heng, it would just deepen the misunderstanding. The Azure Cloud Sacred Domain's entrance test for this cycle now begins. When your name is called, step up one by one. Place your hand on this aptitude stone. The aptitude stone measures 9 grades. The Azure Cloud Sacred Domain only accepts those with talent at the middle grade, middle rank, and above. Additionally, for this assessment ceremony, the young master of our domain will be observing throughout. Those with exceptional talent can enter the intersect directly to train under him. Oh great, why did this little brat suddenly show up? In previous exams, I could skim a little off the top. Not a chance this time. His previous lackeys all got the demonic plague and didn't make it. This time, he's probably hoping to pick a few tough ones from the newbies. According to Yao Wuchen, the ghost pearl should be on him. And he just walked right up to us. No effort at all. Lu Weisheng, go register the 3 of us, I tell him. Right, the Azure Cloud's sacred domain's young master. Qing Pingji, the cultivation world's most infamous spoiled brat. Mediocre talent, but deeply loved by the domain's master. Normally, it's hard to get close to him. This is a rare golden opportunity. Passerby, a upper grade, middle rank pass. AP, upper grade, lower rank pass. Next, Yun Rinbing. That kid knows how to pick a name. I'll give him that. But his talent is genuinely impressive. Xiao Lu's disadvantage is being a one-restriction cultivator. Those types never get judged by bone structure. It's been a whole morning, and only a handful have reached upper grade. Hey, a few is already pretty good, someone says. You think upper grade talent grows on trees? Any sect would treasure them as a gem. As one of the 8 great sacred domains, Azure Cloud naturally sets stricter standards than a backwater sect. But my neighbor works for the Wen family, someone whispers. Young master, one has lower grade talent. And I heard he's still got an Azure Cloud. Show connections, you know? Don't act so surprised. Those people don't use the same path we do. Put your hand on it. Your spiritual energy looks pretty substantial. At this age, still coming for the entrance test? Ever since the master changed the rules, any Tom, Dick, or Harry thinks they can show up. Overreaching. 5th grade. Don't waste time. Step down. 5th grade. Well, I never. With that kind of talent, he still dared to step on stage? How embarrassing. I was worried my talent was too low, and I'd be humiliated. Someone laughs. With him at the bottom, I'm no longer nervous. My master went from a rogue cultivator with no sect to the #1 cultivator in the 9 provinces. How could his talent possibly be bad? These people don't know what they're talking about. Hold on. Don't get upset yet, I tell them. What? That light is upper grade, upper rank. Turns out the clown was me all along. Sorry, I announce. I think I might have broken the aptitude stone. You're not going to make me pay for it, are you? No, they stammer. I guess I wasn't wrong about him after all. He ranked in the upper tier of the Cloud Soldier list. Come on, join the new disciples group. With talent like that, he could even be the Sacred Lord's personal disciple. Oh no, why didn't I act more friendly just now? I missed my chance to suck up. I snort, as if I didn't already know Master is the best. The testing stone has a limit. That's its problem, not Yun Ye's. He's leagued beyond it. No wonder everyone calls him the #1 man in the 9 provinces. Today's entry tests are officially over, so everyone who doesn't belong here needs to clear out. Here are all the new disciples, and they present them to me for review. I nod. I saw everything. You, and you 3. He says, following me from now on. The strongest one becomes my bodyguard, and the other looks like he can spout sweet talk, good enough to be my lackey. As for that little girl, she's pretty enough, I guess. He laughs, trailing off nervously. He hesitates, taking those 3 right off the bat. The ones with the best talent? He whines that he won't be able to explain it. I snap back that there's no time for nonsense, just these few people. And I'm not about to beg my father personally. He laughs nervously, backtracking. He insists he wouldn't dare bother the sacred lord over such a small matter. He waves me off with a fake smile. The testing elder didn't even dare to squeak in front of the young lord. The onlookers whisper, one attitude. Yeah, they're jealous of those three, following the young lord around. They'll probably get his swagger through the sect from now on. Swagger? Huh. I'd rather you take that luck. Knowing Qing Pingji, his followers are the ones who get slapped around the most. He's a walking target for abuse. Young lord, don't we need to report first? My father hasn't let me leave the sect in ages. He says, especially after the Medicine King Valley incident. He's scared I'll run into that guy Yunyi. Finally got a chance. So of course I'm heading down the mountain to have some fun first. Perfect timing. Let's move. I think, seeing an opening. In that case, I know just the place for a good time. Interested? He grins at me, saying I look like someone who knows how to party. Take me there now. But when we arrive, he's confused. Where is this? There's nothing good here. And he's furious. You're dead for messing with me. He gives me one last chance. If I can't cough up something interesting, he'll chop off my head and use it for soccer ball. I tell him to hold his horses. Isn't the interesting thing right in front of him? He looks around, baffled. Where? He doesn't see it. I point at myself and grin. It's me. Wow, I sound like such a villain right now. Wait, no, I'm already a demon lord. He's the one who's clueless. How dare you? He sputters that he's the young lord of the Azure Cloud sacred domain. Once his father finds out, he screams, we're all dead. I laugh. Oh, I'm hoping his father comes looking for me. Do you even know who I am? Or who he is, for that matter? He doesn't recognize either of us. So how could we be anyone important? And besides, no one's bigger than his father. I decide to enlighten him. He's the one who got killed, I remind him. He's the adopted daughter of Elder Wang Hung of Medicine King Valley. He stammers, so what? Wang Hung brought it all on himself. He scoffs. A small sect leader dying is nothing. Does he have to apologize for that? Useless fool. The Medicine King Valley leader isn't worthy of mention. But they ask if a disciple of Yunyi is. His face goes pale. Why you're Yunyi? Help. Someone help. He begs me not to kill him. He'll do anything at all, if I just spare him. First, tell me how you got the ghost pearl. He admits when the Netherworld's secret realm went wrong. It was supposed to be reported to the Azure Cloud sacred domain for disposal. But he'd never seen a demonic cultivator's secret realm before. So he begged his father to let him go play inside. He pried open the Netherworld demon lord's coffin and took the ghost pearl. When they came out, his followers were all infected with the demon mark. I asked him why he's fine. He explains the ghost pearl is pure, and extremely evil. So it suppresses all poisons. The wearer is immune to evil, and their corpse doesn't decay after death. Got all that recorded? I ask, and they nod. The recording pearl is rolling. As for this ghost pearl, I toss it to Xiao Lu to play with. She thanks me excitedly. And as for you, he panics. W, what are you doing? I say, sending you on your way. With crimes this grievous, don't even think about surviving. Go atone early, and maybe you'll reincarnate as a human next life. The system chimes in, congratulating me on getting the full truth about Wang Hang's death. It rewards me 100 points. Current total, 190. Ding, the system shop is unlocked. And I can now exchange faith points for items. Another ding, faith points unlocked. Current faith points, 160. I complain to the system that it's way too stingy. Every single item costs hundreds of faith points, and even the cheapest rope is 200. What can I even buy? The system reassures me not to worry. If I spend all my faith points each month, they refresh completely the next month. For example, if I have 100 faith this month, and I spend it all down to 0, next month I'll still get a fresh 100. Oh, I get it now. So faith points accumulate ridiculously over time, and I admit I was wrong to ever call it stingy. From today, it's my precious treasure. Someone's life-shattering tablet is broken, and they're furious. They want to tear the culprit apart. Ah, hey there, senior. Now we have all the evidence. I say, and we wait. Rumor has it the young lord was killed with a single slash to the throat, and he was found with his eyes wide open, refusing to accept it. No one knows who he offended, though he offended plenty of people. If it weren't for the sacred lord. Someone mutters at the funeral, daring to say this. They ask if they're waiting for Qing Pingji's funeral. Given how much Qing Zhaozi doted on him, He won't let him slip away quietly. Today's a mixed crowd, with representatives from 8 sects and 10 schools, plus many smaller clans and families. Most importantly, they've even invited Zen monks to chant for Qing Pingji's soul. The Zen masters save all beings. So even if the Azure Cloud issues a gag order, they can't threaten these people. Having them witness the truth is perfect. Not bad. And the guests all express their condolences. Truly heartbreaking. They say, "Brother, please accept our sympathies." Yeah, who knows what petty villain he offended to suffer such a brutal hand. Not a petty villain. Someone corrects them. A demon. They claim they used the precious replay mirror and saw my son's last moments. The murderer is none other than Yunyi. Him again? The crowd murmurs. First he kills the Medicine King Valley ancestor. Now he's quietly taken out the Azure Cloud young master. Yunyi is really on a killing spree. They mutter. This demon causes endless trouble, and someone will put him down sooner or later. Amiba. The monks chant. Yunyi again? Wasn't he supposed to be dying? How's he still kicking? I snort. These people have no idea what's going on. Don't worry. The senior must have a plan. They reassure me. Let's see what else they say. They're bad-mouthing the demon right to his face. I think they'll be terrified in a minute, though this scene feels oddly familiar. Anyone who befriends a great demon can't be a good person, huh? The demon runs rampant, and the accusations fly. A soft cry of surprise escapes me. The demon is still out of control. I hear the crowd murmur, and I'm not surprised. Today it's my son. Tomorrow, who knows who it'll be. Today, I'm taking this chance. I want all of you to join me in slaying the demon, kill Yunyi, and restore clarity to the cultivation world. Word is that Yunyi's strength has already recovered. He just wiped out the Medicine King Valley not long ago. This is hardly the right time for a siege. Better to push a scapegoat forward. Let them test the waters for us. I was thinking the same thing. Ah, Brother Qin, the demon's crimes are too numerous to list. A demon extermination campaign truly can't wait. But as for who leads it, I'll gladly take the burden. Fox Demon, Fox Demon, Fox Demon, Fox Demon. Brother, why aren't you shouting? This is the perfect chance to get noticed by the big shots. Hey, where are you going? I look around and say, were you looking for me? Ah, Yunyi. He stammers, pointing at me. You're Yunyi. I can't believe I was dumb enough to talk to the demon. Brother, I feel you. It really is that old fiend Yunyi. He shouts that I actually dare to show my face. I was too slow to warn you. The demon has appeared on his own. Everyone, follow me and kill the fiend. Overpowered, he's Yunyi. The Azure Cloud Sacred Domain will offer 10 heaven-grade techniques, 20 bottles of immortal-grade pills, 5 million top-grade spirit stones, and treat them as an honored guest. The Azure Cloud Sacred Domain sure is generous. Fortune favors the bold. If we all rush him together, we can grind the demon down. I mutter, isn't that a bit too many people? I trust my master held back. Kill them all. I need a way to shock these people into silence. Let's see if the system has any usable techniques. This one looks good. Lugu Pure Land. They murmur, what is this? My spiritual power is gone. Mine too. They gasp. Such a domineering technique. It's a formation for my Zen sect, Putawa Pure Land. Except for the caster, everyone within the domain temporarily loses their cultivation. They say you can't use it unless you've reached the divine realm. I say, now, can everyone listen quietly? Gotta hand it to the system, top-notch quality. This thing works beautifully. Man, his cultivation has already reached this level. Good thing I didn't stick my neck out. There can't be a divine realm existence in this world. But Yunyi can use this technique. Who can even fight him now? Lu Wenxing mutters that I'm a demon. He asks what I'm up to now. I say, let me show you all something interesting. Watch closely. This is a flowing shadow pearl. They wonder what I'm about to show them. It's over. It's all over. They never expected the Azure Cloud Sacred Domain was actually the mastermind behind that demonic incident back then. Wait, I remember the Azure Cloud Sacred Domain announced that Qing Zhaozi killed Elder Wang Heng, using someone else's pill to boost their own reputation. How shameless can you get? The truth is clear now. I say, then I'll act on heaven's behalf. Time to clean house for the Azure Cloud Sacred Domain. I assume no one objects. Amipa. Since the demonic eradication era, any demonic cultivation secret realm found must be destroyed immediately. That's the consensus across the 9 provinces. The Azure Cloud Sacred Domain broke the seal on their own. They deserve punishment. Let alone that you're in the right, old sir. Even if you weren't, with absolute power on your side, these people wouldn't dare to squeak either. No, you can't kill me. I am. He doesn't finish. Besides that, I have one more matter. My disciple hands me a handkerchief. Girls are so thoughtful. I laugh. I order, take down all these banners. Who does Qing Pingji think he is? He's not worthy. They scramble. Yes, of course. Right away, we'll take them down. Qing Pingji bullies men and harasses women daily. He's done countless evils. How could he deserve so many seniors coming to mourn him? The ground is cold. Everyone get up. I wave for new white banners and offerings. Continue the memorial for Wang Zhe. They whisper, Wang Zhe? Who? Didn't Master order those things taken down? What riddle is Yun Yi playing it now? I tell them the memorial should be for Master Wang Hong. Brother Yun speaks truly. Sect leader Wang's actions moved heaven and earth. He saved countless lives, yet died an innocent death. He deserves the whole world to come and pay respects. A chime sounds. Faith value is being calculated. I say to the monk, I'd trouble you, Master. Please chant sutras for Wang Heng's soul. Layman Wang cared for all living beings. He died for righteousness. Truly admirable. Upon returning to the sect, I'll gather my fellow disciples and install a rebirth stele for Layman Wang at the pagoda. I thank the Master. Your enemy is dead. Your name is cleared, Wang Hong. Rest in peace. I spot 2 sneaking off and call out, Well, where are you 2 tiptoeing off to? They stammer, Nowhere. Just after paying respects to sect leader Wang. We felt moved and inspired. We decided to spread the word as soon as possible, to praise sect leader Wang's righteous deeds. Yes, exactly. They mutter that it seems my strength has fully recovered, and that I've even advanced further. They worry. If I remember their sect besieging Lotus Peak, and come to settle the score, it'll be bad. I need to get out of here, fast, for 3 days. Since you 2 sect leaders are so enthusiastic, then within 3 days, I want every corner of the 9 provinces to know the truth of this matter. If you can't manage it, then we'll come visit you personally to apologize to Cloud Emperor. Better to settle debts one by one. I tell him, there's no one else here. So tell me, why did you deliberately approach me? He begs, please, Cloud Emperor, save me. The Divine Clan Saintess. The Divine Clan was wiped out overnight. The reason is unknown. He says he happened to find Gao Ao disguised as a beggar. He thought the Divine Clan had no survivors left. But it turns out there's still someone alive. The clan was exterminated. I exclaim, heavens. I only recently tracked down the Saintess's location. The culprit's influence is enormous. I am Bawerles Kropka. I beg you, Cloud Emperor, for the sake of your disciple, please save him. I say, come back to Lotus Peak with me first. This matter, Gao Ao needs to know. My disciple says Master and Xiao Lu should be on their way back. In a good mood, huh? He exclaims, Master, you're finally back. I grin. Look how excited you are. If your junior siblings see you, they'll tease you. He grins. We've heard all about it. Master, cutting down your enemy in the memorial hall. Changing the banners and the honoree. How imposing. By the way, where's Xiao Lu? Why didn't she come back with you? I gesture to the man beside me. This is Lu Weisheng. He says, you can call me Xiao Lu. I explain about Xiao Lu. We'll talk once you see your 3rd senior brother. As for Xiao Lu, he stammers, wait, Master. Which Xiao Lu are you talking about? I chuckle. What a coincidence. This kid is fated with Lotus Peak. Lu Weisheng laughs nervously. Senior Yun, if you don't mind, just call me Wensheng. I mutter to myself. This kid sure knows how to climb the ladder. Xiao Wu said he wants to carry on Wang Heng's will. Turn the Medicine King Valley into the place Wang Heng dreamed of. So she stayed behind. Kids grow up. Can't keep them forever. My disciple protests. Master, how could you leave Xiao Lu alone in the Medicine King Valley? Another disciple cries out for Z to save them. Xiao Lu's never been good at fighting anyway. She got badly hurt there not long ago. Staying there means getting bullied every single day. No way, no way. I have to go bring Xiao Lu back. But then a disciple reminds me. My disciples can't be hothouse flowers. And this was Xiao Lu's own decision. So I asked the elders what they think about her staying at the Medicine King Valley. They all chime in, tripping over themselves to agree. One says it's an honor for the valley. Another echoes, yes, yes. He claims the moment he saw her beside Wang Heng, he knew she'd go far. And sure enough, she became my disciple. Wang Heng's old residence, the Rising Cloud Pavilion, is still empty. They say Xiao Lu can keep living there, as if it's the same as staying on Lotus Peak. They promise to treat my disciple with the same respect they'd show me. These guys have already used up all the flattering words. At least leave one for me. I got one. He blurts out that the kind of thing where someone hurt Xiao Lu to provoke me will never happen again. I mutter that he's bringing up the one thing he shouldn't. If he can't talk right, he should shut up. Is he afraid that prophecy won't come true fast enough? I nod. The Rising Cloud Pavilion is nice. These people, since I was young, they mocked me and Elder Wang Heng. Now they've all put on these fawning faces. I grin. That's good then. Someone whispers in relief that I'm satisfied. Thank goodness this young madam isn't angry. Getting off with just offering up clothes is a bargain. Then I announce I want to be the Medicine King Valley sect leader. They cry out, how can this be? 12 sect leaders. A mere girl? Absurd. They add that Yun Yi is still around. I snort. Are they all asking to die? Someone hastily tells them to shut up. These stubborn old fossils. I declare that no one is more fit to be sect leader than Xiao Lu. One guy mutters that I'm betraying the organization. I snap back, betray your head. Shut up already. The unspoken rule across sacred domains these days is that children inherit their parents' positions. Xiao Lu is Wang Heng's adopted daughter. Her taking over his sect leader role is just following proper custom. I ask what they think. Think carefully before answering. I add that my 40-meter-long blade is already itching for action. They all bow and greet me as sect leader. I tell Xiao Lu that as long as Lotus Peak and I exist, nothing can happen to her. Those people don't have the guts. She says she's relieved. Her eyes shine, as expected of her master. Then I ask where Gao Ao is. They tell me to go see for myself. Gao Ao has become a monk. A monk. I wonder what he's up to. I find him chanting, Amit Ba. He greets me as master, then corrects himself. Benefactor. He asks if I can see any Zen master aura in him. I wonder what triggered this. They explain he heard about my using a brilliant Zen formation in Qingyun's sacred domain to all everyone, and decided to follow in my footsteps. I sigh. Oh dear Saintess, our divine clan might be hopeless. I tell him he doesn't look like a Zen master at all, more like that black bear spirit who stole the Kasaya. He protests that he has no demon bloodline. I wave it off. That's not important. Let's talk business. I greet Gaoang long time no see. He says, hey, Lu Wansheng. He's surprised I'm still alive. He explains that back when the Divine Clan was wiped out, he happened to be training outside. After hearing the news, he immediately went into hiding, changing his name. For years, he moved between sects, secretly investigating the truth. And today, he finally has a lead. Gaoang asks who destroyed the Divine Clan. He answers, the Starcloud Sacred Domain and the Taisu Sacred Domain. Those two domains were always friendly with the Divine Clan. Their leaders often drank and feasted with Gaoang's brother. Gaoang is stunned. How could it be them? Lu Wansheng says that's precisely why it's suspicious. After the Divine Clan's fall, they made no move at all. Doesn't that seem more suspicious? I admit I suspected as much. These righteous sects were masks of morality, but behind the scenes, they're all beasts. Lu Wansheng says he's been running around all these years and has heard plenty dark schemes, but he's found no evidence of their motive against the Divine Clan. Gaoang fumes. Can they just let them get away with it? I tell him not necessarily. Don't forget whose disciple he is. He grins. I don't need evidence for everything. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That's our master's style. Third junior brother, Lu Wansheng. Stop dawdling. If he doesn't finish what he's saying soon, Gaoang will charge those two sacred domains with a blade. Lu Wansheng says there's no physical evidence for now, but there's one key witness. Gaoang asks who? The person who stayed in the Divine Valley on the day of the massacre. The Saintess long believed dead. Gao gasps, she's alive? Lu Wansheng says she's imprisoned in the Tai Su sacred domain, but he doesn't know the exact location. Gao says, what are we waiting for? He'll charge straight up with me, grab every sect leader and elder, and interrogate them one by one. I call him Wujing. Calm down. He asks who Wujing is. I point out red hair, ranks third. Of course he's Wujing. If he barges in like this, he's practically begging the Tai Su sacred domain to use his sister's life to threaten him. He admits I'm right. But still, I say going myself is the better move. He thanks me profusely, saying he'll never forget my kindness. It's etched into his bones. The system chimes in, unlocking a side quest. Find the Divine Clan Saintess. Avenge the Divine Clan's destruction. Completing this side quest will advance the main quest to February 6th, with a bonus of 100 points. Fail, and I lose 200. Gaoing's faith value goes up by 20. Lu Weisheng's faith value also goes up by 20. Igrun minus 200. Thanks, system. I asked Lu Wansheng if he went through a lot of trouble to get close to me. He admits it. The Medicine King Valley incident gave him the opening he needed. He says he was fully prepared to be caught and get taught a lesson. My reputation alone is enough to make crying children stop. But who knew the real me would be so chivalrous? I assure him he can rest easy. The disciples chime in that I'm the guardian deity of Lotus Peak. He cheers. Finally, he's latched onto a powerful backer. I ask if he really needs to be this moved. Isn't he overacting? I half thought he was actually dumb for a second. Almost scared me. I tell him to stop pretending to be stupid from now on. It's way too frightening. Wujing. He demands I explain what I mean by pretending to be stupid. Someone chimes in. Hey, who's Wujing? I laugh. It's you. Hee hee hee. Snake Uncle really doesn't look like he has any meat on him. The system shop is selling an invisibility cloak. I snort. I seriously suspect this was smuggled in from a magic world. Ah, that smells good. A sharp voice cuts in. Who allowed them near here? The back mountain is forbidden ground. No Wuching. Don't they know the rules? Go to the punishment hall and receive 30 lashes each. They beg forgiveness, saying they know they were wrong. They plead for the young master to spare them. He coldly says, this time, 40 lashes. They scramble away, crying, yes. He orders someone to be dealt with, dispose of them. I wonder, is this the young master of the Tai Su sacred domain? To keep this place hidden, even though those two disciples saw nothing, he kills them without hesitation. He leers, haha, Chiu Luo, the immortal. I'm here, give me the bottle. I'll draw the blood myself later. She replies that the young master can pick it up at the Chin hour. He asks if she truly isn't tempted by his earlier proposal. She demurs, thanking him for his high regard. But she says her humble looks don't match the young master's station. The young master asks me to turn back. I don't move. He dismisses me without a proper farewell. I snort. That ungrateful woman has no idea what's good for her. I wonder how long she can keep up this act of dignity. The blood of a divine clan. It's the key ingredient for refining a divine-grade pill. So that's how it is. This saintess, Gao Qiulu, must have traded her own blood for it. For a moment, everything's calm. It seems the young master of the Tai Su domain wants to have it all. A woman and a beast? Please. Drink my blood, he says. Kill my people. And then he has the nerve to say he wants to marry me. If he wants my blood so badly, then let him drink his fill. I'll make sure that one gulp lasts him a lifetime. I blink. Where the hell did this chicken come from? I nod. Something feels off today, like someone's watching me from the shadows. I feel a shiver run down my spine, like I'm being spied on. I tell myself to calm down. It's nothing. It's got to be my imagination playing tricks. There's nothing to feel guilty about. If I can drink human blood, why can't I drink chicken blood? Those people deserved what they got. The girl, Chulu, screams. She yells that there's a ghost, begging for help. She cries out for someone to save her. I apologize, saying I didn't mean to scare her. I can tell she's Gao Ao's sister, no question. Those two siblings share the same dramatic streak. It runs in the family, apparently. I tell her there's no need to be afraid. I explain that I'm here on someone's behalf to get her out. She asks, surprised if I'm really not a ghost. Then she demands to know who sent me. And who I am exactly. She points out that this is the forbidden zone of the Tai Su sacred domain. Even if my stealth skills are above average, this barrier isn't something just anyone can break. I tell her to watch closely. I shout a technique, break the red sun, and strike. This was the barrier set by the founding master of the Tai Su sacred domain, laid down centuries ago, and I shattered it in one hit. She realizes that someone with this kind of power can be a nobody. So she asks again who I really am. I tell her my name is Yunyi. She says she'd heard of the Cloud Emperor's title even before I was locked away, and she wonders why a figure like me would come to rescue her. A small fry like her, she adds. But a voice booms, someone dares to trespass on the Tai Su forbidden grounds, and they'd better be ready to leave their life behind. I mutter that it's bad. The Tai Su sacred domain is here. The sacred lord himself. Damn it, how'd he get here so fast? Shilu tells me not to worry about her. She insists she's still useful to them, so they won't hurt her. She begs me to run. She explains that the Azure lord before us is incredibly powerful, and he's the ruler of an entire domain, with cultivation close to demigod level. How can one man, Yunyi, stand against a whole domain? She urges me to flee, before it's too late. I just raise an eyebrow and say, is that so? The sacred lord sneers, asking where I think I'm going. He declares that neither of us is getting away. He turns to Chiolu, accusing her of ignoring his advances, only to hook up with some pale-faced pretty boy from nowhere. I smirk and tell him if he wants my life, he should come take it himself. Suddenly, a voice cries out, it's the old man, Yunjia. He babbles about remembering he left the stove on, and he's got to go. He tells his son, Yunner, to entertain the guest properly. Then he mutters that a son can be replaced, but a life is everything. If he dies, nothing else matters. He apologizes to his son, promising a grand funeral to rival Qingpings. I yell, hey wait, I'm stunned. His father's mere voice scared off a Earthrealm powerhouse. I realize I'm dealing with someone far bigger than I thought. Since you're here, I say, don't leave so fast. Let's chat. I tie him up with a rope. The old man groans about his aching bones. The son yells at me, calling me reckless, reminding me that his father is the Tai Su sacred lord. He demands I let him go immediately. His father cuts him off, scolding him for being rude to Uncle Yin. He asks if the boy even knows who I am. Then he claims that a father isn't responsible for his son's mistakes, and begs me not to hold the boy's disrespect against him. The son is flabbergasted, asking if his father's lost his mind. He accuses him of popping some wrong pills. The old man laughs nervously. He asks why I bother to come all the way here personally. If I want to take the girl, I could have just left without telling anyone. He offers me the entire Lotus Peak, saying I could take anything. He reassures me that I can treat it like my own backyard. I raise an eyebrow, wondering when the Tai Su sacred lord developed such a talent for sucking up. The son stammers Lotus Peak. He finally recognizes me. You're Yunyi, the young master? I ask coolly if he has any advice for me. He backpedals frantically, saying no, not at all. He quickly stipulates that if I've killed his father, I can't kill him too. His father wails, calling him an unfilial son who'll leave him to rot. The son shouts for him to come back. I smirk at this picture of fatherly kindness and filial piety. I turn to Shilu and ask what she thinks. Should I kill them? I wonder aloud. The old man pleads with her, reminding her they treated her well during her years here. Except for the periodic exorcisms, he says, her food and lodging were the best in the sect. He gushes about his pure heart toward her, claiming he never disrespected her. I remark that killing either of them would be beneath me, too dirty. Then I add, oh, by the way, here's a fun fact. The blood you've been using as a medicine ingredient, aside from the first few times I donated, the rest all came from this feather creature. They all gasp in shock. The chicken himself squawks, saying he wondered why he's been feeling the urge to crow at 5 in the morning, and why he wants to bite every bug he sees. He realizes I'm the culprit. The old ancestor mutters that he was hiding behind a tree the whole time, too scared to come out. I note that the information load seems a bit heavy. The son calls out, hey dad. He says it's a good thing the ancestor hogged all the divine pills, so none of them actually ate any. I retort that the hardest thing in the entire Tai Su domain is probably just the stone tablet at the mountain gate. The old man spits, calling her a little liar. He warns that just because she has Yunyi backing her doesn't mean he won't touch her. He vows to make her pay today. He roars, dragon's subduing palm. I glare at him, threatening someone I'm protecting, right in front of me? That takes some serious guts. I tell the old man that I, Yunyi, appreciate his courage. I decide to take up his challenge, using a technique he's never seen before. I counter his famous dragon, subduing palm. So what's the result? He gasps, feeling the overwhelming inner force. He admits he can't hold on. As expected, The old ancestor falls. The Cloud Emperor is unstoppable. And he spits out, Yin, leave the girl and go. He warns me that even if he can't beat me, if he goes all out, he might still be able to wound me badly. Once I'm injured, a lot of people will swarm in to take my life. He advises me to think carefully. He insists that the girl is vicious, and no matter what, he won't let her off today. Shilu tells me not to worry about her. I sigh. It seems he's determined to oppose me. He roars, Void Soul, open the array. A dark energy surges. It's the ancestral master's demon souls. The son exclaims in shock, asking what the Taisu array is. He says he's never heard of such a formation within the sect. His father explains that the array has never been activated since its creation. This is the final line of defense for the Taisu domain. Inside the array, it contains the souls of 100 demon kings. Once it's activated, all 100 demons will attack at once, tearing apart anyone trapped inside. These demons, in life, were vicious beasts with multiple kills on their hands. Within the array, their strength increases tenfold or more. She'll ask me what we do now, panic in her voice. I ask her if she knows why they're all so afraid of me. She says she doesn't, but notes that their tricks are flashy. I chuckle. All these fancy moves. In front of me, they're just child's play. Do they really think this can trap me? I roar, thunderous might. Even the array left by the founding master. I break through it with sheer force. The old man and his son stare in disbelief. Shilu breathes a sigh of relief. I turn to the old man and grin. I say, looks like your final defense just became a welcome mat. He falls to his knees, defeated. His son quickly follows suit, bowing low. I tell him to get lost. If I ever see them again, I'll make sure they regret it. They scramble away without looking back. Shilu thanks me, her voice trembling. I wave it off, saying it was nothing. I tell her that from now on, she's under my protection. She nods, eyes wide with awe. I lead her away from the Forbidden Zone. Behind us, the Taisu domain lies in ruins. I smirk. Another day, another domain humbled, and I'm only getting started. Keel hangs on my every word as we walk. She asks how I knew about the chicken blood substitution. I just wink and say, a magician never reveals his secrets. Compare to me, Yin Yi, this is all just child's play. And they think this flimsy trap can hold back my thunder? I nod. Even the array left by the founding master couldn't touch him. They murmur in disbelief, wondering if there's any way to stop me. I figure I'll just come to their doorstep and perform a mercy rite for the beast's souls. The fee? 10,000 per soul, top-grade spirit stones, payable now. I hold out my hand and say, payment due. They stammer, 10,000, top-grade spirit stones? They yell back, why don't you just rob us? I shrug. Look at the way you put that. Isn't that exactly what I'm doing right now? Someone mutters that I'm a complete rogue. They ask how I can have such good terms to offer. I turn to the two of them. What do you say? They beam, saying it's absolutely wonderful. They promise to send everything to Lotus Peak within 3 days. No need for you to carry it yourself, they add. They ask what other requests I might have. I tell them not to rush the spirit stones after 3 days. Instead, I want them to throw a banquet first. In the name of the Taisu sacred domain, I say. They laugh. Ah, that's easy enough to arrange. They ask which gentleman is celebrating, so they can prepare accordingly. Hey, don't worry, I reply. I assure them I'll make it grand and glorious. Bright and lively, I add. Invite every notable sect and family in the 9 provinces. I won't let you lose face, I promise. I grin. Don't invite anyone else. I'll have 5 people on my side. You invite the people from the Heart Spirit sacred domain. We'll throw a Hongmin banquet. They echo, a Hongmin banquet? I say, come on, follow me back to Lotus Peak. Gao Ao and Lu Wensheng are waiting for you there. They gasp, realizing they're both still alive. One of them says they never expected Gao Ao to be lucky enough to become my disciple. They explain that their lives were saved only thanks to my help. Such a great kindness, they murmur. I have no way to repay it. She offers to stay by my side as a maid, serving me daily. I wave it off. Lotus Peak doesn't take servants, and I don't need a maid, since it's Gao Ao's sister, to settle down on Lotus Peak. She thanks me profusely, but she insists she feels guilty if she can't do something for me. Even small tasks would be fine, she pleads. She muses that I'm completely different from the rumors, a truly gentle person. A chime rings. Gao Chilua's faith value increases by 20. I relent. If that's the case, suit yourself. She asks if all my disciples are away. I notice a letter left behind. She reads it aloud. Master, after you left, Gao Ao and Lu Wensheng said, as disciples and divine bloodline bearers, they can't just watch you work alone. They had to share your burdens. So they set off for the heart spirit sacred domain. Xiao Lu is naive and pure-hearted. The letter continues. I was worried he'd face obstacles alone in the Medicine King Valley. So I went to help him. We'll be back in a few days. Don't worry about us, Master. I sigh. Busy, busy. It's good to be busy. She remarks how close and affectionate my disciples seem. I explain I was extremely strict with them in the past. After getting scolded, they'd always huddle together for comfort. So naturally they grew close. But sometimes they're too rowdy, I add. She seems surprised. You have a strict side? I thought you'd be the type to spoil your disciples. You really don't look the part. I smirk. Too bad you never got to see it. A message arrives via sound transmission. She wonders which disciple is contacting me. The voice cries out, Master Yin, save us. Master, help. I shake my head. Those two are still so unreliable. Listening to their panicked, but not frantic voices, I figure it's not an immediate, life-threatening danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had time to send a slow transmission. I tell her to settle in here for now. I'll head over and check it out. She nods, wishing me safety. I hear one of them grumble, this is all your fault. You said you had connections in the heart spirit sacred domain. Look where that got us. The other scoffs. Well, how is this not a connection? When that crazy woman came up all sweet and called Xiao Lu by name. You thought she could be useful too. What kind of connection is that? I thought she was an old flame of yours from the heart spirit sacred domain. We followed her right into her turf. And then she hits us with 2 cups of poison wine that sealed our cultivation. The other sighs. I didn't see that coming either. I only spent a year undercover in the heart spirit sacred domain. I found other leads and took off pretty quick. That woman was always friendly, and she's an elder. I thought it was just my charm. The first scoffs. Your so-called charm? She probably saw through you from the start. She was just waiting to spring this trap. Oh no, you don't think she figured out I'm Yun Ye's disciple, do you? What if she does something to my master? I die before I give away a single word about him. The other laughs. We barely said a few sentences. What did she find? Didn't you hear her underlings whispering? They want to turn us into cauldrons for dual cultivation. And the bedchamber is tonight. So who goes first tonight? Together, the other mutters grimly. My innocence won't survive this night. The first says, quit acting like some blushing maiden. We need a plan to turn the tables on that woman. What plan can we make? Our cultivation is sealed. Our protective artifacts are confiscated. That woman's already at the Saint Realm. We stand even less of a chance now. We barely managed to send a message to Master. Who knows when he'll get it? Suddenly they freeze. Who's there? Is it that crazy woman already? She couldn't wait any longer? One of them steals himself. I won't back down. I swear by Gao Ao's name. I'll keep my honor intact. I speak up. It's me. Go on, don't mind me. I won't interrupt. They both cry out in relief. Master, you finally came. Master Yin, you're here to save us. I smirk. Put you two together, and it's one surprise after another. They laugh nervously. Hee Master. Please go easy on us. One adds, Hee, your humble disciples are just unlucky. Sorry to make a spectacle of ourselves, Master Yin. I chuckle. All right, enough. While you two were putting on that little opera just now. I heard everything. Gao Ao speaks up. Master, you should know, that crazy woman is depraved. It's not just us. Everyone in this courtyard, men and women, she's tricked them all. She uses them as cauldrons throughout the heart, spirit, sacred domain. Anyone with decent looks catches her eye. Master really ought to teach her a lesson. Make sure she never dares to do such evil again. I consider it. Using people as cauldrons is pure demonic cultivation. I wonder how she gets away with being so blatant. Gao always plays. Her name is Feng Ling. She's the daughter of the former Saint Lord of the Heart Spirit Sacred Domain. The current elders watch her grow up. The whole sect covers for her. The Heart Spirit's Sacred Domain is too powerful. Her victims can't even leave Feng Ling Mountain. So her arrogance just grows. I muse aloud. These great sacred domains have festered for 1,000 years. Their roots are rotten. All right, let me go meet this woman. Gao Bios. Good, that gives Master peace of mind. I didn't think Master would make such a sacrifice for me. Don't worry, Master. I'll guard your honor with my life. I snort. Worry about your own honor first, Gao Qingbai. For the Hongmen banquet in 2 days, there's no rush to wipe them out in one go. Let's use this incident to make the Star Spirit Sacred Domain lose face first. A servant announces, Gentlemen, please come in. The elder has been waiting. The elder greets us. When Xiao Lu told me he had a senior who was one of the rarest handsome men in the world. I didn't believe it, but seeing you in person now, I realized Xiao Lu didn't exaggerate at all. Elder Fong, you're too kind. I quip. With so many beauties in Elder Fong's courtyard, can you even spare a glance for Yin? She purrs. Those are just cheap flowers and common willows. How could they compare to you, Master Yin? If it bothers you, I'll let them all go right away. I think to myself, this woman really has taken a liking to my master. The victim can't even leave Wind Chime Mountain, which only makes her bolder. Their sacred domains have been rotting at the root for 1,000 years. Fine, let me deal with this woman myself. My disciples mutter that if that's the case, Master should be at ease. They never expected Master would make such a sacrifice for me. They swear to me, rest assured, Master will protect your honor. I tell them to focus on protecting themselves first. I mutter something about high honor under my breath. For the banquet of death in 2 days, there's no need to rush the net. I figure I might as well use this to make the Star Spirit sacred domain lose face instead. A servant announces that the elders have been waiting for the young masters. Xiao Lu told me she had a senior who was one of the most handsome men alive. I didn't believe it, she says, but now seeing the real person, now I see Xiao Lu didn't exaggerate at all. Elder Feng is too kind. With all those beauties in Elder Feng's courtyard, I ask her, does she still have eyes for me? She scoffs and calls them common, vulgar, nothing compared to Yin. If it bothers Yin, she says she'll release them all right away. My 6th disciple whispers that this woman actually seems to have fallen for me. Xiao Lu tells me there's this elder, supposedly one of the most handsome men alive. When she says he's rare and radiant, I don't believe her. I mean, I love my little dear, but she's easily impressed. Now that I'm standing face to face with the guy, though, turns out Xiao Lu wasn't exaggerating. Not even a little bit. Elder Feng is polite, too. I glance at Elder Feng's courtyard, packed with beauties, and raise an eyebrow. With all those pretty flowers in your garden, I say, you still have eyes for me? He waves a hand dismissively, calling them cheap, common blossoms. Says none of them can compare to someone like me. He adds that if I'm bothered by them all, he'll release them all, just like that. I watch him and realize this woman is actually smitten with my master. My eyes haven't moved from him the whole time. If the girls at Lotus Peak saw this, I mutter. They'd flatten this phoenix scale mountain out of jealousy. Oh, making a furnace cauldron is no easy task, I muse. Elder Feng actually agrees to it, I think, surprised. Xiao Lu told you everything, I realize. Don't worry, I say smoothly. I'd never be willing to turn you into a furnace cauldron. This whole speech is recorded, I announce. Elder Feng has personally confessed to raising furnace cauldrons. Yes, Master, my disciples confirm. What recording? He sputters, shocked. You set me up together? You're playing me, he accuses. Don't think a recording can do anything to me, he sneers. Without my permission, he warns. You won't even leave this Wind Chime Mountain. Behave yourself, he orders. Hand over the recording orb, he commands. What if I don't? I challenge. Then I'll have to take it by force, he threatens. Oh no, he's about to make a move, I notice. Wait, what's happening? He gasps. My spiritual power. It was that cup of wine, he realizes. I brewed that poison wine myself, I admit. Tastes good, doesn't it? I smirk. See, we too would be lambs for slaughter, I explain to my disciples. But Master can reverse the poison in the wine. That's the difference, I snort. A few grown men, she shrieks, planting poison on a weak woman like me. Shameless, she cries. I've misjudged you, she hisses. But my Wind Chime Mountain is heavily guarded, she boasts. Even if you seal my cultivation, what good will it do? I fed you the wine, I say evenly, just returning the favor, as they say. To deal with all of you, I continue. I don't need to seal anyone's cultivation. To me, you're all just bugs. Such a big mouth. She roars. Get them, she orders. Capture them, she screams. Then forgive my rudeness, I say, sighing. Useless trash, she spits. Grab those 2 first, she shouts. Damn it, how do we get surrounded by these female guards? My disciple complains. Seems our luck with the ladies is pretty good, he jokes nervously. Hey, calm down, I say. I'll send the ladies out for some fresh air, I offer. Put us down, they yell. Watch out. Oh no, I mutter. These guards are way outclassed by this woman, I note. They're completely helpless against her. Phoning, where the hell are you? She calls. Get out here now, she shrieks. This shadow guard is a protective charm my father left me, she announces. He has reached the Demigod realm already. And the greatest in this era, Yin Yi, is only at Demigod realm 2, she boasts. You're doomed, she crows. A demigod powerhouse would never serve as someone's shadow guard, I reason. You're no longer alive, I realize. You're a puppet, I state. A puppet, I repeat, horrified. Go kill them, she commands. Turn a living person into a puppet, I muse, and still keep their power from when they were alive. Sage Lord Fong really has skillful methods, I say, impressed despite myself. But I add, how exactly did she manage to get a demigod realm expert under her thumb? Now only Elder Fengling knows that story, I suppose. Who told him to be ungrateful back then? She snarls. He refused to take a liking to me, no matter what. So I had to use some less than reputable methods, she admits. And now he has no choice but to obey my commands, she laughs. Phone me and grab him now, she orders. First furnace cauldrons, I think coldly. Then puppets made from living people. And the star's spirit, sacred domain, calls itself righteous? Elder Feng's actions, I say. Even the demoness witches from the demon cult days in the cultivation era. They be nothing compared to this. Demoness or immortal fairy, she mocks. It depends on what the 8 sacred domains say, she taunts. You can still beg for mercy if you do it now, she offers. If you behave, she purrs. I might not bear to turn you into a puppet too. Something's wrong, I mutter. Since when is Feng Ying's sword so easy to block? I wonder. Dead man, don't you dare scratch his face. She shrieks. Even now, one of my disciples mutters. That crazy woman still can't let go of her lust, they joke. What kind of trash is she? I snort. She thinks she can actually hurt me? Master, one of my disciples says odd. Such a heavy sword, he notes, and yet you can swing it with such dense, fine edges. The Demigod realm, I murmur. You truly deserve it. Rest in peace, I say quietly. What? Foaming lost in a single move? She gasps. Not many in this world could do that, she realizes. Who are you? She stammers. Then listen closely, I say. My name is just, I announce playfully. So you could die knowing, I add. My master never changes his name. One disciple interrupts proudly. Nor his surname, another adds. He is the great and famous Lotus wind cloud, they declare. Emperor Yin Yi, they finish triumphantly. No one even asked, I mutter. You're all leaving, I say. Stop embarrassing us, I sigh. Lord Cloud shows no mercy to the ladies, one disciple comments after. That crazy woman really seemed to like you, they note. And you just killed her without hesitation. What do you know? I reply. This puppet technique is a secret, twisted forbidden art. If he didn't die, I explain, and this forbidden art fell into the mortal world, who knows what chaos it would cause? Better to let him take this forbidden art into his grave. Kill me, the puppet weakly begs. Let me be free, it pleads. This demigod body really is sturdy, I marvel. It survived Master's sword aura and isn't dead yet, my disciple notes. Since it didn't die, I decide, then its fate isn't over yet. Gao Ao, carry it back, I order. Yes, Master, but this is bad, he says. Killing Feng Ling this time only added 5 more years to my lifespan, I grumble internally. Adding the 10 from killing that old ancestor of the Taishu sacred domain. That's only 202 points total. If I fail the mission, I think gloomily, they'll deduct 200 points, and I'll be back to square one overnight. This damn stingy system, I swear. I sigh. The more evil deeds they do, I note. The stronger the villain I kill, the more points I get. But compared to cultivators, I realize, their long lifespans are still a drop in the bucket. Besides, using only the original body strength, killing those scheming villains also costs points. There must be other ways to earn points, I think. I sigh again. Overthinking doesn't help anyway. I'll just deal with whatever comes. As it comes. Might as well take a walk outside, I decide. Lord Cloud? Someone says, surprised. Lord Cloud, it really is you. What a coincidence. Why are you out here in the middle of the night? I ask. I thought, she starts, then hesitates. You two siblings must have a lot to talk about, I suggest gently. The destruction of the Divine Clan is already settled history, she says softly. Now that Lord Cloud has avenged us, we're already content, she assures me. There isn't that much to say, she adds. Talking more would only bring more sadness. But I did hear, she says, about the trouble they caused this time in the star's spirit sacred domain, and about Gao Ao burning incense and bathing Buddha before. Those two are too good at causing trouble for you, she apologizes. You must be very frustrated, she guesses. Those two bear heavy blood feuds on their shoulders, I explain. A little reckless behavior is just their way of releasing pressure. Why are you walking alone? She asks. I did have a worry, I admit. But now that I think about it, I was overthinking it. There's nothing in this world that I, Yin Yi, can't solve, I declare. System, what's the reward for completing the main quest line? I ask. Ding. One of the rewards for completing the main quest, it answers, is lifting the lifespan limit, it announces. I knew it. I snort triumphantly. Breaking the main quest into side quests for points. Must be because the main quest has a separate reward. The Great Yu Dynasty's faith cultivation system, I note. Use faith points to buy items in the shop, I realize. There's still a lot to dig into in this system, I muse. Of course, I add aloud. I also believe that in this world, there will never be anything Lord Cloud can't solve, she says, echoing my earlier words. Ding, Gauchio and Luo Shi, the system announces. Reputation increased by 5, it adds. So why are you sitting alone on the rooftop? I ask her. I wanted to wait until after the banquet tomorrow, she says shyly. To tell you personally, she explains. All right, miss, I say gently. Whenever you're ready to talk to me, you're welcome. Have you heard? Someone in the crowd whispers. The Star Spirit's sacred domain. Elder Feng Ling kidnapped a bunch of handsome men and beautiful women. They gossip. Trapped them on his Windchime Mountain to make them into furnace cauldrons. He even turned living people into puppets. I heard, another joins. The recording orb of it all is spreading everywhere, they confirm. He admitted it himself, plain as day. I nod, though. The puppet rumor is just hearsay, right? There's no record on the memory orb. The puppet rumor can't be false, they insist. Don't believe me? Let's make a bet, they challenge. Since he's already keeping cauldrons, raising puppets isn't that unusual, they reason. These big sacks, they mutter. Their hands are no cleaner than the Cloud Devils. Yeah, they echo. The cultivation world has always loved to parrot rumors. A lot of the mud on Master's name has no proof either. It just gets slung on, they say. Senior sister, don't abandon hope, someone calls out. Innocence proves itself, she replies calmly. Sooner or later, the world will realize it was all a misunderstanding. Master, once my cultivation improves, she promises. I'll drag the lords of the 8 sacred domains. Right in front of you, she swears. I'll force them to kowtow and apologize. With senior sister here, someone chuckles. How could I let you take the lead on something like that? Gao Ao and the others happen to be at the Soul Sacred Domain. I bet they're the ones causing that commotion. Why don't we go buy a memory orb too? Let's watch the Soul Sacred Domain make fools of themselves. I laugh. Sound good. I bet third senior brother got caught to be a cauldron. And that's what blew this whole thing open, she guesses. I stammer, taste this. They actually dared to make Master feed them wine? I pout. I want some too. Gao Ao seems to be messing around a bit too much. Making Master clean up his mess like this, they scold. Shall lose senior sister, someone calls out. Let me head back to Lotus Peak first. Senior sister, remember to give third senior brother my regards. Naturally. Senior sister, do you have to go so hard in a spar? Third junior brother, what kind of talk is that? She teases. In a spar, we naturally go all out, she explains sweetly. That's the fastest way to improve your strength. That way, next time you're in danger, you can solve it yourself, she chirps. Senior sister, I was wrong, he whines. Have mercy on me. I whistle. Wow, terrifying. Good thing that other terror hasn't come back yet. Otherwise, Gao Ao would have had it rough. That kid would be in for a world of hurt. Next, someone calls out. I raise an eyebrow. So it's the Master's turn? Master. They yelp. What are you doing here? I smirk. What? Can't your Master come? Master comes and goes like a ghost, they tease. I thought you were off gallivanting again. All right, I say, getting serious. Tomorrow we're all going to the Taishu Sacred Domain for the feast. Get some rest early. Yes, Master. Senior Yun, the situation here is quite amusing, someone remarks. I greet the guests warmly. Everyone has traveled far. Welcome, welcome. Lord Shun, you look well. You're in good spirits today, my lord. You flatter me, Shun Qixing sighs. The matter with my sex elder Feng Ling is now known to everyone. I've had a headache over it for days. I laugh. I've heard a bit about it. I thought after this happened, you wouldn't be attending the feast. Dead friends don't hurt as much as dead foes, I think to myself. Shun Qixing, since you came, you're in for some bad luck, they snicker. A low chuckle escapes them. Who would have thought Yunyi would use such dirty tricks? A mighty cultivator like him, stooping to scheme against Elder Feng. The Lord is inside, listening, someone whispers. That's one more person asking for death. I cough awkwardly. Let's not mention that. Please come in. Brother Shui, trying to keep things quiet. You mean that matter, right? I have a lead on the escaped Saintess. Damn it, my soul's sacred domain did all that work to wipe out the Divine Clan. And in the end, we got nothing but the pill recipe. We still need to catch that Saintess as fast as possible, he mutters. A sly voice agrees. Hey, you're not wrong. Lord, you'll understand when you go inside. What's this old ghost playing at? Did they catch her or not? Besides us, there are other guests. A voice rings out. I've been waiting for some time. Yunye, Su Wen Niang. You set me up, he roars. Does your ancestor know you're groveling like this? Working for Yunyi? You traitor to the 8 sacred domains. Su Wen Niang Zipli Guli. Don't worry yourself, Lord Shun. The grass on our ancestor's grave is probably this tall by now. His son pipes up. Dad, the ancestor doesn't have a grave. I have to laugh. Is that so? In a way, I think these two father and son are real characters. They really are something else. Lord Shin turns on me. Yin Yi, I haven't settled accounts with you over Feng Ling yet. And now you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. I shrug. Feng Ling brought that on himself. As for you, what about me? I ask lazily. I can't just wait here to die, he shouts. Yin Yi, meet your end. I snort, overestimating yourself. His eyes go wide. What? Just a snap of the fingers, and the pressure is this intense? Yin Ye's strength is indeed not to be underestimated, someone whispers. I give a lazy compliment. Brave. Too bad you're too weak. Kneel. He gasps. How so fast? I didn't even move, he thinks, panicking. It's spiritual pressure. When I get back to the soul, sacred domain, I'll say I resisted stubbornly. But I was helpless against Yunyi, he plans silently. That'll be enough of an excuse. At least I injure myself for show, he rationalizes. A voice coos. Oh, Brother Yun, so impressive. The people are all here now. You can start the interrogation. I glance around. There are still 2 who haven't knelt. Su Yuan forces a laugh. You're joking, of course. I raise an eyebrow. What? Do you 2 need my help? His son whines. But my father and I surrendered so obediently. What's this treachery? He thinks. The son rushes to apologize. Brother Yun, forgive us. My father won't kneel. But I will. I'm much more sensible than him. The old man growls. Ungrateful brat. Leave me some face. I snort inwardly. These 2 really have no shame. No wonder Yun Yi killed his way up to the Taishu sacred domain first. And these 2 are fine, someone mutters. I gesture grandly. Gao Gao, Chilua. The masterminds of the God Valley massacre are all here. Do you have any questions to ask? My disciples gush. Master is so cool. He can suppress a Saint Realm expert with 1 finger. When will I ever become as strong as Senior Yun? The little one wonders aloud. The Saintess of the Divine Clan. And those 2 Divine Clan boys. So Yun Yi was hiding them all along. No wonder my soul, sacred domain, searched for years and never found them. That Taishu sacred domain, hiding them right under our noses. Seems like they've been playing the star, soul, sacred domain for fools. Su Yuan speaks up. To be honest, Lord Shun, I only rescued the Saintess a few days ago from the forbidden grounds of the Taishu sacred domain. The Lord's face twists. What do you mean? Has Gao Chua been hiding in the Taishu sacred domain all these years? He whirls on Su Yuan. You bastard, Su Yuan. Back when we attacked God Valley together. You were pushing and shoving, not putting in any effort, and you dare to hide the Divine Clan Saintess behind our backs. This is too much. Su Wenyan snip dits me sin. Each to their own skills. You bunch of short-lived fools. Who'd want to argue with you? He mutters under his breath. The most important thing now is to suck up to Yun Yi and survive. He turns to me, groveling. Lord Cloud, please see clearly. Back then, during the surprise attack, it wasn't my Taishu sect that led the charge. Even though we kept her locked up for all those years, I never even tasted a single pill made from the Saintess. It was all given to the ancestor. His son eagerly chimes in. Yeah. I was young when we attacked God Valley. I didn't participate. Later, the ancestor didn't trust anyone else, so he had me take the pills. I am innocent. I cut him off. Shut up. Back then, the God Valley and the Star Soul Sacred Domain and the Taishu Sacred Domain were allies for generations. We never set up defenses against you. What crime did my divine clan commit? To invite the treachery of you petty men? And suffer the calamity of extermination? And you still have the face to cry innocence here? I slammed the table. In summary, the 3 great powers were once sworn allies. But your 2 sects coveted the Divine Clan's sacred pill recipe, and driven by greed attacked God Valley, exterminated the Divine Clan, stole the recipe, and imprisoned the Saintess, drawing her blood daily to make pills. Do you confess? Su Yuan mutters to himself. Confess or not? The evidence is already solid. If I don't confess, I definitely won't survive today. After the Fengling affair, he reasons, the soul's sacred domain's reputation is already ruined enough. So what's one more loss? I shrug. It is what it is. We've already lost the fight. Might as well see it through to the end. Even if the world curses me for it, the Soul Heart's sacred domain will back me up. So I take the hit, since I'm staying alive. Once I'm back, I'll rally the other elders. We'll kick Shun Qiqing out of power, and pin all the blame on him. These guys are all plotting their own schemes. Too bad it won't matter. I might as well tell you now. No matter what you answer, you're all dead men. The only difference is how. What? Yunye? Aren't you afraid that if you push too hard, we'll team up and take you down? Then no one will know what happened here today. Go ahead and try. Shui Wenyuan and I together. We might still have a chance. Unless you really want to die here. Yinyi, I've already given you enough face. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink. Even ants can trip an elephant. Yinyi, let's both take a step back. Everything can be negotiated. Enough talk. Come at me together. Ah, Godi. Wait, this aura is a Dragon Clan technique. My disciple mutters in surprise that even I have dabbled in Dragon Clan arts. Su Wenyuan, this is the territory of the Supreme Void Sacred Domain. You must have left some backup plan. Last time the old ancestor activated the Grand Formation, it cost over 10 million top-grade spirit stones in one go. What backup plan would be left? If there were, would I be groveling like this? Don't mention it. I almost forgot. The funeral rites for the soul-severing Supreme Void Formation. The Supreme Void Sacred Domain hasn't even sent them to Lotus Peak yet. Waste. No wonder, even with the Divine Clan Saintess. Your Supreme Void Sacred Domain hasn't improved at all. These people are already severely injured. I leave them to you three. Strike the killing blow yourselves. They bow and thank me, the master. Another bows and thanks me, Senior Yin. One says I clearly had the strength to finish them all off. Yet I held back so they could take personal revenge. He calls me thoughtful, thorough, and considerate. You must be Gao Ao, right? I even held you when you were a child. Spare me. And the Soul Heart Sacred Domain is far richer than Lotus Peak. If you defect to the Soul Heart Sacred Domain, I guarantee you'll be the next Sacred Lord. Still trying to calm me even now, believing that is like believing I'm the first emperor. Held me when I was a child? When you wiped out my clan? Did you remember that old bond? A man must own his actions. Blood debts must be paid in blood. D. Go before the underworld fills up. Die early and reincarnate sooner. Wait, you rude handmaiden. I've treated you well all these years. My son was so fond of you, and I never forced you because of him. The Su Shui affair was entirely the old ancestor's doing. This old man's about to die, and he still drags me into it. Shut up already. That one, there's something off about her. Do you really not know? The Saintess asked what I'm talking about. Out of revenge, you secretly added chicken blood. She claims she wouldn't know about that. Without you turning a blind eye, how could no one have noticed for so long? How would wild chickens appear in the Forbidden Ground? You've long resented the old ancestor for hoarding the elixirs. You were dissatisfied. You want him dead. She sputters that I'm talking nonsense. Aside from chicken blood, the mutated elixir probably had other ingredients added by you. Using my hand to eliminate the old ancestor, then blaming me for it. Whether forcing me to give blood for elixirs, or forcing me to marry your son, it was all convenient. It's not that you wouldn't do it. You just didn't have time. The handmaiden cries out that she misjudged her father. Father? What a joke. Since the Saintess insists on thinking this way. The old man says there's nothing he can do. At this point, the truth doesn't matter anymore. All you need to know is that you're dead. No, young lady, please listen to me. My clan who died so tragically, I, Gao Chilaw, have finally avenged you. Ah, this is a great vengeance fulfilled. The knot in his heart is untied. He's about to break through. Oh, junior brother Gao is also breaking through? Huh, today is truly a double celebration. Maybe I should break through too. Otherwise I'd feel left out. According to the old rules, the Medicine King Valley must hold a monthly meeting from now on. The elders are to report on all matters big and small. I will make the final decisions. Is there anything urgent recently? A disciple reported. That Elder Luo of the Enforcement Hall appears dissatisfied with me and Junior Yin. He's colluding with the Azure Cloud Sacred Domain, planning a sneak attack on Lotus Peak. The Azure Cloud Sacred Domain, the one I crashed the funeral of, right? Take him out. Last month, during consultation, 2 rogue cultivators caused a disturbance. They argued that we used the wrong medicine. and killed their spiritual pet rabbit. They demanded 5,000 top-grade spirit stones in compensation, or they wouldn't let it go. Ridiculous. The Medicine King Valley isn't a veterinary clinic. They think we have no one to defend us. Upon investigation, it was just an ordinary wild rabbit. When caught red-handed, the two cultivators were roasting the rabbit meat. Take them out too. Otherwise, the eldest disciple of one of the former 3 saints recently emerged from seclusion. He noticed the drastic changes in the Medicine King Valley and learned that the 3 saint ancestors were all executed by the Cloud Emperor. Oh, this is serious. And then, in shock and rage, he won a bet with other disciples, betting that his master lasted the longest against the Cloud Emperor. Not only did he lose everything, but because the bet was so big, he's now been arrested by the Enforcement Hall Master. The bigger the forest, the weirder the birds. Exactly. Take him out. HM, what do the esteemed elders think? Is there something wrong with my handling? Everything is wrong. Who taught you to handle things like this? Killing over trivial matters? That's murder. Get a grip. His master is Yunyi. No, you get a grip. What kind of education produces such pure stupidity? Is this how I taught you? Of course, master. You always said, kill everyone you dislike, and only the people you like will remain. Kill everyone who raises a problem, and there'll be no problems. HM, that's oddly logical. Wait, now I finally understand why Lotus Peak was besieged. From now on, forget everything I ever said. Got it? Master, you came to see me about what we just discussed. I'll go take them out right now. Learning good habits is hard, but bad ones spread like wildfire. Yunye, oh Yunye, what have you been teaching them? Those 2 rogue cultivators, since they tried to extort 5,000 spirit stones. Make them pay a 5,000 fine. If they don't have it, they can work in the valley to pay off the debt. The compensation is the Enforcement Hall's decision. How long should that eldest disciple be detained? And the other disciples? Where are the betting funds now? The ringleader gets 3 months. The accomplices get 15 days, plus copying the sect rules 1,000 times. The betting money has been confiscated. Good, do it. Then may I ask, Junior Yin, how should Elder Luo of the Enforcement Hall be handled? A wolf with ambitions. Take him out, right? I knew it. Master would do the same. I remind myself, prioritize what's urgent, what's important. First, courtesy, then force if needed. I tell her, you've still got a lot to learn. She laughs and says at least she has me, her master, to rely on. She adds that from now on, she'll run everything by me first. I sigh. She's really good at piling work onto me. It's been a few months since I last saw her, and now Xiao Lu is already the head of her own sect. I have to admit, she looks pretty impressive barking orders. She spots me and the others and calls out a greeting. She asks who the newcomer is. The woman introduces herself. Gao Qilaw, Gao Ao's elder sister. Recognition dawns on me. Right? I've heard of her. Xiao Lu mentions that her senior sister had written about Gao Qilaw before. She gushes that Gao Qilaw is even more beautiful in person. Gao Qilaw returns the compliment, saying Xiao Lu has more presence than she imagined. She adds that she's heard a lot about me too. I ask, heard what exactly? I shrug. I haven't really done anything worth mentioning. Xiao Lu admits it's all because I've got her back. She laughs, saying that gives her extra confidence in everything she does. I think, at least this little girl has some self-awareness. I tell her that masters and disciples are supposed to lean on each other, especially in times like these. But no matter how much I support her, I remind her, ultimately, it's her who must carry the fate of Medicine Valley. Xiao Lu herself will have to step up eventually. This whole scene stirs up something that's been on my mind. Gao Qilaw asks if I remember what she wanted to tell me after the banquet. She asked if I recall that night. She brought up something important after the feast ended. I tell her, of course I remember. She declares she's made up her mind. She wants to rebuild the Divine Valley. I echo her, rebuild the Divine Valley. Xiao Lu points out that there are only 3 of them left from the Divine Valley. No people, no resources, and no territory. It's nothing like the situation with the Demon King Valley. I praise her ambition. It's rare for a saintess to have such drive. I tell her not to worry about the rest. I've got a plan. Since the Taisu Sacred Domain and the Star Spirit's Sacred Domain join forces to bring the Divine Valley to this state, then the resources we need to rebuild it, we just take from those 2 sects. And besides, Qilua's blood is too precious to have been spilled for nothing all these years. All that suffering demands a reckoning. Plunder will be repaid with blood. Blood debts must be paid in kind. She says I'm the only one who truly understands her. One of my disciples chimes in, agreeing with me. The elder, Saint Lord, and young master Tai Su are all dead now, so they wouldn't dare complain. And on top of that, they still owe me 10 million high-grade spirit stones. I add that we need to collect that debt. And just like that, the problems of people and resources are solved. As for territory, I ask where the Divine Valley's original grounds are. Gao Chua says the Star Spirit Sacred Domain took it over under the guise of looking after it. The guards at the gate are extremely tight. She tried to sneak in once, but no matter what method she used, she couldn't get in. I smirk and tell her there's one method she definitely hasn't tried. She guesses, fight our way in? I confirm, fight our way in. Let's go. I say, let's see what exactly the Star Spirit Sacred Domain has been up to on the Divine Valley's old grounds. And while we're at it, we'll openly and legitimately take back what belongs to them. Xiao Lu asks if her senior sister isn't coming with us. My eldest disciple explains that Lotus Peak can't be left unattended. Plus, I brought back an unconscious person from the Star Spirit Sacred Domain, so she needs to keep an eye on him. She says she has to go back and watch over things. Xiao Lu asks if her senior sister has also felt it, this change. My eldest nods, saying she understands what Xiao Lu means. She admits she prefers the me now. She asks Xiao Lu how she feels. Xiao Lu agrees and tells her not to envy us. She's sure I'll eventually get justice for her too. My eldest murmurs that she believes in me. Since we're all secretly gathered here today, I decide to speak plainly. Among the 8 sacred domains, 3, Qing Yun, Tai Su, and Star Spirit, have already fallen, and our enemies won't stop there. I point to the True Dragon Sacred Domain, and note that their grudge with my second disciple, Yuan Zi, is hardly a secret. I say, I'm afraid we're next. So the only way forward is to strike first. Long Tianxing suggests we join forces to kill me. Yin Yi. He says he has no objections. He declares that I must die. I cut in. I'm still alive, you know. A groggy voice asks where this is. Z tells him he's awake and confirms he's on Lotus Peak. She introduces herself and says her master, brought him back from the Star Spirit Sacred Domain. She explains that Feng Ling is dead, and the puppet curse on him has already been removed by me. She says she's my second disciple, Yuan Zi. The man thanks her and asks where I am, so he can thank me in person. He offers himself. He's now alone in the world, with nothing left, except his skills, which are decent enough. He says he'd like to stay on Lotus Peak as a guard, if I don't mind. Z tells him he'll have to wait and discuss that with me directly, since I've gone to the Divine Valley's old grounds. She says I should be back by tomorrow. The man's face changes when he hears the Divine Valley's old grounds. Z notices his expression and asks if something's wrong there. He says she doesn't know. While he was at Fenglin, he accidentally found out what they were doing there. He describes it as a living hell on earth. I step into the Divine Valley and sense it immediately. Thick death chi hangs in the air like fog. I mutter that this much death doesn't happen without at least 1,000 deaths. Gao Chua looks grim and wonders what the Star Spirit's Sacred Domain has been doing here. I snort and say it's definitely nothing good. I glance around and note how tight the security is. Guards every few steps. A post every few paces. I turn to Lu Wensheng and ask what methods he used back then to try to sneak in. He stammers awkwardly, hesitating. A guard suddenly shouts at me, demanding to know who I am, and telling me not to take another step. He says this is the Divine Valley's forbidden ground, and orders me to leave immediately. I switch to a flirty voice and say that Elder M.O. called me here, complaining that he never visits anymore. And now he's so full of himself, he makes me come to him. The guards mutter among themselves. They didn't know Elder M.O. had a lover outside. They're shocked he's into this type. They agree his taste is unique. One says they never would have guessed. Elder M.O. always acts so righteous in public. They whisper that he's wild behind closed doors. The lead guard insists that without the sect leader's seal or Elder Mo's personal escort, no one is allowed through. He tells me to leave. I mutter to myself, what other surprises does this guy have? I almost feel sorry for that Elder M.O. Lu Wensheng chuckles nervously and says it was a matter of circumstance. He says now that I'm here, he can turn over a new leaf and start fresh. He asks me what to do about the gate guards. I look at him and say, do I really need to teach you this? I announce loudly that no one needs permission to enter their own home. I charge forward. Inside, the place is a chaotic mess. I wonder what Feng Ling was thinking running this madhouse. A disciple runs and shouting that it's bad. Mo elder reports that the sword spirit is rampaging again. Another disciple dismisses it, saying it's not their first time handling it. He orders them to grab 2 monks for a living sacrifice and use their merit to suppress it. He scoffs, asking why they'd bother him with such a small matter. The first disciple insists this time is different. This time it's really serious. I see a barrier and wonder what's inside that I can't enter. I laugh. Since when is there a place in this world I can't go? I declare I'm going to break in today, just to see. A voice booms from inside, demanding to know who's making trouble out there, calling them incredibly bold. He rants that just because the star spirit's sacred domain offended me, Yinyi, doesn't mean everyone gets to run wild. I recognize him and cackle. So this is the Elder Mo they were talking about. The poor fool whose reputation is about to be destroyed. He goes pale and stammers that it's me, Yinyi. He frantically orders someone to send word to the sect, shouting that I've brought Elder Mo's lover and stormed the Divine Valley. One of my disciples snickers at the lover bit and asks if my reputation is really so fearsome. She remarks that we haven't even done anything yet, and they're already falling apart. She asks if we should intercept their distress signal. I wave her off. There's no need. Even if their ancestors come, it'll just mean one more head to knock off. I add that we might as well deal with them all at once. I glance up at the sky and note that the faith values should reset today. Perfect timing. I lead the way deeper in, past the panic guards. The air thickens with resentment and blood. I see the ritual altars and my smile fades. So this is what they were hiding. I turn to Gao Chihuahua and say softly, ready to take back your home? She nods, eyes burning with determination. Another one just lining up to lose their head. Perfect. I can deal with them all at once. Today's my faith points refresh anyway. I'm not scared of whoever shows up. He snorts, call me a tough talker. He claims once their ancestor arrives, I'll earn my place real quick. Sure, he admits I'm strong. But the heritage of the star, moon, sacred domain isn't something a lone cultivator like me can match. Once the ancestor brings their trump card, I'll be dead meat. Elda Montak, a disciple whispers that the ancestor has been invited out by the Azure cloud sacred domain and isn't in the sect right now. Elder Mo asks why no one sent word. Didn't they call for reinforcements from the Elder Council? The disciple stammers that the 10 perfection elders were all taken care of along with the sect leader last time. And that's exactly why. A new sect leader still hasn't been chosen. The only one who could put up a fight, Windchime. Elder Mo already knows this. They've completely gutted our star moon sacred domain's foundation. He calls me a lunatic and asks if I'm a butcher reincarnated. I tell him not to rush. Even if he calls someone, they're just another one coming to die. He asks what I'm trying to do. He boasts that becoming an elder and being sent to guard such an important place as the God Valley means he's no slouch. Even if he can't beat me, he can stall me long enough for the ancestor to arrive. Someone chimes in that Elder Mo is second only to the sect leader, entrusted with a heavy responsibility, specifically sent to guard God Valley. And with so many sect brothers here, if I don't leave now, I won't make it out alive. Since that's the case, I suggest we make a bet. Simple punishment. The loser can never brag again. He asks I will bet. Someone mutters that I wouldn't let them off so easily. They wonder if I have a backup plan. I say, too bad, we're betting your life. Can you survive this move of mine? He stammers, asking if he can opt out. I tell him, of course not. He asks if the bet is really that. I point out that if he's dead, he can't open his mouth anyway. He thanks me for my mercy and begs for his life. I say, if you'd knelt earlier, none of this would have happened. You made me your master get my hands dirty. The stench of death here is suffocating. Staying too long just feels unlucky. I tell them to come clean about what the Star Moon's sacred domain did here in God Valley. I'll give them a quick end. Now that the real owner is back, it's time to clean out the uninvited guests. They plead that it was all orders from the higher-ups. They were just following commands. They don't deserve to die. They beg the Cloud Emperor for mercy. I remind them that when God Valley was slaughtered, no one here was innocent. I tell them to save the nonsense. I wouldn't frame them for nothing. A disciple notes that even though I never promised anything, I still carried the blood feud of God Valley, treating it as my own. Ewer suddenly shouts for me to dodge. She says I'm too good to her. I tell her I'm handling business, so stay away from her master. I call her my hopeless, foolish little sister, and say to drag her out and bury her. A disciple says that if they won't talk, he will. In recent years, the elders had them capture lone cultivators. feeding them to the sword spirit to teach it moves. Once the sword spirit learned them, they'd extract the cultivator's spiritual root and trade it to other sects. The crippled cultivators were then sacrificed alive. Their flesh and blood nourished the sword spirit. He adds that sword spirits raised this way tend to rampage. So they often captured meditation cultivators too, using their merit to suppress the rampaging sword spirit. I call it insane. They didn't even spare the monks. No guande. Even though cultivators are always traveling to mystic realms, disappearances are common. But in recent years, the missing cultivators have noticeably increased. He admits this act will bring divine punishment, but says the sect gave orders, and he had no choice but to obey. He confesses to us honestly that the sword spirit just went on a rampage again. This time, even sacrificing meditation cultivators couldn't suppress it. I ask if he means that one. He screams that the sword spirit has already escaped. All the disciples guarding over there are running over. Everyone yells to run. So this is the sword spirit. It's ferocious. But why is a kid? I realize this is all the Star Moon's sacred domain's doing. A normal sword spirit is born from a cultivator's own sword intent. But this one, reeking of demonic energy, from its inception, could only be raised through live sacrifices. After occupying God Valley, Elder Mo was ordered to secretly slaughter a nearby village, capturing dozens of people. They forced them to kill each other. The last one standing was this boy. I asked if it was the village near Star Moon's main city. A disciple says he remembers now. When that village was slaughtered, the world blamed me. He wondered why someone of my stature would bother with a small village. They frame me again. I curse those bastards. The disciple claims it was all the sect leader's decision. He was powerless. He begs me, saying he's told me everything, and asks the Cloud Emperor to spare him. I smirk. This is the Star Moon sacred domain's vaunted heritage. When it comes to studying evil arts, I, a lone cultivator, truly can't compete. A disciple warns that it's charging at me. I sigh, poor thing. But grudges have their owners. Such a young kid, not learning anything good, ambushing an old veteran like me. It's strong, I'll give it that. A disciple notes the sword spirit seems fixated on me. One of mine says not to worry, that no matter how strong this sword spirit is, it can't scratch me. I disagree, not necessarily. A sword spirit is different from a cultivator. In a way, it's already a soul body. It has no fatal weak points. Even if dispersed, it can reform. The elder starts bargaining. If I let him go, he'll tell us its weakness. Otherwise, I'll die along with him. I scoff, give him an inch, and he takes a mile. Now he's making demands. He snorts back, saying he's just a worthless life, dead either way. But important people like me won't want to be buried with him. I tell him there's no need to waste words. I try and move on the spirit, and it disperses. I laugh. All that fear-mongering was just hot air. It reforms instantly. He curses. Do I really have to let that scum go? He cackles that I have no choice. I grin. What's the hurry? The good show's just starting. He calls me brother, says I don't need to feel embarrassed. If I let him go today, he'll keep his mouth shut. I say, running won't help. He yells that the flame is wrong, it's off. He demands to know how my demonic fire has merit. I realize, of course, merit karma fire is always the bane of evil. My red lotus karma fire has innate purging power. The original owner always responded to such things, given how much he loved picking disciples on Lotus Peak. Even if his methods were occasionally extreme, having some merit protecting him was only natural. I give the order to move. My disciples gleefully attack the elder. One says he's been holding back for too long. Another says to wait for him. A disciple points something out to me. I nod. The little boy thanks me. Having the rest of the village survive forced him to live in pain. And now, finally, he's free. At last, today he finds release. A message arrives from inside God Valley. It says I'm inside now, along with the 3 surviving orphans of the God race. Inside, it seems many Star Moon's sacred domain disciples are still alive. I hear many of them are elite disciples for various sects. You're really willing to let them go? Beneath a 1,000-year-old tree, there's always grass and shrubs. They've enjoyed its shade all this time. So when the wildfire spreads, it's only natural for them to uproot and flee. They won't complain. You're a reasonable man. Reasonable men always land on their feet. I return the courtesy. You're not so bad yourself. Otherwise, how could you stand by and watch your own young master's funeral turn into someone else's memorial hall? Everyone stays silent. You and I, in terms of age and status. We're no wet behind the ears young cultivators. What's the point of playing the hero on a whim? Find the opening. Strike for the kill. That's what really matters. Once Yun Yi is dead, every cultivator in the valley died by Yun Ye's hand. The sword spirit was raised by the god clan of the God Valley. Yun Yi aided the tyrant, framing both sacred domains. His intentions are unforgivable. As for his disciples, they'll be the reward for our assistance here. We'll send them back to the True Dragon and Heaven Song sacred domains. He laughs and says, excellent. My disciple points up and says, Master, look. Why is the sky suddenly acting strange? I say someone's messing around. It's raining. He mutters that that's odd, since it's not the rainy season. This isn't rain. Get inside. Looks like the mind's sacred domain's reinforcements have arrived. He screams for help, asking what's wrong with the guards. Can raindrops corrode a cultivator's body? No one's heard of a grand cultivator who can turn wind and rain into weapons. No, look closely, I say. Those raindrops are actually blades. Blades could be a formation. They're insane. To get rid of me, they're willing to sacrifice their own people. They really went all out, huh? My disciple asks, Master, what now? Do we charge out? I shake my head. We can't. To trap us here, they've sealed every exit. Up in the sky, on that barrier formation, I sense two auras, not weak. Those must be the ones controlling the array. Lu Wenxing asks what we should do now. I tell him that among the three of them, he has the highest cultivation. Hold this protective barrier for me. He says yes, but warns he can't last long. I tell him I'll finish this quickly, double flow, reverse. He grins and says, hey, we're tied now. Reverse flow, all things return to stillness, damn it. The two of them teamed up to set up the Tai Chi feather formation, and still couldn't handle him. They mutter in disbelief. How is Yun Yi this strong? Impossible, deploy it again. But this formation is already broken. Execute Plan B. Notify the Azure Dragon and Heaven Song sacred domains. Today, Yun Yi must die here, or we're all finished. Someone whispers that if we don't get him, we're doomed. Good. You hold Yun Yi off. Where do you think you're going? Right under my nose, and you're running two plans? Do you take me for a corpse? He says, I almost forgot about you. That rope is made of immortal energy. Daring to ambush me. Yin Yin's got some nerve. Let me think about how to deal with you. He calls me a shameless lecher. He shouts, two ancestors. Their great powers on equal footing with you. How can you humiliate them like this? He demands I release them. I raise an eyebrow. So you two want to take their place? They stammer they'll go get reinforcements. And here I thought your subordinates were loyal. Turns out it's the classic righteous sect hypocrisy I know so well. The silver-eyed ancestor snarls. A warrior can be killed, not humiliated. What do you actually want? Even I can't break free from this rope. He grumbles that for a rogue cultivator, Yin Yi sure has a lot of tricks. This ambush, we underestimated you. That's why we slipped up. You wouldn't dare kill us, would you? Aren't you afraid of public outrage? Drawing the sacred domains to besiege you again, he demands I release him immediately. I have to admit, you two are true ancestors. Your faces are 1,000 times thicker than your disciples. Don't worry, I won't kill you today. They look surprised. That easy? Could it be that Yun Yin is afraid? They sneer. The Great Cloud Emperor finally knows fear. In that case, hurry up and release me. I snort. Fear? That word isn't in my dictionary. I call Lu Wanxing. He hurries over and asks what I need. I tell him since he's meticulous, he could do the math. For two sacred domains to ransom their own ancestors. How much should we demand? Then send word. If they push me too far, I'll be fine. But my disciples out there might be in danger. There's that story about the 7 captures of Manhwa. I think I'll follow that example. Like Master Sleeping Dragon. Lu Wanxiang hesitates. There's no precedent for this. He says it's hard to calculate, but then he chuckles slyly. He asks for a few more days. I grin back. What scheme are you cooking up, kid? He just laughs. I never noticed how much mischief was brewing in old Lu's head. That laugh of his creeps me out. I admit it's a bit unsettling. I nod. He says he needs time to contact the informants he planted in both sacred domains. Find out if they have any secret treasures. Then compile a list and squeeze them dry of every last drop. The ancestors snort. They call us bandits and scoundrels. I say it's a good idea. Take them back first. My disciple acknowledges the order. One of them yells that I've gone too far. Lu Wanqing shouts a warning. I tell him he's overestimating himself. I could beat him with both hands tied, and he dares to try sneak attack? I order them taken away, and they comply. Some cultivators beg for mercy. I ask who they are. My disciple reminds me they're the cultivators who were captured for the Sword Spirit. While I was slaying the Sword Spirit and taking the God Valley, I also freed them. They see me as their savior. I snort and ask if they know who I am. They say the name Cloud Emperor. Shakes the 9 provinces. Everyone knows it. Since I say, aren't you afraid of me? They admit they were before, but they judge by actions, not reputation. The ones who harmed them were the so-called righteous sects. And the one who saved them is a famous demon lord like me. So rumors must be mostly false. They say the mind, sacred domain, deceives the world, committing every evil in secret. Once they leave the God Valley, they'll clear the Cloud Emperor's name with all their might. Someone mutters that it's all over. Unintentionally planting seeds, I've reaped some unexpected goodwill. I figure I might as well see it through. You've all suffered a great calamity, I tell them. Your vitality is severely depleted. Focus on healing first. The leader of the Medicine King Valley is my 5th disciple. If you need anything, you can go to the Medicine King Valley and ask him for help. They thank me profusely. One of them chants a Buddhist blessing. They thank me again. They say my great kindness will never be forgotten. Someone gasps in surprise. I tell them to behave. My disciples greet me as I return. One of them teases that I've picked up more strays. I say they're just 2 prisoners. Stick them in a random corner. They can't escape. Since cultivators have transcended food, they don't even need to be fed. A disciple asks another if she's injured, wondering why she's holding a bowl of medicine. She explains what it is. The person I brought back from the mind's sacred domain has woken up. She says she'll fetch him to pay his respects. The man thanks me for taking him in despite past grievances. He says my kindness is beyond repayment. He offers to serve as a guard on Lotus Peak. He begs me not to refuse. I asked him how a cultivator at the Demigod realm ended up turned into a puppet. He sighs and says it's a long story. I'm a rogue cultivator with no sect, no clan, no nothing. Because the path I walk is special. I usually don't bother showing off in front of others. But by some unlucky coincidence, I saved Fengling and got invited to be a gold-burning elder at the Soul Sacred Domain. I ask her if she's all right. She stammers out a no. Nothing wrong with that face, I say. It's more handsome than any cauldron boy I keep in the back mountains. I put it together. So that female creep targeted you. She tried to force you, and when you refused, I continue, she slapped a curse mark on you. Not only did she try to force someone into depravity, she repaid kindness with cruelty. That woman is absolutely vile. Good thing I didn't let her win, I mutter with relief. She glances at me and says, with Senior Yun here, who would even look at a pure heart like yours, Gao Aobai? I wave it off. Let's just drop that subject. Back to business. Since she's a rogue cultivator, with nowhere to go, I tell her she can stay on Lotus Peak for now. By the way, I add, your real surname isn't Feng, is it? She admits her original name was Yuinggu. Granny taking a liking to you. I say, mimicking that old hag, is your greatest honor. From now on, you take my surname. And since you're something that can't see the light of day, I'll grant you a new name. I continue the mockery. From now on, you're Feng Ingen. What an insult that was. Absolutely humiliating. Dying that quickly, it was too good for him. But hey, I've been reborn now, and he got his comeuppance. His true face is spat upon by the world. Let the past be the past. This kid, though, he's the real loser here. No wonder he got bullied so badly. It's rare that Master gives me such an important task, he announces. Everyone work hard. If there's even one mistake, he warns, you can forget about being elders. Whether the Medicine King Valley can regain its fame, he declares, depends on the chance. These cultivators will be our best living advertisements. Put your life's work into it. Go. After their collaboration with the Qingming Sacred Domain, and that whole frame-up of Wang Hong, the Medicine King Valley's reputation is in the gutter. Cloud Emperor has finally given them a chance to prove themselves. They have to seize it, even if it's just a broken spiritual root. I'll drain the entire Medicine King Valley's coffers. To patch you all up, do well, Medicine King Valley, someone mutters with hope, and you'll rejoin the 8 sects and 10 schools. Then a panicked voice cuts through. Elder, sect leader, come quick. Some rogue cultivator It looks like black spot wings or something. I ask what's happening. Master, your orders? One disciple asks. I look around. Where are Z, E, and Ewing? A disciple explains that Z, E got an urgent message and went to handle some business. He'll be back later. Ewing is out fishing for lawbreakers, I'm told. A straight-laced guy like him? Fishing for lawbreakers. I raise an eyebrow. The two prisoners we caught are getting restless, always trying to escape. Ewing pretends to give them chances, then catches them and teaches them a lesson. Turns out one of them is an elder of Kunlun's clan. So beating him up is a nice bit of catharsis. I wonder if Holy Father is reenacting some scene, some roleplay between him and Kunlun. Today's business is related to the Divine Clan, I announce. Having just the three of you here works out perfectly. Old AO, I say, step forward. Yes, I mean you. I've rarely guided your cultivation directly, I admit. Today, I'll show you a path to the heavens. His eyes light up. Master, are you teaching me a technique? Which one? He asks eagerly. The one in the God Valley, where I pushed back the Xuanjin formation and shattered the barrier. Or the one in the Soul Sacred Domain, where I drove everyone back and injured them all. That Soul Sacred Domain technique is a Dragon Clan art, I point out. It's meant for ZE. A senior like you must have something better for me, he insists. Could it be the meditation sealing array from the Qingyun Sacred Domain that seals cultivation? When that array activates, he muses, no one dares move. Oh, that array's not bad, I admit. But are you planning to become a monk again? None of the above, I say flatly. I'm not teaching you any technique. He's confused. Then what does senior mean? Master, won't you reconsider? He pleads. I laugh. Ha ha ha. What's your current cultivation level? Reporting to Master, he says, I've reached the 7th level of the ninefold Tao realm. Generally speaking, cultivation goes from Tribulation Transcendence to ninefold Tao realm, then Sage realm, Earth realm, and Demigod realm in sequence. Xiao Lu is currently in Tribulation Transcendence. Gao Ao and Zi Yi are both in the ninefold Tao realm. Zi Yi is about to break through to Sage realm. But the Divine Clan's cultivation system is slightly limited by bloodline. All Divine Clan members can only cultivate up to Tao Ancestor, but they can engrave Tao marks above the 9th level. When I first took in Gao Ao, I noticed he was different from ordinary Divine Clan. His body had 100 unformed Tao marks. 100, he blurts out surprised. To be honest, Master, when the God Valley fell, the elders passed their Tao marks into my body, hoping I'd carry the God Valley's hope and keep going. That's when the 100 Tao marks were left behind. This move guarantees Gao Ao's infinite potential. If he really can cultivate to the 100-fold Tao realm, it won't be worse than the Demigod realm. But the problem of the Divine Clan being unable to reach the next realm still exists. The pressure of a realm gap can't be made up either. I'm giving you this blade, I say, handing it over. Thank you, Master, he exclaims. But this blade, it's a heaven-grade weapon. Even the 8 sects and 10 schools only have a few. Heaven-grade, Xiao Lu gasps. Senior Yin puts so much thought into this. It's actually heaven-grade. Gao Ao murmurs, feeling the blade. No wonder it felt extraordinary the moment I held it. This blade is enough to compensate for a normal realm gap, I explain. When you ascend in the future, it might even be able to obscure the heavenly secrets. After accepting this blade, I continue, you should cultivate with full focus. Don't waste it. The divine weapon system. The shop just randomly rolled this weapon. Lucky kid. This disciple will live up to Master's expectations, he vows. You two don't need to envy Gao Ao, I say to the others. If the opportunity arises, I'll help you all break through the Tao realm too. They both thank me. After handling this matter, there's still 3 disciples wandering outside. They haven't returned yet. They must have been delayed by something unexpected. I'll have to go personally. If there's nothing else, you're dismissed. Then someone bursts in, Master, something's wrong. According to the intelligence from the Medicine King Valley, the black spot ants, from that batch of rogue cultivators we saved in the God Valley, have spread again. Xiao Lu has already ordered the Medicine King Valley to take in all infected. We need to go check it out now. I acknowledge. Just my luck, fearing exactly this. Just use the Faith platform to handle the air disaster, I order. Move all the infected to the Windstone platform for quarantine. Send word to all disciples. No one below Tribulation Transcendence is to get close. I'll arrange it right away. Sect leader, he says, rushing off. I take a team to check these patients. We've traced their contacts before coming to the Medicine King Valley. And I can say for sure, the black spot wings have already spread throughout the Central Plains. The Medicine King Valley will take everyone in, I announce. Make a public announcement. All those infected with black spot wings can come to the Medicine King Valley for treatment. The valley will do its utmost to treat them for free. But someone protests. With the Medicine King Valley's current resources, we can't accommodate all the patients. What if it infects the disciples inside the valley? Don't you want to revive the Medicine King Valley? I shoot back. Don't you want to return to the 8 sects and 10 schools? A gift from heaven is right in front of you. How can you push it away? Of course we want to, he admits, but the cost is just too high. If we can't cure these people, the Medicine King Valley might cease to exist. Sect leader, please think carefully. Don't forget whose disciple I am, I say calmly. I can bear any cost. Go. Since I've taken over the Medicine King Valley, I will never shame my master or elder Wang Hong. Lotus Peak is willing to help. I add, that's obviously the best outcome. He lets out a reluctant sigh. But, sect leader, he starts hesitant. To cure the black spot, I need a specific antidote. It requires a demigod to burn through all their spiritual power. And it takes 3 full days and nights to refine. That's how Elder Wang Hong fell back in the day. They ask if I, Yin Yi, am willing to go that far. If I sacrifice myself to make the pill, Shun Xiaolu wouldn't be able to hold this sect together. The only reason Medicine King Valley hasn't been swallowed up yet is because everyone's scared of my reputation. They're all muttering that I absolutely cannot die. Of course, I'm not about to let my master sacrifice himself. I demand the recipe. I tell them I have my own plan. They hand over the recipe. Please, sect leader, take a look. Even Wang Hong, a demigod, could only pay the price with his life. They scoff. What can a little tribulation transcendence girl like me do? They figure once I'm dead, and Medicine King Valley's name is cleared, they'll finally get their chance to rise. The Prajna Sutra of Rebirth chants echo. I wonder why a Zen master would be in Medicine King Valley. Amiba. Brother Yun, long time no see. He hasn't even thanked me properly yet. He's referring to when I saved the Zen disciples in the Valley of the Gods. That was back in the Azure Cloud sacred domain. He's the monk who wanted to build an eternal tablet for Wang Hong. I wave it off as a small favor. I ask if he's come specifically to help. The black spot has returned with a vengeance. How could the Zen sect stand idly by? He notes that the current sect leader of Medicine King Valley is my disciple. He praises my teaching skills. Splendid, splendid. He recalls all the missing disciples over the years. He says many of them died at the hands of the mind sacred domain. He swears the Zen sect won't let this slide. I thank him gratefully. He asked if I've seen his disciple. Hey, Banny. I remember an elder left behind some notes. Found it. It says swallowing a ghost pearl can compensate for the cultivation gap. The ghost pearl is an ultra-toxic substance. It has absolute suppressive power over the black spot. After swallowing the ghost pearl and refining it with spirit-burning alchemy, it can cure the black spot. But the person who took the pearl will bleed from every orifice and die once the pill is made. I shrugged. My life was borrowed anyway. As long as I don't embarrass my master this time. Lucky he tossed me that ghost pearl last time. For self-defense, he said. Master's looking for me? I ask as the sect leader. Why isn't she here holding the fort? I notice she's all sweaty and grinning. Where have you been, huh? She says she was in a hurry to see me, so she ran all the way here. She thinks to herself, gotta keep the ghost pearl thing a secret. Definitely hide it from Master. Master, let's continue. We discussed the current infection situation. With both Zen and Medicine King working together, we can barely stop it from spreading. The priority is refining the cure as fast as possible. But I know the truth. I declare the antidote is my responsibility. Right now, I've only recovered to the 9th layer of Tao Realm. I'm nowhere near demigod level to refine it. No, Master, you can't do it. I have a way. I point out she's only a tribulation transcendence. What could you possibly do? Meanwhile, in the 8 sacred domains, someone thinks their chance has come. Yuan Zi, you're only safe because you cling to Yun Ye's coattails, hiding on Lotus Peak all day. Otherwise, you'd be dead by my hand. Once Cloud Yi dies from making that pill, will you run? She snaps back, telling him to shut his mouth. My master isn't going to die. Oh, he won't. He let black spot carriers go home, infecting countless cultivators along the way. This disaster is on him. He should die to atone. She accuses him of twisting the truth. You're the tiger god of the mind, sacred domain. You did evil first, and now you slander me? Master, I'll drink you. I mean avenge you. I snort. Amateur hour. Careful with your words. This involves the whole camp. Who knows what happened in the Valley of the Gods? Maybe he bribed those lowly wandering cultivators to smear the mind sacred domain's reputation. Then I hear my name, and I snort. Looks like he got one shot by my sword. Come to Medicine King Valley to bully my disciple. Still talking big? Think I'm dead. I see the green dragon, the Azure cloud, and all the usual suspects. Quite the collection. Master, are you hurt? I'm Fina. I turn to Long Tianxing, the big shot sect leader of Green Dragon. You're a Earth Realm cultivator, picking on my child disciple. Have you no shame? I hadn't come to settle accounts yet, and you walk right into my trap. Brother Yin, what do you mean? You dare show your face. Release our ancestor immediately. And our other ancestor. I mutter, a bunch of useless clowns. They only dare to shout when they outnumber my master. Pay the ransom as per the list I sent. If even one item is missing, too bad. I guarantee your ancestor will also be missing something, like an arm or a leg. They cry out that this is outrageous. That list nearly empties their entire sacred domain's vault, and it specifically targets all their rare treasures and herbs. It's like I copied their inventory list verbatim. Why don't you just rob us outright? We'll fight you. Someone steps in, urging calm. Today is about the black spot. We're here about the black spot wing. Everyone, please calm down. The moment I show up, these people completely lose their composure. I snort. They're choosing the wrong time to die. The black spot situation is already being handled by the Valley of Gods, Lotus Peak, and Zen. If you're here to help, come in. If you're here to cause trouble, then try my fist. They argue the black spot is a disaster for the entire cultivation world. The Taishu sacred domain, though weakened, is still willing to lend a hand. But they lament having no demigod to refine the cure. Even with good intentions, we're powerless. They sigh helplessly. Only Brother Yun, sacrificing himself, can save everyone. My disciple begs me not to listen to their nonsense. That's right, Master. Don't listen to them. I realize, so this is why the 4 sacred objects were gathered. How ruthless. Medicine King Valley has its own way to deal with the black spot. We don't need your concern. I say fine, I'll provide the cure, but the sects need to offer adequate compensation. They're shocked. I'm actually willing. Someone mutters my name under their breath. You, with your self-righteous ways, keep ruining the order we worked so hard to build. Now look, only your death can atone for this mess. Someone brings up that my disciples are rebuilding the Valley of Gods. If Lord Yin is willing to refine the pill, Taishu Sacred Domain will pledge all its forces to the Valley of Gods. From then on, Taishu will cease to exist. I think, now that's a tempting offer. I admit, Taishu is really going all in. Green Dragon Sacred Domain promises to hand over the sect leader position to your second disciple, Yuan Zi. Fina, both of you, swear a heavenly Tao oath. Master, no. I tell her to trust me. I have my own plan. She knows I'd do something this foolish. Please forgive my stubbornness, Master. Shallow has always been a slow child. All my life, I've been holding you and my siblings back. This may be my last chance. Let me help you fulfill the oath. As my one and only way to repay you. Someone whispers, once I'm dead, killing Yuan Zi won't break the oath. We both swear. Good. I announce the cure will be ready in 3 days. Then we won't disturb Brother Yun's farewell to his disciples. I say others can leave. But you stay. Brother Yin, what do you mean? You bullied my disciple. And think you could just walk away? I tell them not to push me too far. A man may be killed, but not humiliated, they shout. They remind me that they're the leader of the true dragon, sacred domain. They claim to have countless trump cards. They're no pushover for me to toy with. They warn me not to force their hand. If they really start fighting, even if their faith points are used up now, they still have points in hand. I almost laugh. They think I'm scared. Fine, they say. I've pushed them into a corner. My disciples whisper, asking if we should help. Help who me, they ask. They scoff, calling them arrogant. Help Long Tianxing, they suggest. They propose he just drop his protective aura before walking into the Medicine King Valley and head to the courtyard housing the Black Wing cultivators. He asks if they're hinting at kidnapping them, to threaten me. The witch asks why he'd drop his aura. He refuses to kidnap anyone. No, I say, I'm hinting that. That way, dying would be quicker. Compared to facing me directly, I'd suffer less torment. Someone argues it's not certain. Look at my cultivation. No matter how they look, it's clearly at the 9 heavy Tao level, barely different from the disciples behind me. So what they say? Ever since I broke through my limit, my surface cultivation has always looked low. How many great experts from various sects have fallen for this trick? The 2 sect ancestors are still prisoners on Lotus Peak. They ask if they're really going to walk into that trap. Someone mutters it's not their turn to test me. They'll just watch coldly from sidelines. Long Tianxing's cultivation, among the leaders of the 8 sacred domains, is one of the best. And his original form is a dragon. He's especially good at killing across realms. Even if I'm a demigod, they think I won't find it easy to kill him. Dragon's breath descends like lightning. Master, my disciple warns, don't let that lightning touch you. He tells me to dodge this move quickly. He remembers seeing it used by Long Tianxing's personal disciple during past sect competitions. I've seen Long Tianxing's personal disciples use that move before. That personal disciple was only at the Tribulation Crossing realm back then, but his opponent was at the 9 heavy Tao realm, a full major realm ahead. That opponent was beaten into a cripple. All his meridians were severed, and he fell not long after. If it hits me, they won't have to wait 3 days. They laugh. They point at me, saying I haven't moved an inch. Looks like I'm scared stiff. Points deducted, 5. My current points, 220. And this is what you call a red crown day. Amota. How is this possible? They gasp. It's a complete stomp. Hello. This is what you call a top-tier expert. I keep laughing. Xiaolu, I say, when it comes to boasting, we on Lotus Peak are way behind. She agrees wholeheartedly. Sis, something's off, I mutter. System, why are my points decreasing more and more? This time it costs 5 points. Dear user, for each extra point deducted, the system replies, the power of the points increases by 50%. This feature is still in testing. Are you not satisfied with this improvement? I shrug, I'll accept it barely. Now dismiss. Don't play dead, I say to him. I didn't hit your vital point. Considering you swore a heavenly Tao oath, I'll spare your life for now. I'll take it in 3 days. Wait, Long Tianxing says. Brother Yun, what orders do you have? Weren't you asking us to leave earlier? We'll go now. Ah yes, I say. I won't disturb you further. The one who also swore the heavenly Tao oath, you stay. He says goodbye and tries to leave. Cloud Emperor, what does this mean? He asks nervously. You all seem pretty eager for me to die just now, I say. He laughs nervously, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I just saw that your sword didn't seem to work well, he explains. I was stunned for a moment. I have an Earth-grade divine sword among my spare treasures. I'll go back and bring it to you as a gift. I just stare at him. My master casually gives his disciples heaven-grade weapons. Xiaolu pipes up. Who wants your Earth-grade sword? Ever since Gao Ao got that divine blade from Master, even the ants on Lotus Peak, he's bragged to them all. If I remember correctly, I say slowly, that Earth-grade weapon is on your ancestors' wish list. You're offering that as compensation and playing games with me? He stammers. I just laugh at him. He keeps stammering. In my personal treasury, I have a heaven-grade sword, he offers. I wish to gift it to you, Brother Yun. I'll have it sent to Medicine King Valley shortly. I burst out laughing. Go, I say. Save me, the other guy begs. You have no treasure to ransom yourself, I point out, and no oath to protect you. It'd be pretty hard for me to let you go. He stammers nervously. What they said earlier just reminded me. I muse. So far, no Blackwing-infected person has been used as a specimen. Make him drop his protective aura. Maybe Medicine King Valley can use this opportunity to finally develop a cure for Blackwing. Why not? You have a point. Let's do it then. I laugh. To make sure you behave. This is a pill refined by Medicine King Valley that temporarily suppresses spiritual power. Take it. He hesitates. Is this necessary? As expected of that Devil Cloud's disciple, he mutters. So vicious. You don't want to? I ask. He quickly backpedals. Of course I want to. Saving the world is our duty. Let's go back and check how things are in the valley, I say. Right. Lord Yun, he says darkly. I'll remember today's humiliation. I just file away. A Medicine King Valley Elder approaches me. What is it? I ask. You want to use me for pill refining too? He laughs nervously. You misunderstand. I hold up a pill and announce it's the bleeding stopper treatment. Great branding, really. Lord Long, please take it quickly. That devil cloud is extremely vicious. Medicine King Valley is a place for saving lives. I would never side with him. I came to discuss cooperation with the sect leader. I don't see Xiao Lu around. He seemed preoccupied these past 2 days. Have you seen him? I asked. He said he wasn't feeling well, so he went back to rest. A grown man, and he still whines to me. I chuckle. Wouldn't leave until I gave him a hug. I heard Master was really startled by him last night. Someone says. You heard about that too? I ask. Tomorrow's the appointed time. They remind me. Those people won't let it go easily. Why do I suddenly feel a chill on my back? Amuta. Who's there? Explain yourselves. Master, I'm sorry, a voice says. Usually at this hour, I'd be fast asleep. Why were you watching outside my window half the night? I ask. I just wanted to see you, Master. But I was afraid of disturbing your rest. I couldn't help it anymore, so I wanted to sneak a peek at you. Next time, just knock openly, I say. I'm going to see what Xiao Lu is up to. People from the various sacred domains should be arriving soon. Go deal with them first. Yes, Master. Master probably didn't suspect anything last night, Xiao Lu mutters. Today is the day Master agreed with the Azure Dragon Tai Su. I was lucky to live an extra 3 days. To see Master and my senior sisters a bit more. I'm already satisfied. Senior Sister Z.E. is thorough and thoughtful. If she takes the position of Azure Dragon sect leader, it will only benefit Lotus Peak, not harm it. At least I won't disgrace the sect before I go. Farewell. I snap the immortal binding rope around him. Master, this is ridiculous, he protests. What are you doing? I ask. I'm refining an antidote. To share your worries, Master. You're only at the Tribulation Crossing realm, I point out. How can you refine it? Speak. I look through ancient texts. They say if you swallow a ghost pearl and then refine, the results will be twice the work with half the effort. You swallow the ghost pearl, I exclaim. Master, let me do it. The ghost contains deadly poison. After swallowing it, I'll wither and die within a month. Let me do one meaningful thing before I die. You? I sigh. I knew you've been out of sorts lately. Take this 7-star purple jade pill. I tell them they'll be fine. I glance at the price tag and nearly choke. This pill costs an arm and a leg. I mutter under my breath, cursing this scam of a system. The system chirps back, saying the debt from last week's collection is wiped. I ask it to check the complaint log. It adds that if there's any special behavior next time, it promises to give me a heads up first. I note that my faith value is stuck at 250. That's not ominous at all. The system giggles nervously and insists it's a coincidence. Then it confirms this pill is at least celestial grade. I feel heat surging through my body. That's the kick. The ghost bead poison is neutralized, and I sense my cultivation level starting to rise too. I smirk, something from the system. Always top-tier quality. The system cheerfully reminds me to leave a good review. My disciple bows and calls herself unfilial, apologizing for making me worry again. She asks, though, what about the antidote for the dark spot plague? I wave her along. The real show's about to start. The 3-day deadline is up. A group arrives at the gate, claiming they've come as promised. They assume I've finished refining the antidote. They add, with fake concern, that they worried the Medicine King Valley was shorthanded, so they brought extra reinforcements. My disciple calls them out. All these people, their real goal is to seize the valley. She sneers that my lesson from 2 days ago wasn't enough. 2 sect leaders look disappointed. Someone reports that I've been hiding these past 2 days, laughing with my disciples, and never once stepped into the alchemy room. They appeal to the good of the world, asking the leaders to persuade me to die on the spot. Otherwise, they warn, the whole realm will mock us. I address the medicine elder directly. I demand to know what he's playing at. An old monk chants a blessing, saying I must have a plan. The elder snaps back, telling him not to spout nonsense. He claims he's just speaking up for justice. He then turns to the monk and asks, rhetorically, does anyone the dark spot plague dealt with quickly? He adds that he's had enough of being bossed around by a brat at the tribulation stage. The monk shows compassion and says, Since I promised to deliver the antidote today, for the sake of all beings, everyone here is willing to swear a heavenly oath. In exchange for me going to my death to refine the pill, he argues that if I delay out of cowardice, more people will suffer, and I'll be cursed and resented by countless souls. Others chime in, claiming this is all for my reputation's sake. No selfish motives at all. I sigh and say I misunderstood them. My disciple cuts through the noise, pointing out that all this talk boils down to one thing: forcing my death. She calls them hypocrites hiding behind righteousness. She spits the word fake like a curse. Someone gasps. The sect leader seems to have broken through. They recall seeing him this morning, at the tribulation stage, but now his aura unmistakably places him at the Tao realm. They can't believe it. He's only 16. How could he already be at the 9th level Tao realm? They mutter that among the 8 sacred domains, the youngest record holder was 22, and even that was crammed with heavenly treasures. Someone asks, is this what Yun Ye's disciples are like? They grumble that if these disciples grow up, he's just a newly broken through junior, with no seniority, experience, or tactics. So what right does he have to interrupt this occasion? They claim that Yun Ye's disciples are ill-mannered. My disciple fires back. His current title is Medicine King Valley's leader, one of the 8 great sects, equal to any of them. And if we're talking rank, my master is the senior of everyone here, so none of you are worthy to speak to him. He turns to the monk and says, hey, Master No Form, asking him if that's not the truth. The monk finds the boy's claim utterly absurd. Someone shouts that I should stop the nonsense. They insist that if I can't produce the antidote, the heavenly enforcers won't spare me. They demand I keep my promise, die here and now, and refine the pill. They mock the famed Cloud Emperor, saying he's so afraid of death that he'd break his vow, losing all face. They suggest that the leadership of Medicine King Valley should be reconsidered. I look at Xiao Lu and say, the clowns are finally coming out of the woodwork. I tell her this is a perfect chance. After today, she can purge the valley clean, and I'll find people to back her up. They snap back that they're only venting at me. And if I die, what's Yuan Xiao Lu worth? I announce loudly, everyone, the antidote has arrived. They gape at me, demanding what nonsense I'm spouting. Since I never entered the alchemy room, where could the antidote come from? They accuse me of trying to weasel out. Someone spots a figure and gasps, a demigod. Where did an unknown demigod suddenly appear from? A servant announces, Yin Yi has come to deliver the antidote. He spots me and says, there you are. He calls me Senior Yuing. He says my master has something to entrust to me. The demigod replies politely, as a disciple of the Cloud Emperor. He can just call him Yuing. He adds that if the Cloud Emperor has any orders, he'll obey without question. My disciple tells him to read the letter first. Saying he wouldn't dare use my reputation to address a demigod-level powerhouse so casually. The demigod reads the letter and says, I see. He remarks that I truly have the heart of a saint. My disciple asks what the letter says. The demigod explains that the dark spot spreads easily, and I've ordered him to refine the antidote. My disciple blurts out that would mean sending him to his death. He doubts I'd give such an order. He asks if there's been a mistake. Then he turns to Yu Ying and asks what he thinks. Yu Ying says his life was saved by me before, back in the soul sacred domain, where he was forced to do many evil things for Fengling. He says he's long been ready to die, and now that I'm giving him a chance at redemption, he'll earn merit in death. So he's perfectly willing. My disciple beams and says Yu Ying didn't disappoint. Someone asks what's so good about this. Gao Ao turns to Yu Ying and asks if I've ever wronged him. He explains that I gave him instructions if Yu Ying looked reluctant or unwilling, the letter's request was to be dropped. But I don't need a servant who won't die for me, so he'd have to leave Lotus Peak. If he agreed gladly, he was to give him this brocade box. Inside is a pill called 7-Star Purple Jade Pill, which will sustain him through 3 days of alchemy, heal his old injuries, and boost his cultivation. Yu Ying nods in understanding. He says he's found a worthy master and considers himself honored. My disciple congratulates him on passing my test and officially welcomes him to Lotus Peak. Someone mutters admiration for my management style, both kindness and authority. Call in my mind truly impressive. They reflect that if the God Valley had used such iron-fisted tactics to intimidate others, they might not have been wiped out. They whisper in shock, Lotus Peak is hiding a demigod. In their intelligence network, missed it completely. My disciple recalls that my senior sister mentioned in a letter that I saved a puppet from the soul's sacred domain. And this must be him. She notes he's a demigod too. No wonder I was so calm. Someone stammers, asking what he said. They shout that it's impossible. A demigod-level powerhouse. How could he serve anyone? Yu-Ying retorts that me accepting him as a servant is already grace. And he won't tolerate such insolence. He says, yes, so what? The antidote is ready. So it's time for everyone to keep their word and fulfill their heavenly oath. I count off 2 7-star purple jade pills. 1 for Xiaolu, 1 for Yuer. I grumble that it cost me 1,000 faith points. Someone says, perfect timing. They claim the antidote must be fake. Otherwise, why am I still alive? Others nod, saying that makes sense. Unless everyone on Lotus Peak is just built different. They point out that Wang Heng lost his life refining the antidote. While I'm here with solid aura and no sign of injury, they wonder aloud if the antidote really is fake. They conclude that 2 demigods are putting on an act. Quite the spectacle, but too bad, a fake is a fake. Too bad a fake is still a fake, no matter how polished. I point out all the gaping holes in his plan. I shut them down, telling them they have no say here. I ask if that means they're refusing to honor their heavenly oath. They try to pass off fake antidotes, as if that earns them the right to sit on my true dragon sect leader's throne. I tell them to dream on. Long Tianxing actually got struck down by heavenly punishment. So the antidote was real after all. They mutter that Yin Yi really does have such divine powers under his command. They laugh and say he won't be fulfilling his duties, but they say my master doesn't even need to lift a finger. I snort and say he got what he deserved. Now he's just a roasted dragon, I remark. They ask what they should do now. I realize I'm next on a chopping block. They thought they'd use this chance to kill Yun Yi and seize power. Instead, they've lost everything. The Taisu's sacred domain declares they will submit to the Valley of the Gods. They say for now, they'll follow the Cloud Emperor's orders. I note they finally learned to back down. I say if only they'd done this earlier. I tell them to follow me as I distribute the antidote. I instruct them to make sure everyone knows. This antidote comes from Lotus Peak. It's a blessing. A monk offers to help out as well. I tell Yu Yang to accompany Gao Ao and the others to take over the Tai Su sacred domain. I suspect some won't be so obedient. He acknowledges the order. I ask if I can go help Xiao Lu distribute the medicine. I tell her to hold on and ask will be the true dragon sect leader if she leaves. She admits she doesn't understand what I mean. She points out that Long Tianxing was directly struck dead by heavenly punishment. The others aren't affected by the oath. She wonders if she can really still become the true dragon sect leader. I remind her that I said it's hers. I assure her I'll get it for her. I tell her not to worry about other problems. I hear a ding. My trust value increased. It's now at 680. Total accumulated is 1,920. I figure the antidote must have been distributed. Xiao Lu is pretty quick. She says she's sorry to trouble me with her matters again. She admits she doesn't have big ambitions. Just being by my side every day is enough for her. I note that she's always been reserved. Not like the rowdy ones like Gao Ao and Xiao Lu. But I tell her I've seen all her hardships. I remember when she was hunted by the true dragon sacred domain. I saved her from the edge of blades back then. It's been years now. I say even if it's not for that leader position, I should still seek justice for her. A side mission activates. It's to seek justice for my disciple Yuan Zi. Completing it gives 100 points. My current points are 226. A hidden mission unlocks. Helping Yuan Zi ascend to the Dragon Emperor throne. Completion raises my normal realm to Sage realm. The reward is a heaven-grade weapon called the Blood-Cleaving Dragon Sword. I wonder if the backdoor system actually has treasure rewards. That sword sent over by Tai Su earlier. Nobody could use it properly. I hope this Blood-Cleaving Dragon Sword doesn't disappoint. She says I'm so good to her. She laments that she's not ambitious enough. She says she can't do anything for me. I tell her not to say such downbeat things. I add that I've changed my mind. I ask if she wants to be the Dragon Emperor. I declare that a disciple of Yun Yez can't be controlled by others. I won't have her stuck in second place. So they settle for second place, tails between their legs. So I decide to push her onto the Dragon Emperor throne. I ask what she knows about it. She explains that the Emperor is the highest ruler of the entire Dragon Clan. The true dragon, sacred domain, is just the Dragon Clan's power projection in the Tsanglan realm. Only a small part of the Dragon Clan resides there. Most dragons live in the Dragon domain, ruled by the Dragon Emperor. She mentions that every true dragon sacred domain leader must be crowned by the Dragon Emperor to be recognized. Otherwise, they're not acknowledged. I say, then we'll go to the Dragon Domain. Let me go meet him. She explains that past the Blade Peak Valley in Nuyu, at the edge of this sea of clouds, Hanyang Fu Sui, clouds gather and mist top. I note it's indeed a blessed place. I realize we've been spotted as soon as we enter the Dragon Domain. They shout that a bold human cultivator dares trespass in the Dragon Domain. I note this kid seems to be only at the 9th Dao realm. They say he's asking for death and decide to eat him. Zi steps forward, saying they won't hurt me. She explains that in the Dragon Domain, all human cultivators' power is weakened, while dragons get boosted by dragon energy. She thinks I can't be at full strength right now. They snort, wondering what human cultivator dares trespass in the Dragon Domain. They see it's because a 5-clawed golden dragon lineage is protecting me. They notice this dragon is still in its juvenile stage. They ask if it's even 500 years old yet. They mock her for eloping with a human cultivator at such a young age. I realize dragons only count as adults at 500 years old. By that logic, Ze is actually the youngest one at Lotus Peak, and she always acts like such a mature senior disciple. She protests, saying now is not the time for this. I back off, saying I'll pretend I said nothing. They admit this human cultivator has some guts. He didn't even tremble in fear. They ask if they heard Lotus Peak correctly. The 5-clawed golden dragon bloodline was ordered to be secretly exterminated by the Dragon Emperor over a decade ago. A gag order was even issued. They figure this one is a mutated 5-clawed golden dragon that escaped by luck. They mention the Dragon Emperor is getting married today. They suggest capturing her as a wedding gift. They laugh and agree it's a great present. I know that these dragons are all at least at the Sage Realm, a full major realm above my strength. They tell me to step back, impressed that a mere Dao Realm cultivator dares face them. They say my courage is admirable. They promise to make a quick death. I raise an eyebrow and ask, oh really? I activate the Bone Pure Land. Using the Bone Pure Land costs 600 faith points. I'm left with only 80 faith points. They wonder what kind of technique this is. They clearly felt a massive surge of spiritual power, but there was no attack. Then they realize their spiritual power has all vanished. The other one says he's been hit too. Ze asks if this is that Zen sect technique I used before, at the Qing Yun Sacred Domain. She remarks it's really strong. I explain that within the bones of the Pure Land Domain, everyone except me, whether human, demon, or monster, loses all their spiritual power and cultivation. Under the Buddha's wrath, all beings are equal. But I sigh, the cost per use is way too high. I suggest to the system that it should lower the price. The system basically tells me, thank for the suggestion, but don't bother. I tell the little dragon girl she'd better not push her luck. Without their spiritual power, these dragons are just oversized wild snakes. I tell Z to hold on tight as we descend. She agrees and says to hold tight. They call me a despicable human. They demand to know what I did. They can't believe an ordinary Dao Realm cultivator could have such ability. They insist it must be luck. I note they seem to know a lot, even the Dragon Emperor's gag order. I snort. They boast they're old-timers in the Dragon Domain. They say before the current Dragon Emperor took the throne, even he had to treat them with respect. A mere gag order is nothing to them. They suggest I release them. They hint that they must know why the Dragon Emperor targeted the 5-clawed golden dragon lineage. One of them says even if they know, they won't tell me. They say they'd tell the girl, but human cultivator isn't qualified to know the Dragon Domain's past. I ask if they really know or just bluffing. I suggest they're just bragging. A real powerful dragon wouldn't be taken down so easily. One of them snaps back, asking what I'm babbling about. They mention the one beside me is a mutated 5-clawed golden dragon, something rarely seen in the Dragon Domain in 1,000 years. They say if she grows into a Dragon Emperor, the current one's position won't be stable. So naturally, he had to eliminate the threat early to feel secure. I mutter that they're fools, falling for such an obvious provocation. They call out to the girl from the golden dragon lineage, telling her to have me restore their spiritual power. They promise if she's going to settle scores with the Dragon Emperor, they won't stop her. Z points out if she restores their power, their first move would be to tip off the Dragon Emperor, and then turn around and bite us. They snort and say of course not. They swear they always keep their word. Z demands they swear an oath. They promise dragons don't lie to dragons. They awkwardly repeat, dragons don't lie to dragons, with a forced laugh. That silly girl is way too easy to fool. Still, no can do. I just laugh. I heard about you three back when I was a kid in the dragon domain. Not a single truthful word comes out of dragon's mouth. The infamous three evil dragons. I'd rather trust myself than your lies. I'll ascend to heaven tomorrow. Are you messing with me? You guys don't seem to get the situation. You're all my prisoners now. If I say you die, you die. Better behave. This kid is no pushover. And that girl's got a ruthless streak too. Nothing shameful about backing down. The real shame is being old and getting stepped on by humans. Good thing they're both focused on survival. Please calm your anger. We're willing to serve you. May we ask your esteemed name? I say, my name is Yunyi. You're Yunyi? It clicks in his head. He recalls the rumor about the five-clawed golden dragon who escaped. That dragon supposedly became a disciple of the top human cultivator, Yunyi. So it wasn't just a story, huh? They've provoked him. A half-god level power, dressed up as a small-time Dao cultivator to fish for trouble. That's just bullying dragons. Haha, wow. What a ridiculous misunderstanding. If you just said who you were earlier, none of this would have happened. Oh, have I crossed paths with you before? Senior might not know this, but you're my lifelong role model. I savor every single one of your deeds, hoping to imitate even a shred of your true essence. Hey, didn't you notice our methods? Don't they have a touch of your style? Magic ding, faith value plus 99. Current faith value, 179. Total accumulated, 2019. He's actually serious. Though, given this body's reputation as a bully, I didn't expect the master to have fans in the dragon domain too. Alright, you got good taste. Please, Cloud Emperor, grant us the chance to follow you. I'm just an ordinary human cultivator. I doubt I can bear the burden. Two. I was on my mind just now. Rambling nonsense. Don't take it to heart, please. If we can latch on to Lord Lin's coattails, we'll hit the jackpot. We were blind to not recognize Mount Tai. We offended you and your disciple by accident. Please, Lord Yuan, give us a chance to make it right. We'll follow your every order. Well then, you'll come with me to congratulate the Dragon Emperor on his wedding. Let's see how far you're willing to go. They all agree. Am I seeing things? Is that a human cultivator? An outsider dragon coming to the Dragon Emperor's wedding? That's way too arrogant. Ah, I can't believe I get to be the Cloud Emperor's mount. Hey, Long Fabiao, you've outdone yourself. And I'm riding the infamous man-eating dragon, one of the three brothers. Has he been possessed? Hey, go ask him. No way, not me. Those three brothers are impossible to deal with. Stubborn as rocks. If I go over, I'll just get shot down. Oh, Long Siren is heading over. Let's wait for the show. Well, if it isn't the famous Outland Three Brothers. Didn't expect the Dragon Emperor's reputation to be big enough to invite you. Aren't you always at odds with him? These three have always been unruly, and they're conjoined twins. Never separate. Together, they can walk all over the Dragon Domain. Even the Dragon Emperor can't handle them. This should be fun. The Dragon Emperor's wedding is a grand event for all dragons. We had to come and share in the joy. Yunyi stays quiet for now. Probably doesn't want to tip anyone off. Who's this? Looks like someone important. He's the famous gossip in the Dragon Domain. His golden ears pick up secrets, and they spread through the whole domain in an hour. Even more annoying than us three. And after yelling at that boulder for so long, I'm losing control a bit. Xiaohei, continue the story about the Phoenix emblem. So you're Xiaohei, huh? The thing about the Dragon Emperor slaughtering the five-clawed golden dragon bloodline. He's the one who spread it. Nobody knows what his real goal is. He's a tough nut. Oh, the Dragon Emperor didn't punish him? That's a long story. The previous emperor before last was his grandfather. The last emperor was his sister. The current Dragon Emperor is his ex-brother-in-law. And he's already at the Earth Realm Heavenly Wind stage himself. So he's a nepotism hire. Yep. So now he's attending his ex-sister's husband's wedding. Our dragon clan has always been open-minded. That little golden dragon lady by your side might have some wandering thoughts too. Better keep an eye on her. What nonsense are you spouting? What are you all mumbling about? I bet you brought your own snack. Just to poke the Dragon Emperor in the eye. Snack? Me? How dare you? This is... Ow, my butt. What is that? What's wrong with your butt? It's just a snack. Alright, shut up already. Haven't you ever seen a dragon with hemorrhoids? Almost forgot. Brother Yin doesn't want to reveal his identity yet. I'll drop it. He's really hot-tempered. Hemorrhoids or death. Either way, it's bad. I'll sell this news to young Master Long for a favor. I already guessed your little plan. The Dragon Emperor is marrying a human. His new Dragon Queen. So you deliberately bring one to chow down at the wedding. A power move. Huh. You really have a way with things. Ha ha. Didn't expect you to figure it out. Respect, respect. If it weren't for meeting Boss Yun, this would have been a perfect plan. Too bad. I bet the news about the Azure Dragon Sacred Domain losing its leader to Yun Yi has already reached the Dragon Domain. How can the Dragon Emperor still be in the mood for a wedding? His death is coming, and he's still worried about this? That takes some guts. But who knows what's going on in his head? Maybe he'd rather die under the peony flowers and be a romantic ghost. Wait. Young friend, do you have something to say? Did he see through my identity? Impossible. There are dragons of all kinds here, and I deliberately suppress my aura. Are you at least 500 years old? Such talent at such a young age. It's a pity about Long Songbiao and the others. Interested in becoming my disciple? No, I already have the best master. My master is a half-god level power, not comparable to anyone else. Kid, you should think before you brag. How many half-gods are there in this world? And next, are you going to claim your master is Yun Yi? Haha, what are you laughing at? You might not believe me, but I have the power to see the future. I just saw a man slapping himself silly. Haha, what a coincidence. I just awakened that same ability. His face is swollen from slapping. Haha, weird. Anyway, before this wedding banquet ends, if you change your mind, young friend, feel free to come find me anytime. This is going to be a good show. When they fight the Dragon Emperor later, I need to get a front row seat, if I can grab some benefits from it. According to what he said, the Dragon Emperor's bride is a human cultivator. None of you seem surprised. For years, the Dragon Emperor has had a female human cultivator from the Tianji Tower by his side. Inseparable. She divines his fortunes. So it's probably her. Looks like he's the new Dragon Emperor. Ah, that explains it. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. One of the 8 sects and 10 schools. They're not known for their fighting strength, but their methods are devious. Famous for divining the heavenly secrets. Their spy network spans the entire world. A cult of fortune-tellers no one wants to offend. Wait, here they come. I spot the Dragon Emperor's imperial entourage. Finally. I snort. The show begins. They bow and welcome the Dragon Emperor. Even if I've offended the pavilion, so what? One sword strike is all it takes. Bring it on. Wait, who's this guy? Ah, that's not the Dragon Emperor. What's going on? I don't recognize either of them. Ridiculous. Where's Long Zaiyin? Are they playing with me? Those are clearly just common dragons. Their cultivation is even on par with Zi. Oh, I remember now. Isn't that Long Gua from the Azure Dragon lineage? When did he become Dragon Emperor? I wasn't in seclusion. When did the Emperor switch? He shouts for silence. He announces that the previous Emperor secretly passed the throne to him 3 days ago. Now he's the new Dragon Emperor. He demands everyone kneel before him. Forget it. What a farce. Did someone bring April Fool's Day to the Dragon Domain? Wait, what? Long Zaiyin abandoned the throne. He ran off with a woman. He shouts that he's the Dragon Emperor. He tells everyone to stop. He declares he'll punish them. What a joke. He's already putting on the imperial airs. He should take a good look at himself first. Sure, we brothers never liked Long Zaiyin anyway, but at least he had skill and methods. I thought today would be a hard battle. This is disappointing. Looks like our clan's revenge won't happen today. My disciples tell me I should just take the throne myself. Wait, don't all rush off just yet. Someone's here to crash the party. The southeast of Taiwei is unfavorable for travel. It's not a good direction to go. The hexagram shows Yun Yi won't set foot north for 100 years. So you'd better flee north. But remember, don't reveal your former identity. Otherwise, once your trail is exposed, you'll be dead for sure. I ask if I have to live like a cockroach in the gutter, hiding forever. I curse that damned Yun Yi. I beg her to cast another divination for me. I ask if there's still a chance to reclaim the Dragon Emperor's seat. She asks if she needs to remind me. She says I'm not the Dragon Emperor anymore. She says I can't afford her divination fees. She tells me that last reading was a gift because I was an old customer. I protest that she used to do it for free. She says back then, I was the Dragon Emperor. The pavilion thought it worth befriending me. But now, am I still? She suggests the person worth befriending now is Yun Yi. I mutter that she's a snobbish woman. But she's still useful, so I hold my tongue. I say I thought our years of history meant something. Priceless, even. I remind her how I save her from Long Songbiao. She retorts that after saving her, I held it over her head. From the biggest dangers to the throne. Down what color clothes to wear each day. I wanted divination for everything. She says she's had enough of me. She tells me to have some self-respect. She clarifies there was never any extra affection between us. She warns that if I don't leave, she'll inform Yunyi. I back off and say I won't bother her. But I remind her not to forget. She was the one who divined that the five-clawed golden dragon Yuan-Zi would replace me as emperor. That was why I struck first. I tell her if she betrays me to join Lotus Peak, I'll reveal that hand. She won't have a good ending either. I mutter that they won't get a happy ending either. A subordinate reports that Long Zitian has gone south. They ask if they should drive him north. She says no, she already foresaw this. Whether north or south, his death is certain. Let him struggle. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is closing its doors as of today. She mutters about a man who defies heaven. Is it really Yunyi? Longgu sends word to the three Songbiao brothers. She tells them to go to the Star Moon Sacred Domain, to cooperate with her in an old trick. A mere young dragon dares to covet my seat? She sneers that she's not to be bullied. The brothers ask if Yunyi needs their help. They say while his disciples are talented, 2 against 1 is a disadvantage. I wave it off. Trash like that, Zi can handle. Through constant exposure, Xiao Lu and Gao Ao have both picked up some of my ruthlessness. But Zi is too gentle. For his position as Dragon Emperor, commanding an entire race, that's no virtue. I have to correct it. Wait, what did you just call him? He confirms exactly what I heard. Someone yells that Yunyi is coming and they flee. I tell them to stay put. I wonder what kind of treasure this is. That Longhua is at the Earth Realm, but he can't even fight back. Zi thinks to himself, good thing I'm watching. He spots an opening and declares it's over. He feels like I'm practically handing him the throne, right into his hands. If he still needs my help for this, that would be too disappointing. He shouts for his enemy to die. A woman screams for her husband. She begs him not to scare her. He says her next. Fu Tianji. Another scream. Zi realizes this Fuxian halberd is a heaven-grade treasure I once gave him. He never understood how a piece of cloth could be a weapon. But in that moment, he suddenly gets it. The dragon halberd is steel. But steel is also softness. He asks if he's supposed to turn softness into hardness. Not bad. He won't embarrass me. The false Dragon Emperor falls. I proclaim my disciple Yuan-Zi as the new Dragon Emperor. I ask if anyone objects. They all bow to the new Dragon Emperor. A hidden quest completes in my mind. It rewards me by restoring my base cultivation to the Saint Realm. The blood-slaying dragon sword is now in my inventory. I glance at one elder and ask if he has a problem. He quickly says he wouldn't dare, and that with my disciple leading them. The dragon race will once again dominate the cultivation world. He claims to be utterly convinced. I say, good, then take this. He hesitates. I tell him to hard goo worm. If he ever betrays us, the poison will activate instantly. His status and position are just right. From now on, he'll assist the Dragon Emperor properly. I don't have any bone-tempering pills on me, so I just grab a random body-tempering pill to bluff. After all, no one would question Yin Ye's word. Some mutter that Long Zitian escaped, and Longhua is dead. They see this as a chance to show loyalty. One refuses to take the pill. Another begs me to give it to him. He declares he'll serve the new emperor, through fire and water, no matter what. Wait, Long Songbiao is going this far. I treated him like a brother, and he's playing mind games with me? This just makes me and Lao Bai look foolish. He begs me to give him another pill. Others also beg me to grant them one. They claim they want to assist the Dragon Emperor too. I say, fine, I have as many as you need. I stop and stare. Whoa, what's this? I didn't realize I seemed so confident. Someone built a giant golden statue of me inside the mountain. This wasn't here when we left. It must be Gao Ao and Xiao Lu's handiwork. How embarrassing. Wait, what? Who builds a statue of themselves at their own front door? My disciples protest that I'm wronging them. They explain that the statue was a gift from the rogue cultivators who got the black spotted wings. They put it up to honor my kindness. They even invited 5 grandmasters to consecrate it. If it were me, I'd build a master an even more grand and imposing statue. and I'd make a tiny one to carry around for worship. I chuckle and say, yeah, no thanks. Someone introduces these as the remaining disciples of the Cloud Emperor. They remark that they're all truly exceptional talents, brilliant and gifted. And on top of that, they're now from Medicine King Valley and the Divine Valley. They're family now. The Medicine King Valley is booming. The Divine Valley, having absorbed all of the Void Sacred Domain's resources, is on an unstoppable rise. And with me, the Cloud Emperor, sitting firmly in the Dragon Clan, cooperating with us comes with nothing but benefits. I raise an eyebrow. Wait, I wonder if Long Feng Biao had already thought of this. That's why he rushed to pledge his allegiance. I smirk. Since when did you get so smart? He just grins sheepishly. He declares he'll build a statue of himself one day. It'll be totally badass, he says. I sigh. Okay, I overestimated you. They welcome me back to Lotus Peak. They bow and pay their respects. I note that one of them is a half-god rel powerhouse. Yuan reports that he didn't fail his mission. All who opposed in the Void Domain have been suppressed. I nod. Good work. Get up. He's using a half-god as an errand boy. Someone mutters that this is arrogant as hell. He vows to get a half-god underling of his own. That's cooler than cool, he says. I ask where Lu Wensheng is. He chuckles about the Azure Cloud Sacred Domain and the Star Moon Sacred Domain. He explains that the teacher sent a ransom today, so Lu is busy counting the inventory. He sneezes loudly. They list the 9 Abyss Demon Pearl, the Star's Love, the Dragon Scale Armor. He sneezes again. He reports that the reason they summoned me back urgently was because while taking over the Void Sacred Domain, they discover a letter. It's from the Star Moon Sect leader to the Void Sect leader. I ask what the letter said. He tells me the secret realm of Kunlun, the top ancient sect, is about to appear in the Northern Abyss. The letter invites the leaders of the 8 sacred domains to form an alliance. They plan to go together and share in this fortune. I repeat the name, Kunlun. According to records, this sect at its peak was so powerful that even if all 8 sacred domains united today, they couldn't match it. At its height, it had 10 half-god elders, but it vanished very suddenly. If anyone can't get a share of this Kunlun secret realm, then the power structure of the 9 provinces will be reshuffled. While I was away, the life lamps of my eldest disciple and 4th disciple both flickered violently. It seems they encountered some danger. The life lamps pointed exactly to the location of Kunlun in the letter. A chime rings out. The system detects a possible fall of Ling Feng and Zhongli Mei. If they fall, the main storyline collapses. My current points will be wiped out, and I will die instantly. I decide to set off for Kunlun immediately. Someone whispers, "Hey, is that him?" They confirm it's indeed Star Moon, Sacred Domain leader, Star Chun. Rumor has it his divination skills rival the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. His lifebound artifact, the Yinyang 3-life sword, can even see the future. One of them urges not to dawdle. He says they snuck out without anyone knowing. They need to finish this job and return to the Dragon Domain. Kunlun appearing out of nowhere. And divination shows Yunyi and other factions will also head north. He fears trouble. In terms of martial ranking, the Star Moon Sacred Domain is last among the 8. He needs to recruit a powerful figure to accompany him. A voice calls out, "Yo, Star Chun, where are you off to? Why not play with me for a bit?" Star Chun grunts in surprise. He snaps back, arrogant, saying how dare they stop him on his own turf. He thinks just because the Dragon Domain has Yunyi backing them, they think they can mess with him. I realize he's mistaken me for one of Yunye's men. I shrug internally. Whatever. I announce I'm here on someone's orders. Today, I take your life. Ishut, D. Starchin mutters that this dragon came prepared, and his strength is overwhelming. He might not be his match. Today's divination showed danger. But he'd escape unscathed. He yells for us to stop. He steps forward. "I'll handle you." Starchin wonders who I am. I look familiar. Why would I save him? I panic internally. Oh crap. I finished the fight. Done. I wave him off. "Don't thank me." Long Zong Biao says he'll secretly send the payment to our caves later. Starchin asks why Long Zong Biao didn't come. He explains that Long has always seen Yunyi as a role model. Now that he has the chance, he's fully pledged allegiance to him. And they won't be working with him anymore either. People climb higher, he says. Don't hold a grudge. Take care of yourself from now on. Starchin laughs it off. He says they helped him take care of Yao Guang before, and Long, Fei Rant's sister. Even when he's down, they still came to help. He says he's grateful, and he's not the type to repay kindness with betrayal. They accept that and take their leave. I always thought Long Tianxing was a shady, shameless bastard. But now I see he has some standards after all. Still, since this is our last collaboration, we might as well go all the way. I come to, and he tells me Yin Yi sent a rogue dragon to kill me. He claims he saved me. He asks if I know who he is. He announces himself as the former Dragon Emperor, Long Tianxing. I think perfect. A free bodyguard just showed up. The ferryman says the seats are full. He tells him to wait for the next trip. They protest that only one Kunlun carries passengers to the northern abyss each month. Ordinary cultivators can't possibly cross the endless sea. They introduce themselves as disciples of the Qingyun clan. They're in a hurry. They ask for a favor. The ferryman hesitates, saying the seats are full. One of them suggests kicking those few people off. He yells at us, "Hey, you there? Hear that? Get down now." Someone whispers nervously, "They're talking about us. Should we get off?" They sigh, recognizing the Qingyun clan. They figure it's not worth fighting against such a big power. They resign themselves to bad luck. I also have important business in the northern abyss. I deliberately hid my identity this time. Better to keep a low profile. The Chun disciple sneers that we're asking for trouble. He threatens us with the consequences of offending the Qingyun clan. He mocks the masked figure for hiding his face like a coward. He scoffs at a mere Dao realm cultivator like me. Dares to refuse his clan's demand. He issues a final warning. "Get the hell off now," he snarls. I speak calmly. "Say that again." "Who are you telling to get off?" He sneers, playing dumb. He decides since I'm asking for death, he'll oblige me. His cronies snicker, saying this kid has no idea. Beigu is the strongest among them and will win easily. They chant for him to teach me a lesson. The leader warns me to keep my eyes open on the road. Otherwise, you'll offend someone you shouldn't, and it'll be too late for regrets. With a flick of my sleeve, I send them flying. Someone asks, hopefully, "Does this mean we don't have to get off?" They laugh, saying the mighty Qingyun clan turn out to be paper tigers. They marvel that a flick of the sleeve sent those punks flying. They wonder who's hiding next to us. They realize I'm an undercover big shot. They figure I wanted to stay anonymous. But those idiots force my hand. An elder from the Chan clan apologizes for his disciple's rudeness. He calls me a lofty expert. He offers to cover all travel expenses to the northern abyss. He mutters under his breath that my power is far beyond the Dao realm. He curses, wondering who I am. I tell him not to bother. I instruct the ferryman to set off. He cheerfully tells everyone to hold tight. One of the Chun disciples panics, realizing the ship has left. He despairs they won't make it to Kunlun in time. His companion mutters, "What else can we do?" He grumbles about bad luck, running into a cultivator who hides his strength. The boatman mutters that it's time to set off. He hollers for everyone to hold on tight. I watch my brother Bay's boat sail away. We're not going to make it to Kunlun in time. When someone asks what we do now, I shrug and say cold salad. I grumble about our bad luck, running into a fellow cultivator who was playing dumb. I have to admit, that last move was impressive. I wonder how she found me, hidden away as Yunyi. She says she has business with me. Does this girl not realize how obvious her approach is? She asks if she was too forward just now. She apologizes, saying it's her first time doing this. I tell her to just say what she wants directly. All right then. She declares she's going to follow me. I point out we've only just met. Is she serious? I snort. Being a master really has its perks. One little display of skill and a beauty latches on. When will this kind of luck ever come my way? I wonder. My disciples are all jealous, muttering their envy. I groan. She's been clinging to me for 7 days now. I have real business to attend to. I don't have time to entertain her. She asks if I'm collecting information about Kunlun. She offers to help. I ask how she knows. I specifically hid my tracks on this trip. My identity shouldn't have been leaked. The news about Kunlun was sealed by the 8 sacred domains. This woman is deliberately getting close to me. What is she really after? She says she can't tell me, but she offers to swear a heavenly oath. She vows she'll never harm me. And sure enough, the heavenly Tao seals her words. Now that that's done, her motives become even harder to figure out. A little kid pipes up, asking if we're pledging ourselves to each other. She coos about how romantic it is. She suggests I give a lady a flower. But the lady complains that I haven't agreed yet. She asks the kid what she should do. The kid tells me to hurry up and say yes. I stammer. Oh no, this is going sideways. I sigh and give in. Fine, you win. I tell her to come on. Let's find somewhere quiet to sit. She says she knows a spot and leads the way. She thanks me profusely. Thank you, big brother. Sunshine faith value plus 10, I imagine. Karmic ties are easy to start, but hard to break. Looks like this girl has really got me cornered. She talks about the Kunlun secret realm. The real entrance is at the bottom of the endless sea. The bombing location is just a decoy. She explains that 4 of the 8 sacred domains were all dealt with by the Cloud Emperor to prevent news from leaking and to stop more people from coveting the secret realm's inheritance. They agreed to use bombing as a decoy. Everyone gathers there first. I nod, so that's how it is. I ask how long until the secret realm opens. 10 days, she says. I ask if she knows the meeting point. She knows even more than I expected. Free intel is free intel. I'll take it. She asks if I'm planning something, whether or not she knows my real identity. From now on, I'm a former dragon lord kicked out of the dragon domain by Yunyi. Long Zaiqian, that's my alias. Got it memorized, I tell her. She calls herself the Radiant Moon Immortal. I ask how she recognized me. She smirks and says she can't say. A clan head announces that someone else is coming up. When all the great cultivators keep quiet, some mere tribulation transcendence dares to interrupt. He snorts. After the Qingyun sacred domain fell, things have gotten harder and harder to watch. They let one of their own noble families usurp power, making themselves the sect leader. It drags down the level of all of us. Another voice calls for calm. After Qingyun was ravaged by Yunyi, clan head Qin managed to step up and salvage things. That's already no small feat. He mutters that the Taishu True Dragon Star might not even send anyone this time. He sighs heavily. He worries that next time, Yunyi might turn his blade on them. I scan the crowd, quite a gathering. I announce my arrival, asking if I'm late. Someone exclaims that Long Zaiqian actually came. Another demands to know who I am and why I'm wearing a mask. A third says I look familiar. He realizes I'm the person from the Cloud Scripture portrait. My identity is clearly not simple. I introduce myself as Long Zaiqian. Recently hunted by Yunyi, I'm forced to wear a mask and hide my name. I ask for everyone's understanding. I gesture to the Radiant Moon Immortal beside me. Surely she's enough to verify my identity. A voice rasps. Oh, so this gentleman recognizes me? He claims he is Long Zaiqian. Then who am I? He demands. I curse, Radiant Moon, you traitor. Will Long Zaiqian step up to expose my fake? I whisper to her, keep quiet if you want to live. She stammers that she must have mistaken someone. This person dares to impersonate Long Zaiqian and has Radiant Moon with him. There must be a hidden trick. This reaction is off. I notice someone standing behind the Star Moon Sacred Domain leader. Looks like they're on the same side. One of them snorts. You've never met before? You wouldn't know. He explains there was a conflict over the senior's identity. Thankfully, the senior was magnanimous. He scolds his disciples for throwing the Chen name around. He orders the 4 of them to isolated meditation after this. They scurry away, mumbling assent. This is the new sect leader of Qingyun Sacred Domain. He seems far more decisive than his predecessor, Qingping. Since his identity checks out, that just leaves Kunlun's Sacred Domain. Someone gripes about what King Jingshuan is playing at. Getting old, can't even walk anymore? A sharp voice calls out, insolent. Everyone demands to know who spoke. Someone snarls, damn it, who let this wild girl in? An elder calls for his daughter to come back. Daughter? Could that be your father? I blink. It's really my cheap 6 disciple, Ur. How did she suddenly become the daughter of the Kunlun Sacred Domain Lord? Side quest 4 activated. Help 6 disciple Ur avenge her enemies. Complete the mission for 100 points. Current points, 231. Notification. Side quest 3, seeking justice for Yuan Zi, is still incomplete. The system urges me to hurry up. Hidden quest detected. Help Ur recover her memories. Quest activated. Reward. Heaven Mending Stone. So Ur has been suffering from amnesia. And what exactly is a Heaven Mending Stone? Someone mutters, since when did Kunlun have a daughter? Another sneers about what a sharp-tongued girl she is. He says he'll have to discipline her on her father's behalf. Ur retorts that he was disrespectful first. She says anyone who calls her father old, she'll deal with personally. Come on, old hag. She taunts him with a merry laugh. The elder roars, "You're dead, brat." The Kunlun Lord steps in, "Stop." He says she's just like him. He declares his daughter's affairs are no one else's concern. Tang Jingxue really has grown stronger, I note. With such overwhelming power, Kunlun Sacred Domain was already the strongest force here. And Kang Jingxuan's strength is just as unfathomable. It seems Kunlun is secure for at least another century. Someone complains that bullying Qin disciples is one thing. But how dare he provoke the Kunlun Lord? Could he be testing Kang Jingxuan's power? The Chen clan head apologizes. "Forgive me, Lord. I overstepped," he says, bowing to Kang Jingxuan. This move isn't just a warning to leave his daughter alone. It's a warning to everyone here. On this Kunlun secret realm expedition, he intends to take the lion's share. A voice cuts in, "Lord Kunlun." Quite the display of authority. The Kunlun Lord's eyes narrow. Impossible. This person is in no way weaker than me. He demands to know who is hiding behind a mask. I sense a familiar aura about him. I ask myself if this feeling of wrongness is just an illusion. No, it's real. Something's off. The masked man introduces himself. "I am Long Zaiyan." The Kunlun Lord scoffs. With strength like that, why would he be hunted by Yunyi? The others mutter. They thought Long Zaiyan was a beaten dog. They didn't expect him to have a hidden card left. Forcing him out of the game now probably won't be possible. Of course not, because this guy's a fake. The fake Long Zaiyan declares that until Yunyi dies, he'll never see the light of day. He refuses to say anything else. Another leader speaks up. "Since everyone's here, let's start the real business." Everyone agrees. Gathering forces from 6 sacred domains today is no small feat. There's no need for more squabbling. He says he's already given orders. His disciples pretended to find a secret realm entrance at Biming. That should mislead outsiders for a while. Another domain leader confirms his disciples have also moved out. On the Kunlun Lord's command, his disciples lured people into the Qiong Desert. The meeting wraps up in 7 days. The Kunlun secret realm opens at the bottom of the Endless Sea. The countdown begins. Today, the 6 factions form an alliance together. Kunlun fell so suddenly back then. No one really knows what happened. This trip is bound to be dangerous. I propose we all swear a heavenly oath here. I'm standing right outside the dangerous secret realm, waiting. No one here is allowed to attack an ally. I agree. With unknown dangers ahead, we have to stay united internally. Only then can we have no worries behind us. I disagree. Since we've already formed an alliance, I don't think a heavenly oath is necessary. We're all reputable figures here. Surely we have that much credibility. He snorts. Swear a heavenly oath. And if the spoils aren't divided fairly later, won't we be helpless? I disagree too. With a heavenly oath sworn, how would we stir up trouble? What the Tianshu sect leader said is right. Kunlun also disagrees. We haven't even entered the secret realm yet. These people are already harboring their own agendas. As if this Kunlun trip will go smoothly at all. What about the Soul sect leader's opinion? Sorry, but I also disagree with the alliance. It's only to block other forces. As for inside, of course, everyone will rely on their own skills. In that case, I have nothing more to say. 7 days from now, at the hour of Chun, I'll see you all at the Endless Sea. Troublesome. I saw Long Zaiyan standing behind Star just now. How did you recognize him? When Song Jinxian made his move, Long Zaiyan used a Dragon Clan technique. The aura of dragon techniques differs greatly from human cultivators. He covered up quickly enough, but it was enough for me to notice. Everyone was struggling back then to fend off Song Jinxuan's attack. I didn't think he'd still catch that detail. It came without effort. I'll take this chance to deal with him. Long Zaiyan completes his side mission. Back inside the old Kunlun secret realm, I think. I can clear a path for you. In exchange, you help me find out who's impersonating me. Deal. Father, that masked person just now felt so familiar. Did I know him before? I don't remember. You've had almost no contact with the Dragon Clan before. But since you find him familiar, I'll send someone to investigate. Word is the secret realm opens the day after tomorrow. I have a bad feeling about this. I need to go to the Celestial Pavilion. I'll give orders of the branch. Keep an eye on Star's movements at all times. Fairy Yao Wang, Xiao Yu. here with ill intent. You're following me. You slut have actually hooked up with Yunyi. And you even dared to bring him to impersonate me, appearing at the summit of Qianyao Mountain. Did you think I wouldn't dare expose you face to face, you poison? Enough. A public quarrel like this, letting everyone laugh. Fairy de Wong, why don't we speak somewhere private? They say to give this medicine to Yun Yin and make him take it. Or else once I expose you, you'll also be the one who harmed his disciple. He'll likely reject you first. I asked what kind of medicine this is supposed to be. It's better for the fairy not to know. That way there's no guilt. You said you were going to the branch earlier. Did it go smoothly? Smooth enough. The matter has been arranged. The fairy always seems so guarded around me. I'm not that scary looking, am I? Of course not. It's just that Yao Wang is not good with words. I'll take tea as wine. A toast to you. Please don't take offense. Heh, the fairy is too polite. That should satisfy those two. A spy from Star's side reports. Lord Yin personally drank the tea passed by Yao Wang. Huh, who would have thought the famous Lord Yin would fall for such a clumsy honey trap? And Yao Wang, that little wench, always putting on that pure, chaste act. We parted ways on bad terms, and in just a few days, she's hooking up with Yun Yi. I'll take this chance to finish him off directly. Let's see how he keeps pretending after this. But Lord Yun's aura is nearly gone. He's coming out. Yao Wang. Haha, not bad. There it is again, that carefree expression. Today, I'll destroy him completely. You really didn't disappoint me. What's the situation with Yun Yi now? He lost consciousness 2 hours ago. He struggled for a long time. So I press him. What exactly was in that bottle you gave me? Let go of me. Stop pretending. Little slut at this point. What use is it for you to know? This heartless bitch. I also have to thank Yun Yi. Thanks to him, I could see your true colors. Better to stay still than to move. Wealth without life. Today, either Long Zaiqian dies, or Yun Yi falls. And all I have to do is watch quietly. Long Zaiqian, what are you doing? Don't push it. I'm pushing it. Bullshit. I've treated you with respect all this time. And what did I get in return? You woman just won't take a hint. You forced me to get rough. Lord Yin has already died by your hand. No one can save you. If you don't submit, I'll tie you up and take you to his group of merciless disciples. Let's see if that pretty skin of yours can survive their celibacy. Better worry about yourself first. Long Zaiqian, huh? That voice. Can't even sleep in peace. Huh, Lord Yin? Idiot. Didn't you already make him take the poison? Fairy Yao Wang couldn't bear to do that to me. Now you betray me too. Are you so useless you can only take it out on women? Yao Wang is guilty. When I told Long Zaiqian the prophecy, I didn't expect it would lead to the massacre of the entire Golden Dragon lineage. Since it's come to this, Yao Wang doesn't dare beg for your forgiveness. You can kill or cut me, I won't resist. So, you don't know what was in that bottle either? Probably nothing good. Then I'll trouble the fairy, to play along in a little drama to lure out the snake. You're not going to kill me? Depends on the fairy's performance. Setting the trap isn't easy. Perfect chance to test my new blood-cleaving dragon sword. Where did that bastard Star go? Still not showing up at a time like this. Damn it, Yao Guang, Yunye. You've cornered me step by step to this point. I'll fight you to the death. Laughing at the 9 heavens? Showing off your skills? Quite the party. Any more tricks? Better use them now, or you'll never get another chance in this life. You forced me to do this. Ultimate 10 moves. Blood soaks the sky. My 1,000 years of cultivation. I don't care anymore. But you, Yin Yi will fall here today. Is that all, Lord Yin? Watch out for Xuanwu. Just an illusion to distract. Long Zaiqian is going to self-destruct. Where there's no fire, there's no essence. Where there's thorns, there's fire. Yin Yi, you dog thief, don't think you can run. Long Zai-Tian, that coward who clings to life, actually chose to perish together with Yun Yi. If he'd had this resolve earlier, how could it have come to this? Death with honor, rather than life in disgrace. His end is near. At least he made one right choice. Not bad for 1,000 years of dog life. Side mission. Seek justice for my disciple, Yuan Zi. The task's still not done. The system tells me to hurry up. Still not finished. I understand. What a pity. I'll let him live a few more days. Someone asks if I'm hurt. One of them got away. They ask if we should chase him, and I say no. Let him go. That medicine in the porcelain bottle, it's just a common pill for strengthening the body. I figure Xingxin swapped it when Long Tianxing wasn't looking, hedging his bets. If Long Tianxing wins, then naturally, there's nothing more to say. If I win, that pill becomes his little secret. My 6 disciples under Yun Yi. Each one holds a grudge against the 7 sacred domains. Only my new moon's sacred domain has never provoked them. So why would I follow Long Tianxing? Down a road with no turning back? Long Tianxing's life is one of betrayal and abandonment. Lovers, family, friends, all leave him. In the end, he only has himself to blame. It's getting late. He tells me to go rest. I ask him what. He says that masked man, Yun Yin, is my father's murderer. But he insists he's my real father. He says he was once close with my parents, back when Yun Yi slaughtered my family. He couldn't make it in time. Luckily, I survived. So he took me in, raising me like his own daughter. But, I can't shake the feeling he's not that kind of person. He questions if I'm doubting him. Schwerer says she wouldn't dare. She points out that Yun Yi is incredibly powerful. Even she can't match him. He suggests we lie low for now, pretending we haven't noticed his identity. One day, we'll definitely kill him. She agrees to avenge her parents. On the surface, everything's calm. Nothing stands out. Looks like we'll have to dive into the sea. The quieter, the better. Perfect for hiding our tracks. A few water avoidance pills. If the Celestial Dome Jade Sect leader can't afford them, the Tao Celestial Sacred Domain can lend some to him. He scoffs. He mutters that borrowing pills now mean repaying with opportunities inside the secret realm. He says he can't afford that debt. We haven't even entered the secret realm yet, and the tension is already thick enough to choke on. This Spirit Master Alliance is so divided. No wonder Yin Yi found an opening. Today, he's been staring at me since I showed up. I ask what's going on. He says he's got his memories back. Someone asks if I'm not taking a water avoidance pill. I say no need. Unlike Long Tianxing, he wonders if I have another way. Cultivating beneath the sea. After all these years, if I can't even split the sea or move mountains, then all my training's been for nothing. They ask what I said. I point out that they're already beaten dogs running for their lives. Why talk big? I tell the pretty-faced pillows to watch closely because I'll only demonstrate once. Weak light green. 1,000 miles of ice. It's a one-time use item. The seal for 1,000 miles of ice is used. Remaining faith points, 2,120. They gasp. Someone whispers it's practically a miracle. Faced with such power, they can't even muster the will to resist. They admit that our strength is far beyond their imagination. The balance of power is shattered. The law of the jungle will take effect. One wrong step, and it's utter ruin. I realize I need to plan this carefully. Someone says I'm too flashy, making a scene this big. They ask what I'll do if it attracts other covetous eyes. I tell them that's their problem to worry about. For me, if anyone wants to compete for a lucky break, they're welcome to try. They mutter that try might just mean dying. Yao Guang leaves. Someone says we should follow. They ask what we're waiting for. I realize this won't work. We'll just keep being led around by the nose. Looks like that's the entrance to Kunlun. I wonder what's happening. Is it a tsunami? Some beast roars, demanding to know which bastard split his brother in half. He calls for whoever did it to come out. He vows blood for blood. I think to myself, well, this is awkward. He points at me and says it's me. I hold up a hand and say, hold on. I recognize him as the Azure Blue Sacred Lord, and the Celestial Azure Sacred Lord, and the Tao Celestial Sacred Lord. I wonder if I've stumbled into something I shouldn't. All these big shots gathered here. I try to act casual, saying I'm just passing through. I say I won't bother them. They try to stop me. I ask what they want. I claim I saw nothing. I beg them to spare me. I'm just a little demon guarding the Sea Emperor's palace. Not worth their trouble. I mutter that it's too cruel. After accidentally killing someone's kin, they're about to silence the witness too. It seems my father wasn't lying. He really is a bloodthirsty demon. I declare I won't kill him. He wonders what I'm up to. I hand him a token and tell him to go to Lotus Peak to explain what happened. My disciples will compensate him. He asks, compensate me for what? Someone gasps that Yunyi revealed his identity. They connect the dots. Lotus Peak. You're Yunyi. I ask them why they're so surprised. Didn't some of them already figure it out? I challenge them to try laying a hand on me. They sputter, trying to respond. One of them shouts, fine. Xingqian, Songjin, Xian. He accuses them of knowing his identity all along. He fumes that even the Celestial Secrets Pavilion is colluding with this demon. Two sect leaders try to calm him down. They say that, as the Cloud Emperor put it, whether they knew or not. After that move he just showed, no one present can match him. Better to play dumb. Someone mutters that the fool exposed his identity. And now we're all in an awkward position. They expected that once the Cloud Emperor's identity was out, he'd be besieged from all sides. Instead, the Jade Lords at the table freeze in fear. I grin and say I preferred them when they were rebellious. The little demon suddenly gushes. So you're the famous Cloud Emperor. He bows and says, honored to meet you. The 8 sacred domains always preach their irreconcilable enmity with demons. But in private, they're scared of him like tigers. He figures he's latched onto a powerful patron. He mutters to himself, Brother Xia, rest in peace. Since no one has any objections, I announce I'll go on ahead. A father tells his daughter that once she's inside, she should cozy up to Yunyi. He's least guarded around her. She should seize the chance to eliminate him. If we can't kill Yunyi this time, after Kunlun, his power will only become more terrifying. She hesitates, but he insists she go. She calls him father. I think to myself, the Azure Blue Sacred Lord has a ruthless heart, willing to use even his own daughter. But that girl doesn't look like she'd succeed. The Celestial Azure Sect leader says that's a family matter, and he doesn't need to involve himself. He urges us to hurry inside, or there'll be nothing left even for scraps. I grunt. I can't muster any spiritual power. I shout, watch out. I ask if they're okay. 1 point deducted. They stutter a thank you. I wonder why it's only us. That teleportation gate must have a trick. Looks like it teleports randomly. So far, the secret realm feels no different from outside. I suggest we look around first. She huffs that she's not walking with me because she wants to. It's just convenient. I shush her. There are people ahead. A left protector asks what they should do now. He sighs. The assassination of Wiyazi failed. When they return, the Demon Lord will definitely punish them. He's told to shut up. The #1 righteous cultivator. Wiyazi isn't so easy to kill. This mission is impossible. Someone growls that it must be that crazy woman scheming with the demon crystal. Demonic cultivators. I thought those guys vanished thousands of years ago. So why are there demon cultivators in the Kunlun secret realm? Someone's blocking the path ahead. They yell at us to get lost. They smirk, calling us lucky righteous cultivators. They plan to drain our vital energy, to heal their injuries. I agree we're lucky, because I need someone to answer my questions. I tell her I'll find out why demon cultivators are here. After I beat them into submission, then I'll just ask. I tell her to hide behind me. I barely met this guy, yet he keeps stepping up to protect me. I wonder if he's just all talk. They unleash a demonic palm strike, aiming to kill. They whisper about sneaking around from behind. Their target is the girl. They agree on the plan. I manifest the 10 Directions Universe Dharma body. I shout for them to get lost. They realize they underestimated me. From my aura, they thought I was low-ranked. They can't believe I have a Dharma body. They wonder if I'm some elder from Kunlun. I chase after Feng Che as he tries to flee. They note the girl isn't simple either. They warn each other to watch out for the golden dragon. She exclaims that my spiritual energy is back. I explain my theory. Everyone entering Kunlun loses their power. It's a trial. Only by passing do they get it back. His test was falling from the sky. Mine was dealing with demon cultivators. But I have the system. That's basically cheating. She nods in understanding. She remarks how dangerous the Kunlun secret realm is. So I warn her she's alone. She has to be extremely careful. Best not to leave my sight. I tell him I won't interrogate him. But he'd better confess willingly. Spill everything he knows. He pleads with me to be reasonable. He offers to tell me where the captured Kunlun disciples are trapped. He begged me to go easy on him. Spare his life. He mutters about keeping a foothold, not fearing future trouble. He reveals all the Yao tribe's work for that madwoman. I order them taken away. The demon cultivator curses his bad luck. He ran right into a lunatic. He struggles and yells to be let go. I look at her little face. I remark how adorable she is. I hope she keeps up that spirit. During the interrogation, We arrive at the place the demon cultivator mentioned. She cries that she doesn't want to be eaten by a boreal. She begs for someone to save them. She shouts for help, desperate to find a way out. Trapped in this secret realm, she fears she'll never see her master again. She calls out for a master. The other one wonders if she heard our voices. She asks if it's an auditory hallucination. I greet Mayor, saying it's been a while. I ask if she missed me. She accuses me of flirting around. I yelp in pain. I rub my sore spots. The others grumble about not getting the same treatment as Zhongli Mei. They point out someone caught her. Another disciple thought they'd never see me again. I tell them to save the reunion talk for later. First, deal with that thing. I shudder at how disgusting it is. I ask why they're shaking. I remind them they're Kunlun disciples. Even if they can't beat the giant boreal, they shouldn't be afraid of the smaller ones. One of them thanks me for saving them, but says they can't drag me into this. They tell me to flee. They'll hold a rear. I find that rare. The one named Zhu asks if I know him. She urges her to convince me. They explain the boar is the pet of the female demon Lord Wuxi, not something ordinary people can handle. They insist we escape first. She proudly announces, I am Yunin. She tells them to just watch. She assures them there's no enemy my master can't defeat. She reassures them. I ask for salt. I ask if anyone wants charcoal roasted spider meat. I remark how good it smells. She offers me a skewer, saying it's ready. I snort, watching them flirt right in front of me. I grumble that if I didn't stop them, they'd probably feed each other the whole time. I decide I can't allow that. She's only focused on him. She demands why she didn't get a skewer. He reminds her she never eats these things. She brushes him off, telling him not to be familiar. She asks who's his junior sister. She claims she loves this stuff. I remark it tastes pretty good. I tell him to ignore him. He lost his memory. His brain isn't working too well. I ask why she's here. She explained she was searching for medicine for me. She stumbled into this realm and couldn't find the exit. Then demon cultivators chased her. They wanted to refine her into a ghost general. Luckily, Kunlun took her in to raise her cultivation and find a way out. She often went on training missions with Kunlun disciples. But she was caught by the demon cult's right protector and locked up here. One of them realizes I'm Junior Zhou's master. She says she's heard me mention often, finally meeting me in person. She wishes her master was this handsome. She claims her cultivation speed would skyrocket. Another warns her not to say that where Elder Su can hear, or she'd lose her master. She teases that she'll tell her master, and he'll blab it to Elder Su. I ask if her skin is itching again. She yelps and begs for mercy. I laugh heartily. I comment that life at Kunlun has been good to her. I note that both are major sects ruling a domain. But the Kunlun sacred domain is full of conflict. I wonder why Kunlun disciples have no friction between them. Strangely enough, I seem to fit in better here. Someone yells at us to shut up. They accuse us of eating the Right Protector's precious boreal. They warn that the Right Protector won't let us off. I suggest they worry about themselves first. I give them 3 seconds to run. They beg for mercy on 3. On 2, I declare I'm back, like Huhan-san returning. I marvel at Kunlun, the top sect 1,000 years ago. The spiritual energy here is so thick, truly beyond later generations of sects. One points and tells everyone to look. I wonder what's happening. I ask what's going on. I joke that they're rolling out the red carpet for us. I've never received such treatment, but things feel off. It's the law enforcement hall. I realize they're here for me. The disciples protest that Elder Wei has it wrong. They insist I'm their savior. I rescued them from demon cultivators. They agree. They'd all vouch for me with their lives. They swear I'm not a bad person. But Elder Wei claims they've been deceived. He tells them they don't know. He calls me a demon who commits every evil. Rape, pillage, murder. He says I'm infamous in our lands. He sneers my name, Yunyi. He boasts that no matter how strong I am, against a behemoth like Kunlun, I'm nothing. I think this is fate helping me. I managed to land right inside Kunlun and gain their trust first. One disciple spits that talk is cheap. She says he looks shady and untrustworthy. The others agree, telling Elder Wei not to wrong a good person. They echo this sentiment. I warn them not to blame the wrong person for all this mess. Law Enforcement Hall demands silence during proceedings. The accuser claims these disciples are bewitched by the demon. He urges Elder Wei to kill me quickly. I shout, who dares? I ask if all of Kunlun are just a bunch of muddle-headed fools. The disciples plead that things aren't as he says. They beg the elder to see clearly. I note how cleanly he executed that silencing spell. From his aura, he's been at the Demigod realm for at least a century. He's a tough opponent. Kunlun is the pillar of righteous path in the world. I declare that eliminating evil and demons is a duty I won't shirk. I chuckle and start my night patrol. You're dead meat. What do you mean, take him down? I ask, Elder, what's the meaning of this? Rule 3 of our conduct. Whoever makes the claim provides the proof. According to Kunlun's rules, I demand both sides present evidence that this fellow cultivator has committed heinous acts. Otherwise, the accuser will have their cultivation stripped as punishment and be expelled from the sect. He does have a notorious reputation, and he really did kill our former sect leader and disciples. I'm not lying. How is that a false accusation? Taoist way. I never once accused Yanin. I only stated the facts when you asked me. So, you did conceal part of the truth. A worthless bully who relies on his power. I have evidence. It's always the same tricks. Either it's a framed accusation, or they drag my disciples into it. Don't you 8 sacred domains have any new tactics? That movement was fast. If he ambushed me, I might not be able to dodge it. What did this guy crawl out from? Wanting evidence of my evil deeds is easy. Today, you're dead. No, you can't kill me. How dare you? Fellow Taoist, this action violates the rules. All matters in Kunlun territory are handled by our enforcement hall. Please cooperate with the rules. My name, Yin Yi, is the rule. Too fast. If you kill me, Heaven Song, sacred domain, won't let you go. Then let them come. Stop. So strong. Tough to handle, as expected. He can actually match Yin Yi blow for blow. My plan to use Kunlun to kill Yin Yi was right. You brought this on yourself. Fellow cultivators, the demon's true face has been revealed. Why not join forces to take him down? Why bother? Master, I'll help you. Zhongli Mei, long time no see. Your courage has grown quite a bit. An outcast like you, hunted by everyone, should be hiding in some dark corner. Yet you dare show your face. What, now that you're Yunya's disciple? Have you forgotten the days you spent like a rat in the gutter? Tian Xiongyu. You led Heaven Song, sacred domain, under the banner of justice to annihilate my ghost tribe. Stole our sacred artifact, the Yin-Yang Bridge, and the holy pill, the Yin-Yang Creation Pill. Our enmity is irreconcilable. Why bother targeting me indirectly? Master, today we settle this once and for all. A one-on-one duel to the death. Do you dare? Side quest 5 activated. Assist 4th disciple Zhongli Mei in her revenge and destroy Heaven Song, sacred domain. Mission complete. Reward, 100 points. Reward item, 5 boundless replication talismans. Ridiculous. You monsters and fiends. Deserve to be killed by anyone. You were lucky to escape back then, and now you dare arrogantly propose a duel? If you want to die, I'll oblige you. Even if I have to perish with you. I won't let you harm Master again. One is at the Tao realm, the other at the Saint realm. How is this supposed to work? Junior sister Zhong is too impulsive. Why did she have to bring up a duel? This idiot. Elder Wei, stop them. Isn't this blatant bullying? Both challengers are willing, so the duel stands. No one else has the right to interfere. Don't rush. After I finish you off, I'll send your master down to accompany you. Master, what the heck? Such terrifying power. An instant kill. Saint realm. Master, did I approve this life or death duel? Letting disciples train is one thing. But in a duel to the death, one misstep, even I could be erased. Absolutely not. Master, I won't do it again. I never taught you this before. But remember it from now on. A noble person doesn't stand beneath a dangerous wall. Your life is the most important thing. Once you're in danger, come straight back to me. There's nothing in this world I can't handle. Other people's masters are something else. Since that evil woman is dead, it should be fine now, right? Can we enter the sect now? Fellow Taoistine, you used private justice in Kunlun territory, which violates our sect's rules. Please come with me. Interesting. Well, my disciple was dueling. Given their difference in realms, she was doomed from the start. Yet you did nothing. Now your eyes are suddenly working. Both parties agreed to the duel. So that's a different matter. When he fought me just now, he wasn't using his full strength. Formation. You all. Oh no. This is infuriating. Elder Wei is still that stubborn and rigid. I'd rather face the wall in Reflection Cliff for a month than see his face. Bad luck. But can Elder Wei beat Senior Yin? Dawn scatters. Duck. Hey, you took that attack head on. You're pretty wounded. Want to keep going? Fellow Taoist Chun, come with me. Turns out he's not afraid of death. Spare him. Who is the sect leader? Greetings, sect leader. Great, another formidable figure. Wei Jun, as the enforcement hall elder. Your judgments affect the sect's reputation, allowing outsiders to fish in troubled waters. Using the enforcement hall as a weapon shows you weren't cautious enough. I find you guilty of dereliction of duty. Do you accept? This disciple admits fault and requests 10 strokes of the rod and half a month of confinement. Good. Go. Fellow Taoist Yun, follow me. What's this old man up to? Sure, hold on. Let's see what he's got in store. Almost missed one. Stop. Who are you? Why are you on Lotus Peak? Before entering the Kunlun secret realm, Tian Xiongyu, the sect leader, swore a vicious oath. One of them would die, Now that he's suddenly fallen, he's definitely connected to it. Elder Tian, my condolences, since Yin Yi killed my sister. I'll make his disciples pay in blood. No, Lotus Peak is defenseless now. I have to get back and warn them. Trying to run? Dragon Blood, raise the banner, follow me and massacre Lotus Peak. Massacre, massacre, massacre. Enemy attack. Activate the protective formation. They surrounded us too fast. No time to activate it. Look, that flag has Long Fengbiao tied to it. Didn't he say? His two brothers suddenly vanished. And he had to return to the dragon domain? How is this happening? Throw him down, right? Watch this man's fate, because it will be yours. This is too much. Catch him. We're too late. He's beyond saving. Damn it. This is just the beginning. No one can escape. Your deaths will be even crueler. Foolish love. The pain of being killed must be repaid tenfold to Yuni. Delusional. I nod. Yeah, go on. This old fellow's playing a deep game. I step in and say, not on my watch. I announce, let me deal with you. He snorts and sneers, wondering what lowlife I am. I note that these two are actually locked in a dead heat. He declares himself the majestic blue Tsang sacred lord. He roars for me to show some respect. My guy Yunin shouts that he only recognizes one master, me. He warns that anyone trespassing on Lotus Peak dies. He yells that I'm Yun Ye's most beloved disciple and charges for the kill. I shout to Xiao Lu to watch out. I scream for her to dodge now. She cries out, panicking, and calls for me to save her. I blink, wondering what just erupted. I didn't expect this girl to have a backup plan. I raise an eyebrow and parrot. Take one more step and die? He snorts mockingly, calling me master. He sneers my name like a curse. He sees an opening and lunges to kill. I gasp. He actually backstabs someone. I mutter, what a whirl. He explains that the spirit-sealing forest elder left them a secret weapon. He says he'll be leaving for the northern abyss soon. He asks to borrow the ghost orb for just 2 days first. I realize, that's what this is about. He admits that I truly accounted for everything. He spits out, what a Yunyi. He concedes he underestimated me. He growls that I can't shield them forever. I just let out a flat, He orders someone to call the senior sister immediately. He guesses that this group might head to Dragon Domain for payback. He grumbles that Dragon Domain isn't easy to breach. He decides the top priority is recalling their scattered forces. He shouts to reinforce the wind protection formation. He notes that the return date of the Cloud Emperor is unknown. He warns that the split soul won't last much longer. Once that soul disperses, he says, we'll be in trouble. He reiterates that it'll spell disaster for us. He declares he and Gao Ao will go strengthen the formation themselves. She offers to send messages warning the others. She insists they still need to call the senior sister back to Lotus Peak. She says they need one more person. After all, every bit of strength counts. I say I'm heading to the burial tower. Everything happened so suddenly. He sighs, saying if I knew Long Fengbiao was dead, I'd mourn him. He adds that I'd probably feel sorry for losing him. I shiver and go. I mutter that someone must be calling my name. I shrug and say, forget it, kid. Right now, I got this guy to handle. I look around and notice no one else is here. I tell the sect leader to just speak plainly. He sternly says that later generation people shouldn't have stumbled here. He warns that once you're in, there's no escape. I'm surprised he knows we're from a later era. He admits, to be honest. He reveals that in this secret realm, he's the only one. Everyone else is already dead. Even he himself. He confesses he can't tell if he's alive or dead anymore. He says it all started thousands of years ago. The conflict between immortals and demons never stopped, to crush the demon cultivators for good. He led all the Kunlun disciples, and took the entire demon path down with them. They left this demon-sealing secret realm behind, and traded everything for a world without demons. But of course, you can't ever truly wipe them out. Some demon cultivators always survive. So every so often, this realm goes into a loop. Everyone comes back to life, only to perish together again, and then resurrect endlessly. I think to myself, these people are absolute lunatics. I asked him what he meant by no escape. He says outsiders can't be resurrected with them. Before the next cycle starts, all of us will be crushed to dust, unless this whole realm is destroyed. I start scheming. What if I could bring the entire Kunlun sect back to reality, and have them as backup for Lotus Peak? Then I'd have nothing left to worry about. Those 8 sects and 10 factions, they'd all be nothing but roadside weeds. I ask respectfully what I need to do to save Kunlun. I nod to the assembled heroes. He's shocked I still care about Kunlun at a time like this. He asks if I'm not afraid of dying. I shrug and say that's no big deal. I figure if we completely slaughter all the demon cultivators, that should break the realm's obsession, right? I casually note that I happen to be pretty good at fighting. He remarks that my cultivation level doesn't show much. But in a fight, I can even suppress Kunlun. He admits the Enforcement Hall Master is no ordinary person. Still, he warns that cleansing all demon cultivators isn't as easy as I think. I tell him he'll see when it happens. But I do have a question. I ask him to enlighten me. He raises an eyebrow and asks what. I say Kunlun's goal of eradicating demons is noble, sure. But did they ever consider, once the demons are gone, the immortal sects might become the new demons themselves? And then who will slay the immortals? He's stunned speechless. He whispers, when Kunlun stood, there was at least Kunlun to hold the line. After Kunlun perished alongside the demons, the later sects became the sole power and ran rampant, committing atrocities. So who could stop them? He asks, Hollow, is that what's happening in the later age? He whispers, then, was I wrong? I tell him flatly, completely wrong. I implore him to tell me how I can save Kunlun. I grin and say, everyone just come work as my hired thugs. I chuckle to myself. He breaks down, sobbing that it's all his fault. He wails that he ruined Kunlun. He cries that he has no face left to meet the ancestors. He says he's full of cultivation power, but he might as well just die to atone. I shout, hold on. I tell him it's not beyond fixing. I promise that if he gives me the method, I'll do everything in my power. He shakes his head. Countless cycles have worn down their souls. He says their spiritual essence is completely drained. This whole realm is just a living tomb. All that's left are fragments of obsession. Once the goal is met, they'll vanish. He asks how you can say something like that. I blurt out, wait, the next cycle is only half a month away. He tells me to do as I please. I groan, wishing I'd known how cursed this place was. I sigh. I grumble that I wouldn't have come in with those idiots from the 8 sacred domains. Someone yells to keep blasting. I curse these bastards under my breath. I complain, do they ever let a guy sleep? They've been pounding for an entire day. I check the time and mutter that it's still early. Someone suggests asking Senior Yunin to cast a soundproof technique over all of Lotus Peak. Otherwise, it's way too noisy. She wonders if the wind protection formation can really hold up to a day of bombardment. I ask them why they're all so tense. Xiao Luhia Sudizgawao. She explains that I personally reinforced it before I left. She says even if they blast for 10 years, it won't crack. Plus, my split soul is standing guard. If anything changes, it won't get past me. She worries about the night chill. She asks if my split soul feels cold. She says she's going to bring me another coat. Another disciple laughs and says I'll kill her when I find out. He notes that the elders, they seem to be heading back to sleep. He asks if they should keep going. He snarls that they're not taking us seriously at all. He orders them to keep at it and make them pay. He reasons that since I dared to leave for the Northern Abyss, I must have prepared thoroughly. He suggests that if they want revenge, they should target my other disciples outside. He asks why they're fixated on Lotus Peak. The Blutsong Sacred Lord says Dragon Domain is a bad idea. He explains Dragon Domain is naturally hostile to human cultivators. A large-scale assault is out of the question. Going there would just be a suicide run. But with the former Dragon Emperor's help, everything changes. He gasps, you are. He exclaims, Long Zaitian, you're still alive? He smirks and says he knew he couldn't beat me that day, but he had a secret technique to fake death for a moment. So, he deliberately made it look like he was taking us both down. He admits he fooled me, sure, but he was also mortally wounded and nearly dead. He says his people were secretly watching my movements and accidentally discovered the Dragon Emperor wasn't actually dead, so they quietly rescued him. He bows and says this kindness will never be forgotten. He raises a toast to the Blutsong Sacred Lord. He declares he'll remember this debt forever. The Sacred Lord waves him off. They share a common enemy, me. He says they should naturally help each other. They both laugh and agree. They toast to me as their shared foe. He asks confidently how sure he is about taking Dragon Domain. He boasts 100%. He's been cultivating influence there for years. If I were there, maybe he'd have trouble. But Yuan Zi is just a young dragon with no fangs. He sneers that she dared to act superior to him. He vows to make an example of her first. I say I'll be waiting for his good news. The human cultivators are breaking in, walking right into their deaths. Are they? Someone hurry and tell the Dragon Emperor. The one who fled, it's him. No way. Long Tianxing, I was just looking for you to settle accounts. And you dare come back? Anyone who surrenders now, I'll spare their life. Think it over. Will you serve this ignorant little dragon? Or bow to me? So Long Tianxing is still alive, huh? Didn't he pass the throne and run off? Why is he suddenly back? Hey, who are you picking? Do you even need to ask? Between Long Tianxing and the current one, isn't it obvious who's stronger? Ahem, you'd better be sure. Pick the wrong side today. And by the time Yin Yi gets back, it'll be too late to regret it. Dragon, even you betray me? What did Yin Yi promise you? No need for promises. This is what I call abandoning darkness for the light. Then die with him. Master. Idiot. Who said you could only split off one soul? Attack the stone staff. Go on then. Are we really doing this? Hall Master, the sect leader never said when the punishment had to be carried out. Why must you? As the head of the enforcement hall, I must lead by example. Strike. Go easy on me. Otherwise, you'll both be expelled from the enforcement hall. Understood. Wow, they really went for it. Huh. Elder Wei, look at you now. So satisfying. Serves him right for never knowing right from wrong. He had it coming. This is truly cathartic. I used to think the stone staff was too good for him, but now it turns out this borrowed staff is actually a celestial grade artifact. 10 strikes in, if the Hall Master's cultivation were any lower, he'd probably have passed out by now. Master, you're back. If you came just to watch me make a fool of myself. After this, I still have confinement. I won't be entertaining guests. Hold on, I have an announcement. Wei Jun, head of the enforcement hall, hear my command. Entrusted by the Kunlun sect leader. From today onward, all of Kunlun follows my orders. Stand ready at all times. How is that possible? Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. How could the sect leader entrust Kunlun's affairs? To an outsider? After confinement. Go summon the peak elders to meet me. That old man told me to make myself at home before he left. I'm taking him up on it. Not like he's in the mood to call me out on it right now. Your word alone isn't enough. I want to see the sect leader. Before entering seclusion, the sect leader specially appointed me to lead Kunlun in purging the demon cultivators. Seeing me is like seeing the sect leader. Refusing to comply? Are you defying the sect leader's orders? Wei Jun accepts the command. Everyone, return to your duties. Dismissed. Master, what did you discuss with the Kunlun sect leader that earned you so much trust, even entrusting the entire sect to you? Nothing much. I just nearly shattered his Dao heart. Dao heart shattered? Nothing worth mentioning. I'll tell you all later. You've been hesitating this whole time. What do you want to ask? Is it that obvious? Fine. I asked around, and it seems my father isn't at Kunlun. I'm worried he fell into the demon cultivator's hands. Can you help me? I know you two have a history, but he must have misunderstood you. I'll explain everything to him. Song Jingxian isn't here. Am I supposed to meditate for half an hour? You all guard me. No one enters. Master, why the rush? What's happening? From what I know, if Song Jingxian hasn't shown up yet, there's only one possibility. System transfer. Avatar activation. Soul transmission in progress. This avatar technique I bought from the system shop. It splits the soul into 3 parts. 1 is the primary. 2 are secondary. Secondary souls can only mechanically execute commands set by the primary. They use pre-stored techniques and spells. The beauty of it is that the primary can merge with a secondary at any time, switch perspectives, and absorb its memories. So Tsang Jingxian really didn't enter the secret realm. Hey, wait. What am I wearing? Yuan Xiaolu. Still exploding. Will it ever stop? Hey, little lady, look. Free fireworks. How relaxed. Alright, I guess his mindset's not bad. I'll leave them be. Let's see how Ziyi's doing. Just a split soul of Yunyi? Once I drain its spiritual energy, you're all dead. Take this. Even the split soul is this annoying. Again, no. By the time I grind down this soul fragment, I'll be combat ineffective myself. I'll find a chance to use these people behind me as cannon fodder for a few moves. What do you mean, find a chance? Long Tianxing. You're still alive? Damn it, he dodged that. His aura is completely different from before. What's going on? You couldn't just slink away and hide? Walking right into the trap? Good, I killed you once. I can kill you again. Try it then. Gome. Blazing Dragon Fist. Crap, this flame tornado has a control effect. Once you're caught in it, there's no escape. So hot. And it's not over yet. Since you're so good at faking death, I wonder if you can still resurrect after being burned to ash. Huh. Is this still human? This is terrifying. I don't want to be burned to ash either. We can't beat this. Run. This rabble is yours to deal with alone. That's not a split soul. It's the real master. Master, rest assured, you will not disgrace your name. Good. Take care of yourself. Wait for me to return. Apologies, Peak Master Situ. The master instructed that the time has not come yet. No one is allowed inside. Acting as interim sect leader. Quite the airs you put on. I insist on going in now to meet this friend Yin. Do you two really think you can stop me? Fei, Noruvnis. Situ Yin, when will you ever fix that temper of yours? A dignified sword peak master. Laying hands on juniors? Look at you. How pathetic. Using force in front of the enforcement hall. Fine of 30,000 spirit stones. Young man, why so hot-tempered? Peak master foam. When you have time, come to my alchemy peak for some calming pills. Peak master situ. Don't listen to them. Just strike the door down. Break the door, pay the fine. Old Zhao will cover it. How much longer do we wait? I need to go back to my peak and practice the qin. My sword peak can certainly afford a few spirit stones. No need for peak master Zhao's generosity. My apologies for the wait, everyone. Playing tricks. Eat your mayor. Serve tea to the 7 peak masters and elders. 7? But there are only 6 people here. He noticed. How could that person? Well, he actually figured it out. I blink. How on earth did that guy manage it? I wait, letting the silence stretch. They want to show? Fine. The assassin uses some fancy wind forward technique. Wind fuels his steps, makes him faster. He vanishes before you blink, strikes from nowhere. Cross-boundary assassination is his specialty. That this fellow Yin could spot him at all. Now that's interesting. Kunlun's 9 peaks and 16 halls scraped together 7 elders. And they're still half-hearted about it. Guess they won't budge without seeing the sect leader's token. Each peak has the right to refuse coming here. Enough small talk. If you want to lead Kunlun in wiping out these pests, then let me see what you've got. I'm in 2, he adds. I snort. 4 against 1. What kind of spectacle is this? Elder Wei just shrugs. Since he's already made big promises, this was coming sooner or later. And honestly, I like to gauge his strength too. The peak masters may look cold, but they're sharp. Besides, with me and the medicine peak master here, even if he's half dead, we'll revive him. So don't worry, you two. All right then. Miss me, huh? Oh, and you trying to run? Too slow. I turn to the crowd. Satisfied? Victory score, 1,952. Not bad. Brilliant, one elder mutters. No wonder Elder Wei agreed to follow you here. Your strength far exceeds what I imagined. Oh, Simun Yin's battle, it's just flaring up. Can't let him draw that sword. If he does, there's no stopping the fallout. He stares at the wreckage. What did you do to my enforcement hall? Crap, that fine I just collected was my entire savings. I definitely can't afford to rebuild this place. Since we've verified fellow Yun's strength, let's find another place to talk. As for rebuilding the enforcement hall, I'll have my disciples send the spirit stones later. Dan P can ship in too. Hey, why'd you bum me? This is urgent. We'll head on ahead. See you at Cloud Meow Peak, though they're clearly running from Elder Wei's bill. That's why they bolted so fast. What cowards. Now that everyone's seen what I can do, I'll speak plainly. The demon cultivators have been running rampant for too long. You're all Kunlun elders, people whose words carry weight in the immortal sects. Don't you want to finally squash these annoying bugs? Just follow my lead, and I'll swear a heavenly oath. Within half a month, I'll purge every last demon cultivator. Good. Fellow Yun is a man of action. Wind Peak is with you. Just give the orders. Sword Peak, no objections. Medicine Peak, no objections. Dan Peak, no objections. We'll all cooperate fully. Fellow Taoist, the demon sect has 1 main stronghold and 27 branch bases. Where do you suggest we start? I plan to take down the 27 branches in 10 days, then use the last 5 days to hit the main base. How many branches can each peak master handle? Music Peak will take 1. I think Peak Master Wudu means 2. 10 days for 2 branches, no problem. Sword Peak will take 5. I can convince the other Peak and Hall Masters to join in too. That should get us 10. That's enough. Elder Wei, don't worry. Leave the remaining 7 to me. Even if all of Wind Peak goes all out, we can only manage 5. You alone want to solve 7 branches? Even if fellow Yun is a genius. That's reckless. Forgive my bluntness. But in terms of cultivation and combat strength, those 2 young friends of yours won't be much help. They'll just slow you down. Ewer pipes up. Don't underestimate us. Those demon branches are nothing. I can handle one with him, no problem. I cut in. No need to bluff. 7 or 6. Makes no difference to me. Zhongli Mei is usually steady-handed. With her watching Ewer, nothing should go wrong. Might as well let them get some real experience. Just you wait. All right, young friend. Bai Fengzhu steps forward. Wait, what you doing? I know. This Yifeng Peak Master may be a healer. But her movement arts are impressive. She examines the boy. Sure enough, there are blockages in the sea of Marrow Meridian. Several spots are clogged. Do you suffer from memory loss? How did you know? Peak Master Bai can cure him? Of course. I've treated hundreds of amnesia cases. Xiao Yong, follow me. Great Master. I'll go with Peak Master By and see what happens. I'll go too. Hidden Quest. Help Ewer recover his memories. Reward. Sky Patching Stone. Stop right there. This area is for Medicine Peak personnel only. Outsiders are forbidden. Wait here at the entrance. Ewer blinks. My body's getting really hot all of a sudden. What are you going to do? Don't be nervous, young friend. You have several hidden injuries in your body. Let me do a full checkup. She calls. Greenvine, go prepare the medicinal bath. Use the best materials. The disciple reports. Peak Master, we've run out of spirit herbs. The supplies should have arrived yesterday. I don't know why the Forest Garden Hall delayed them. Find Forest Garden Hall. Even my supplies they dare to hold back. Have their disciples train themselves into iron walls. But they never need my treatment again. A disciple rushes in. Peak Master, trouble. Why the panic? Sword Peak Master Simu and Enforcement Hall Master are fighting. What? Simu Nyen snarls. Wuhan's Han, what's the meaning of this? Sword Peak's spirit stones and pills were due long ago. Yet you've been holding them at Lingyuan Hall. Not only that, but Dan Peak and Medicine Peak's resources too. What is Lingyuan Hall leaving Kunlun to set up on its own? Wuhan's Han sneers. You've no right to question Lingyuan Hall's affairs. Simu Nyen, as Sword Peak Master, you can't even draw your sword. Might as well step down. You want to leave? First, you'll have to walk over my corpse. Then I'll grant your wish. Beat you until you show your true form. And then you can explain yourself slowly. I rush in. Don't be impulsive. Too late. The sword is out. I've arrived too late. I ask Bai, what's wrong with Peak Master Simu's sword? Why do you keep stopping him from drawing it? She explains, Nyenner entered the Tao through slaughter. Once the sword leaves the sheath, it must taste blood. And each time he uses it, it burns his life force. If unchecked, he'll eventually burn out and die. I see. You seem unusually concerned about him. Ah, that's hardly a secret in Kunlun. Though we don't look alike. He's my brother. Doesn't act like it. You're so gentle. And he's prickly. Wuhan's Han laughs. Haha, come on. The famous Snow Lotus Immortal? That's all you've got? Put some muscle into it. Simu Nyen's eyes narrow. What? You asked for this. Wuhan's Han stumbles. Just one hit and you're done? Pathetic. Bai mutters to me. It's Wuhan Shan's own fault. But he can't die by Nyenner's hand. Please, fellow Yin, stop this. Got it. I step in, hold your blade. Simu Nyen grins. You. Perfect. I wasn't done having fun. Play with me for a while. Then I won't hold back. He calls out. Again. Again. It's not over yet. I sigh. This girl truly has no fear of death. Simu Nyen is relentless. But if he kills Wuhan's Han here, there'll be chaos. Time for me to step in. Enough. Simu Nyen grins. You. Perfect. I wasn't done having fun. Play with me for a while. Then I won't hold back. Again. Again. It's not over yet. I dodge and parry, keeping it light. This woman is genuinely insane. If this keeps going, I think to myself, I'm going to have to use a killing blow. This is going to be messy to clean up. Ah, she unleashes the third form of the Blood Lotus sword art. Enough bloodshed, I mutter. Xiaomei is dazed and speechless, clinging to something. Xin Ku Yun is panting, grumbling that I hit too hard. They really are sisters, I note. I order them to take Peak Lord C2 to the cold spring and soak him. I'll handle him myself when I get there. Hall Master Nyo acknowledges the order. He demands that I give them an explanation. He wants to know why I withheld resources from Zhu Peak. If I don't clarify, he warns, not just Jin Feng will come after me. Every other peak will tear me apart too. But they all know the truth, I think. Lingyan Hall only answers to Kunlun. I have nothing to say to those who betrayed the sect. He tells me to kill him or spare him, but don't call him a traitor. He scoffs and calls it ridiculous, saying I'm spouting nonsense. He accuses the others of listening to an outsider's one-sided story. They've turned Kunlun upside down, and they boast that they'll slaughter all demon cultivators in half a month. He spits and claims even he, old Nyo, wouldn't dare make such a promise. He doesn't care how they riot. Lingyuan Hall won't indulge them. He refuses to gamble with Kunlun's future. He says either they kill him and break into Lingyuan Hall to take the supplies, or they get out. I call him a fool under my breath. As he never wondered, I ask, why we chose to trust him in the first place. I sigh and give up. I tell Bai Feng Zhu to come with me. But if Hall Master Nyo truly cares about Kunlun, I muse. I believe he'll make the right choice in the end. I regret to inform everyone. There are no extra supplies now. We'll have to fight fast and finish quick. I ask them to get ready. We set out immediately. The disciples of each peak will follow their leaders. Every peak marches to war. I'll make a separate trip myself to find the missing spirit herbs and medicines. In 10 days, when everyone returns victorious, I'll come back and treat you her. She needs a proper examination. She thanks Bai Feng Zhu and calls her troublesome. She says once her memory returns, and she finds her father, she'll have him beat up that Neo guy for me, to get my revenge. My disciples tell me they're leaving too. I tell them to be careful on the road. If they encounter danger, don't try to fight through it. I ask how Peak Lord C2 is doing. He's awake now, they say, but he's making such a ruckus it's giving everyone a headache. He's shouting to be let out. He wants his sister to go tear apart that idiot surnamed Lu. Actually, I think, in his current state, going to slaughter demons might help him blow off steam. But I'm really not at ease. His path has always walked the line between righteous and demonic. And now he's lost his composure entirely. If I could watch over him personally, it'd be fine, but I have to go find herbs. That's easy, I say. Why not let Peak Lord C2 come with me? She sputters, asking how that's possible. She demands to know how I convinced her sister to let her come with me. I hear that the disciples of Jian Feng are all formidable fighters, more than capable of taking on 2 foes alone. Surely even without you, taking down a few demon cultivator branch offices is a breeze. She admits that besides being good at fighting, Jian Feng has no other strengths. That's nothing to be proud of, I tease. With that logic, I say, Peak Lord Bai has no reason to refuse. Because I'm better at fighting than her. She blinks, impressed by my speed. Interesting, she murmurs. She asks if I went to all that trouble to sneak behind her, just to say that. I guess you're just a man with no charm, I think. She challenges me right back, saying we should go all out and have a real match, to see who's truly stronger. Now's not the time, I reply. Look at your feet. This woman is crazy enough, I think. If I actually spar with her, it'll never end. I better find her something else to do. We arrive at the Azure branch office. I propose a contest. Whoever kills more demon cultivators wins. She agrees without hesitation. She warns me not to lose too badly. Someone shouts, pointing at a blinding light. They have no idea what it is. I can't see clearly either. It's the Snow Lotus sword, the Dawn. A panicked voice tells someone to run and alert the leader. Thinking about running now? Too late. The charge begins. Someone roars not to let a single one escape alive. Someone else yells in confusion. They move fast, try to retreat. The Right Protector has arrived, they gasp. They stammer, asking why the Right Protector graced their branch. What business brings them here? I mutter that we're not here for a visit. Why not just charge in? I shush them and explain we have to handle this branch in 10 days. We're not strong enough to sweep through here alone. We need to scout first and plan. I tell them to stick close. Guards are coming this way. A guard orders everyone to stay alert. The Right Protector has suddenly arrived for an inspection. They can't afford any mistakes. My disciple curses. We've run into Wu Si, that female demon. He whispers, we need to tell the master. I ask if she's really that strong. Of course, he insists. The demon orb that trapped us before was her pet. Her cultivation is unfathomably deep. They say anyone who's seen her fight is already dead. He suspects she's at the half-god realm, like me. He believes we can never defeat her. Her sudden arrival must mean a deeper plot. He urges us to report back immediately. I tell him to go back alone if he wants. If she's that powerful, I reason, she must have critical intel on her. I refuse to slink back, without having done anything. At the very least, I need to find out what this Demoness is really planning. I tell you to wait for my good news. My other disciple sighs in distress. The amnesiac Ewer is even more disobedient than before. If he loses his junior sister, he mutters. How can he face me alone? He calls out for me to wait. He'll go with me. The branch leader is told not to be nervous. The Right Protector says she's not here to cause trouble. Recently, she's recruited a powerful subordinate. This person is skilled in prophecy. He foresaw a great upheaval in the demon race's future, and that this branch is the key to breaking the situation. The branch leader laughs nervously. He says he understands now. He claims to believe that with the Right Protector here, no one can escape her palm. He glances at a figure and asks if that's the exalted one she mentioned. He wonders why the person won't show their face. He greets them as the branch lord of Funtion. My heart sinks. It's him. He's not someone from Yunye's side, they whisper. I shush them to keep quiet. The Right Protector murmurs that it seems some ants have crawled in. She orders someone to go check, and I curse. We've been discovered. My disciple screams in alarm. The Right Protector chuckles, 2 little beauties. She remarks that the one on the right looks familiar. She says I escaped last time, and before I left, I killed her precious demon orb. She hadn't had time to hunt me down, yet here I am, walking right in her trap. I shout at the Demoness to direct all her tricks at me. I claim he's only here because I dragged him along. She praises the child's spirit. She says no. She notes my excellent bone structure. For someone so young to have this level of cultivation. She calls my future limitless. What a pity that I've fallen into her hands. I yell at the Demoness to let her go. She demands freedom for the girl. She claims Jia Mei is young and ignorant, speaking without thinking. offending the right protector. She offers to atone for them both, begging the right protector to spare them. The demoness asks if they are a family. Yes, she confirms Yao Guang came to this realm, looking for their missing second sister. But then she lost contact with the youngest two. Luckily, she gained the right protector's favor, and was reunited with them both. The demoness decides to grant her this favor. She says she'll let it slide this once. I tell her to keep a close eye on both of them, especially him. If he gets snatched up by someone and turned into a ghost general one day, that's on her. I'm not bailing her out. Someone shouts a warning. She asks if he's okay, if he's hurt. He thanks the right protector. She tells them both to get behind her. One of them cries out that they finally found their big sister. Even though he doesn't know this stranger, he figures they're probably safe now. Someone asks how Peak Lord Sidhu even got into Kunlun. He notes that she and White Peak Lord each control their own main peak. It's implied they must come from a prestigious family. Someone says it must be true. She laughs and addresses the Taoist. She tells him his guess is completely wrong. She reveals that she and her sister were just ordinary farm girls. That's how it started. When she was 5, demonic cultivators slaughtered the village. Their parents died, killed by demonic blades. She and her sister survived by luck. They only had each other. For revenge, her sister led her up the immortal ladder and entered Kunlun. As for how she became a peak lord, she says her sister is brilliant, gifted beyond measure. It was only natural that a peak lord would take her in. As for her, she fought her way up. Someone chuckles and says they can tell from her love of battle. Still, going from an orphan to a peak lord, they call her a true heroine. He raises a toast to her. He says Yunyi is also impressive, earning his respect, meeting his fate. He tells them to flee through the back mountain, saying security is lax. Escape from here. If they run into patrols, show this token. It marks them as from the demonic sect's headquarters. The guards won't dare question them. They thank the immortal for saving them. They ask for her name. She says they don't know her, but she knows them. She saved them because they're the Cloud Emperor's disciples. She confesses she made a terrible mistake before. He was merciful enough to forgive her. If they see him, tell him. Yaguan will do whatever it takes to help him escape the Kunlun illusion. She wishes them a safe journey. One of them mutters that it's another mess he left behind, always spreading his charm everywhere. The other scolds them for disrespect, reminds them not to forget kindness. This benefactor, if not for her, they'd both be dead. They ask the other if they'll still be so reckless. The other agrees, promises to listen next time. They head back to Kunlun. They need to report what happened here to their master and the elders. Someone realizes the truth. It seems that Yunyi is the key figure. Someone yells to grab them and brandishes a sword. I think to myself how easy it is having a bodyguard. I don't have to lift a finger. A warning flashes. Disciple Zhongli Mei is in mortal danger. It demands rescue immediately. Another alert. Disciple Yuer is in mortal danger. Rescue required. If a disciple dies, the host will be instantly erased. I knew I shouldn't have let those two go alone. They never let me rest. The enemy shouts to attack together and die fighting. I welcome them, saying it's perfect. I'm in a hurry. Someone calls me strong, then says they have business. They promise to meet up at the next branch sect. Someone else murmurs that I'm so powerful it's daunting. A girl asks her sister if this is what a racing heart feels like. I wonder why he's just standing there. Maybe he didn't hear me. The enemy shouts not to let them escape. Damn it, they're catching up. Someone yells that there's nowhere to run. Another cries out that it's earth-sealing technique. Both pursuers are Wuxi's capable hands, experts in forward pursuit. With our cultivation level, there's no way to shake them. The golems behind are closing in. We're surrounded. Someone asks what to do and decides to fight their way out. I've done my best. Now I can only leave it to fate. In every future I can foresee, no matter what I try, Wuxi will end up at the Blazing Heaven branch, and someone gasps, asking how he could attack his own master. The disciple Zhongli Mei will be controlled by Wuxi and used to assassinate the Cloud Emperor. I can't let that future happen, so I pretended to defect, won Wuxi's temporary trust, and followed him to the Blazing Heaven branch. I wonder if they managed to escape. She scoffs, saying who wants to escape. She's surprised to see me, the Cloud Emperor, here. I think to myself that he came after all. She reassures herself that as long as they fled, none of it will happen. Nothing will come to pass. I tell her that should be my question. I ask why a fairy like Yao Wang is inside a demonic sect branch, and apparently well treated. I ask if she's joined them. She says it's a long story, begs me to trust her, swears she'd never harm me. I set that aside for now. I ask if she's seen my two worthless disciples. I ask her to lead the way. Someone screams that they'll fight to the death. Another yells for the traitor to die. I shout a warning to watch behind. Yue, I call out to her. telling her not to lose focus. The enemy shrieks and lunges. I ask how she is, if she can still circulate her energy. I tell her to protect her heart meridian with spiritual power. Hold on, I'll get her out. She insists she's not some brat who hides after causing trouble. She was captured because of her. She says she'll hold him off. Tells the other to run. The other refuses, saying they're coming too. They'd never abandon her. They'd rather die together. Their master will avenge them. They vow to be his disciples again in the next life. Time is running out. One of them activates a jade. The other gasps, recognizing it as a secret art of the Kunlun's sacred domain. They ask how she knows it. She says she can't hold it long. It can only trap them for about 10 seconds, then it locks. She bids farewell. The other refuses to leave, saying they can't abandon her. The enemy sneers, saying if they won't leave, they can stay and keep her company. Someone shouts in panic. It's Wuxi. I order him to let her go. I cough. No way. I brace myself to join the fight. One of them calls out Schwer. The villain sneers at their sisterly bond. Says it reminds him of those sisters from Kunlun. He finds it disgusting. Someone cries out in relief as their arm is saved. The villain demands to know who did it. I tell him since his hand had no eyes and hurt my disciple, then it deserves to be destroyed. He demands to know who I am, shocked that someone approached him silently, and wounded him. He guesses my cultivation, at least, on par with the peak lords of Kunlun. I ask how Ewer is. Someone says her meridians are severely drained. Her soul is also damaged. Critical condition. She needs immediate treatment, or there will be lasting internal injuries. I say I understand and decide to finish this quickly. He guesses that I must be the Cloud Emperor. He calls out to Yao, asks if she's betraying him. He stares in disbelief as his arm regenerates. He can't believe it's possible. I tell him to take him and go now. His injuries can't wait any longer. I'll hold him off while you escape. She says this is the second time I've saved their lives. Such a great debt, she murmurs. Zhongli Mei will never forget it. Someone warns the fairy to be careful. She says she'll wait for me and Master at Kunlun. Ewer hangs on by a thread. I say I'll take her to find Peak Lord Bai. Today, no one is getting away. They have no idea what they're up against. My disciple calls out for me, Master. He snorts, saying I'm the first to fight him while grabbing someone else. He senses my spiritual energy. He realizes I was the one who killed his pet boar demon, and that I also rescued the Kunlun disciples. I laugh. Boar demon, huh? So that was your little pet, I say. I bet you poured a fortune in heavenly treasures into raising it. Tasted pretty good, actually. He sputters. Yeah. I cut him off. Me what? I tell him he wounded 2 of my disciples badly. If I don't grind his bones to dust today, then consider me, Yin Yi, soft-hearted. I'd be unworthy of being their master. My sore points drop by 3 in my system, a small price. He scoffs bold talk. He says he'll leave my life here alongside my disciples. I vanish, and he panics. Disappeared? Oh, there you are. He grumbles about me playing tricks. He admits I'm fast, but still far from being able to hurt him. He mutters a curse under his breath. This reverse movement technique even caught Si Tunyen off guard, he thinks. He wonders just who the hell I really am. I notice his arm has grown back. His limbs seem to regenerate infinitely. So, I reason. I bet cutting off his head will do the trick. If he's stronger than Si Tunyen, he thinks, then there's no point fighting head-on. Can't be done. I call him ruthless, even dragging his own people in as sacrificial pawns. Using his own as scapegoats, I note. A true demon cultivator, through and through. Time to use the backup plan I left in place. I pick Yao Guang. You're it. Wasn't she, Yin, just bragging a second ago? Why are you running now? I taunt. Someone calls out, wait, brother soldier, don't chase. That woman has explosives on her, he warns. Another boasts, don't you know my strength? She must pay blood for blood today, he declares. But he says, you shouldn't have turned your back on me. Yao Guang laughs maniacally. How does it feel to be betrayed by someone you trusted? He cackles. Your expression right now is priceless. I love watching this kind of drama, he says. He keeps laughing, unhinged. A voice whispers, what's happening? Why me? It says broken. Already sent them away. I'm sure of it. Why? Why is fate still unfolding this way? Did I mess everything up again? It asks. I'm just stuck together with them, it murmurs. I tell her not to cry. It's just a tiny scratch, I say. Aren't you celebrating a bit too early? My system asks if I want to spend 5 points to heal my injuries. I say yes, obviously. Did you really think you're the only one in the world with self-healing? I ask. Healing arts, I clarify. Being someone with a system, and more points than I can spend, a walking cheat code, restoring my health to full at any moment, is basically basic procedure. He gasps, impossible. I made him stab you right through the heart, he insists. Even I, he admits, couldn't survive a wound like that. She cries out in relief. You're okay, thank goodness. You scared me to death, she says. I thought if you died, I wouldn't want to live either. I remark on how much he likes using people as swords. And now, I challenge. He snorts, a bunch of trash. Dying for me is their honor, he declares. A voice stammers, no, I think I'm being controlled by him again. Stay away from me, he pleads. I roll my eyes, playing the same trick twice? Aren't you bored? Especially since I'm ready for it this time. I figure once I kill him, the control over my disciple will break naturally. I ask him to look more closely. Where's the beauty in your arms now? I smirk. I burst out laughing. I scoff. What's sunlight control? His poison goo worm was planted the moment he was brought to the blazing heaven branch. Already seated, I reveal, since he chose not to serve me. Why should I show mercy? I mentally open the system shop. I'm going to save him. The system reports, meridians shattered, poison in his body activating simultaneously. Target is already dead. He even left me a final message. His last words were still telling me to stay away. Afraid he'd lose control and hurt me. Good. I'm not going to kill you anymore. I'll make you wish you were dead. Big sister me, she coos mockingly, is done playing with you. If you've got the guts, come chase me, she taunts, trying to run. I tell Xiaoguang to sleep here for a bit. I'll be back soon. She realizes she can't escape. A forbidden energy cage snaps shut. She shrieks. Why is the teleportation array failing? What did you do? I recite with a smirk. A jade piece, a boat carved from a dragon scale. Neither gods nor ghosts can escape. My points drop to just 10. I declare the blazing heaven-back mountain as the boundary. Every time I catch you, I'll cut off one of your limbs. You'd better run. First time I count. She begs, no, you can't do this. I'm the right protector of the demon sword sect, she screams, 8 times now. Spare me, she sobs. I beg you. What do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. I smirk, can't take it anymore. Continuing, 21st time. A voice drawls, oh my, what's this? The mighty right protector of the demon realm, looking worse than a stray dog. I asked how he got here. Didn't we agree to meet at the next demon branch? He throws it back at me. Already slaughtered everyone in that branch, he says, and still hadn't seen a trace of you. So, I had to come find you myself. He remarks that I'm not usually one for torture. What did he do to make you this angry? I sigh, long story. I notice he's passed out. Lucky bastard, that's too easy for him. He explains the creature's origin. A locust tree, they say, grown in the most darkest place, with the heaviest demonic energy. As long as the heart isn't crushed, limbs and even the head can regenerate endlessly. A real pain to deal with. He admits it's impressive I managed to wound it this badly. Even if I kill him, the dead won't come back to life. Target, Yao Guang, Long Tianxing, confirmed dead. Side quest, avenge disciple Yuan Zi. Quest completed. Points increased by 100. Reward, 1 Lotus Rebirth Pearl. I find it ironic. His actions actually helped me finish the task. Pretty twisted, really. I ask what the Lotus Rebirth Pearl does. The system explains it's a one-time item. It can help a wandering soul rebuild a physical body. I say I want to use it for Yao Guang, but the system declares souls already in reincarnation can't use it. I dismiss it, TCH deadweight. Then what's the point of keeping it? I notice something. Spiritual energy seems abundant there. I toss it to him. Yours. I'm going to bury someone first. Inside the secret realm, everything is crude and simple. I apologize. I'll have to make do with this for you. Maybe from the moment we met. Your death was already written. Next time, come see me in a different form, I whisper. He says, I'm leaving now. I nod. Okay. He asks, was that girl your lover? No, I reply. Not family or sect sister. Not even a chance encounter. Just a tangled fate. My disciples greet me. Master, Peak Lord C. Tuesday, you're back. The other Peak Lords are already waiting inside. 27 branches destroyed. Not a single survivor. Our casualties are mercifully light. Peak Lord Bai and the entire Medicine Peak are busy treating the wounded disciples. I ask where Yao Guang is. Someone says they'll tell me about him later. I ask how Yua is doing. They say her spiritual energy is badly depleted. But Peak Master Bai worked his healing magic. Her injuries are mostly healed. She even broke through another cultivation level. Now, she's with Bai, treating amnesia patient Yin. Everyone cheers my victorious return. I spot a familiar face. Well, don't I know you? What, Mr. Nyo? I ask, have you finally seen reason? I tease him for caving now. He snorts and says that if there's hope of wiping out demon cultivators, humiliation is nothing. He continues that shame is a small price to pay. Nyo Han declares he's thoroughly convinced after seeing me annihilate 27 demon branches in 10 days. He says he's convinced. He's leading Ling Yun Hall to help. I admit that Brother Nyo is stubborn, but he's a true man who stays true to his principles. And now he's willing to put aside his pride to help me. I say his magnanimity is admirable. With allies like these stepping forward, how could the demon cultivators not be pushed back? We rest for 2 days. Then we assault the demon headquarters. Everyone acknowledges the plan. Peak Masterby arrives. Fellow cultivator Yin, you're back, I say. I ask if his disciple Nyerer caused him trouble. Sita Fengzhu says his combat was ordinary. He claims he held Sita back. Lin laughs, saying Situ is joking. I notice a wound on Peak Masterby's wrist. Which idiot did this? I ask. He says a guardian beast guarding some spiritual herbs. He says it's nothing serious. It'll heal in a few days. But the wound is horizontal. And from the angle I see, it looks like Peak Masterby cut himself. Your self-harm hobby? I joke. I demand he tell me the truth, or I'll ask Sita Fengzhu. He begs me not to, saying if Situ finds out, he'll cause another scene. He asks if I've talked to Nyener about it. He explains how he became the Medicine Peak's master. First is his talent. But Situ Fengzhu's praise of Bai goes beyond just talent. In Sita's eyes, Bai is always the best. He admits that's how Sita sees him. Second reason, he was born with a natural cauldron body. After years of hard training and testing medicine on himself, his blood can now neutralize all poisons. He says Yuer's amnesia is largely caused by an unknown toxin in her brain. Sohyo. He stops himself mid-sentence. He begs me not to tell Nyener. I can't believe he'd go this far for Yuer after only a few days. What's your angle? I ask. He claims he's a man of pure intentions. What ulterior motives could he have? I tell him I want the truth. He sighs, admitting he can't fool me. He does have a favor to ask, but it's not the right time yet. He swears an oath. His request won't harm me, or the 2 young ones beside me. Deal, I say with a nod. Everything rests on this battle. I ask if everyone's ready. Today we destroy the demons once and for all. Heaven and earth are our witnesses. We'll bring peace to this world. Charge, I shout. Something feels off. The demon base should be guarded heavily. There should be cultivators patrolling day and night. But it's eerily quiet. There's no one here. Where are the demon generals? Did they know Kunlun was coming? Did they all flee? Someone snorts, calling them cowards. Their headquarters is here after all. Where could they hide? Today's the final day of Kunlun's cycle. If the demon cultivators hide to stall for time, I'm dead. We split up to search for traces. Don't miss any clue. There's evidence of intense fighting here. In a thick demonic energy, there's the spiritual aura of a powerful righteous cultivator. But this world is just a secret realm, bound by its rules. Besides us, who else would attack the abyssal passage? That spiritual aura is getting stronger. There's blood. Someone was injured. I see the purple prefecture mysterious pivot array, greed wolf spiritual platform, lamplighting in the dark river. It's Wiyazi, the sect leader. No wonder I haven't seen him since that day. No wonder all the branches were wiped out, and the demon lord never struck back. No wonder there are no more abyssal gaps. So he's been fighting this whole time. Who's there? I call out. A voice tells me to hold my strike. It's the sect leader. He asks if I remember him. Ah, young friend Yin, he says weakly. He coughs. You finally come. You were waiting for me? I ask. I ask what happened in the abyss. Was it him who wounded you? I guess it was Demon Lord Tu Qianhua. He confirms it. He says my words that day woke him from his delusion. After confessing to his ancestors in seclusion, he came to the abyssal gap. He fought Tu Qianhua for 2 days and nights, and gravely wounded him. He did it to help me leave Kunlun, to give me a hand. I bow. Your righteousness is unmatched, sect leader. Then I sense demonic energy. Stay back, he warns. Though he wounded Tu Qianhua, the demon's remnant soul caught him off guard and invaded his consciousness. It could take over at any moment, possess his body. Young friend Yin, let me ask you something. I tell him I'll answer anything. Ask away, sect leader. He says if the demon cultivators are all killed, and the future righteous sects become new demons. After he sends me out of Kunlun, Do I have the confidence to kill these inner demons? I need you to swear, he says. As long as you live one day, you will hunt demons that day. I swear by Heavenly Tao. I take the oath. As long as I exist in this world, I won't let a single evildoer go unpunished. He laughs heartily. Good. I haven't misjudged you, he says. This is my lifetime of cultivation. He transfers it all to me. Remember your oath today. Don't forget your original resolve. This is genuine demigod-level power. Far beyond a demigod strength. He's just one step from ascending to godhood. No wonder he survived so many cycles. I thought he was just lucky. Didn't expect this huge gain. Now I, without the system, could handle all 8 sacred domain leaders easily. Thank you, Senior. I say. Once I'm out, I'll make sure Kunlun's name is praised. I won't betray his trust. But he says he can't suppress the demon anymore. Kill me quickly, he urges, then leave this realm. I just got all this power from him. Killing him would be monstrous. That's just too cruel. And I have a bad feeling about this. But if I don't kill him, the demon remnant's soul will undo everything. We were all supposed to die long ago, he says. Young friend Yun, don't hesitate. He says if I carry on his will, he'll have no regrets. Forgive me, Senior, I say. This sword strike is for you. Someone shouts that there's a disturbance with heavenly Tao above. They ask what's happening. Someone breaks through the mountain gate. A voice appraises the newcomer as a good sword-fighting seedling. His bone structure isn't perfect, but his heart surpasses many prodigies. You'll join my Sword Peak, the voice says. All Kunlun sect leaders have come from the Sword Peak. Now that I'm the Sword Peak's master, I must learn to shoulder more responsibility, to carry Kunlun's future. A furious voice screams that I killed the sect leader. I recognize it. Sita Baozhu. You've misunderstood. I try to explain. But he says he saw it with his own eyes. He demands what misunderstanding there could be. I ask what's going on. They're all shocked. The sect leader is here, and Yinner is with him. They demand to know why I'm fighting with Yunyi. He calls me a wolf with a wild heart. He claims I killed the sect leader with my own hands, and that he caught me red-handed. I tell him that's not what happened. I ask him to put down his sword first. I say I can explain. Damn it. So this is why I had that bad feeling. His soul is completely extinguished. There's no saving him now. The sect leader's cultivation is completely drained. He insists I must have absorbed all that spiritual energy. He shouts for my life and tells me to run. He demands to know why I won't fight back. He asks if it's because I have a guilty conscience. He says I must feel ashamed. I explain that Peak Lord C2 saw what happened. Sect leader Wu Yizi was possessed by a remnant soul of Tu Xianyu. His sea of consciousness was invaded. The sect leader begged me to end his suffering, so I had to act. He refuses to believe my excuses. He argues that the sect leader had full cultivation and shouldn't have lost to that demon. Now all that power is in me. He says I must have ambushed him. He accuses me of stealing the sect leader's cultivation and twisting the truth. All evidence points to Yunyi. I mutter that it's not like the cultivation was willingly given. Something's wrong. The space starts collapsing. He calls me a shameless villain. He asks what I've done now. I say there's no time. I tell Ajia to stay back. I warn him that I might accidentally hurt him if I attack. I turn to Xiaoyan. I tell her to take care of herself when I'm not around. She asks what I mean by that. She starts to say something about her sister, then stops. I fumble and apologize. I tell her that Yunyi is not the kind of person who would take advantage. And then I say so. I tell him he needs to fulfill the promise he made me. I tell him to leave Kunlun, to leave the Violet Gold secret realm. I'll hold him off for him. He's shocked. He thought the sect leader said Kunlun only had one living person. He asked how I could know that secret. Peak Lord buys glare could cut glass. Someone spits that he's sheltering an outsider. They tell him not to forget his position. They ask if he's betraying Kunlun too, and joining forces with this evil thief. I shrug and say I told them I have decent talent. It's not surprising I noticed something. Bai says I'm an interesting person. He entrusts his sister to me. I think about how smart his sister is, and how gifted she is. I mutter that part of it is because I have decent natural talent. He hands me a letter to give Xiao Yin when she wakes up. I tell him to take care. To fool the secret realm's rules, I'd have to rely on the system. I ask the system if it has any items that can store spirit body. I tell it to hurry up and show me the items. The system presents the 9 Revolutions Spirit Pivot Sword. It can store a soul inside its mirror surface. The price is 4,000 points. My current points are 4,013. It asks if I want to buy it, even though I'm fighting now and don't need the system completely. If I fail the mission, I'll still get wiped out. And the good stuff in the shop can't go to waste. So I still need to earn points. I say buy it. The system confirms I've successfully purchased the 9 Revolutions Spirit Pivot Sword. Once we're out of the secret realm, I can reshape his body. This will come in handy. The Lotus Rebirth Pearl I got 2 days ago should work. It's probably in C2 Nyan's storage pouch right now. Everything seems fated. I realize it was all decided long ago. My disciple asks if we're back. I nod. I wonder why Ewer hasn't woken up yet. Bai explained it to me. He's absorbing the medicine in his body. Once that's done, he'll wake up naturally. In the meantime, he needs daily medicinal baths. Bai even wrote out the prescription for me. I sigh. He really is thoughtful. Looks like he planned everything out. My disciple chimes in that Bai is gentle and understanding. She suggests we visit him again someday. And bring Xiao Lu along. She says Bai would love to give him some pointers. I say that won't be possible. My disciple calls out to me. I tell her to take Ewer and find a place to stay first. I'll catch up and we'll go to Lotus Peak together. If C2 Nyan wakes up and attacks directly, I gave birth to those two. Better to send them away for now. She agrees and tells me to be careful. I summoned the 4-pupil soul spirit. I command it to rise. The Lotus Rebirth Pearl lives up to its name. The spiritual energy here is incredibly thin. C2 Nyan accuses me of killing the sect leader. He demands my life and attacks. I tell him to calm down first. I say I have a letter from Bai for him. I suggest he read it before continuing. He reads it and realizes it's from his sister. He remembers she was the one who knocked him out. He wonders why she did that. The letter says that by the time he reads it, she'll already be gone. It says Kunlun has no living people left. It reveals that both of them were just remnants of souls attached to the secret realm. It says Bai must have already explained everything. And that's why the sect leader transferred all his cultivation to me. What he saw was just a misunderstanding. He apologizes. He says if his sister believed me, then so will he. He acknowledges that I even rebuilt his body and took him out of the secret realm. He owes me. But the sect leader gave him a second chance at life. He can't forget seeing me kill him. So we part ways here. He says he'll explore the modern cultivation world on his own and figure out what to do next. He promises to repay me eventually. I think to myself that we'll meet again. He's strong enough to survive. I've done right by Bai and Wu Yizi. Letting him think things through is for the best. A princess is stopped at the door. The guards tell her the king is in council with the Grand Elder. They advise her not to disturb them. She scoffs. Council, she says. She saw the guards drag the Grand Elder in by force. She commands them to step aside. They refuse, saying the king gave strict orders. No one is allowed in today. They tell her to go back. She warns them she'll have to fight. The king mutters about 3 drops of sacred spring water. It takes 100 years to condense 1 drop. He calls her generous, using all of it to nourish that outsider's soul. Lan Shi begs the king not to be angry. She says she knows her sins are heavy. She'll accept any punishment, but she doesn't regret it. After his battle with the Western Sea giant Koan, his injuries were severe. Only sacred spring water could heal him. Since she had a way to get the water, she couldn't bear to watch her love suffer. The king calls her stubborn and deluded. He says the sacred water isn't even the main issue. The spirit race has hidden for thousands of years. Always staying low-key, she secretly saved him and went to great lengths to heal him. This could expose the spirit race's location and attract outsiders who covet their resources. She assures the king not to worry. He is the lord of the Kunlun sacred domain. His status in the outside world is extremely honored. He's seen countless treasures and follows the righteous path. He won't covet the spirit race's resources. The king snorts and says he hopes so. As Grand Elder, she abused her position. That's an even greater crime. He sentences her to 10 years of confinement. He asks if she has any objections. She accepts. I shout that I don't agree. I burst in and tell the Grand Elder I'm here to save her. Ewer tells me I'm being reckless. I scream for help at the top of my lungs. I secretly saved him, patching him up on the sly. I even went out of my way to heal his wounds. This behavior, all of it, it could easily expose the Spirit Clan's location, drawing the greedy eyes of outsiders right to our doorstep. The clan head tells me not to worry. He claims this man is the lord of the Tsanglan sacred domain, says his status outside is absolute, beyond compare. He's apparently seen countless rare treasures and walks the righteous path of the immortal sex. So surely he won't covet our Spirit Clan's resources. I snort. We'll see about that. As the Grand Elder, her crime is compounded by duty. Guarding the gate while stealing the gold, she's guilty twice over. I sentence her to 10 years of confinement. Any objections? She bows her head. Lan Shi accepts the punishment. But I step forward. I don't agree. I call out, Grand Elder, I'm here to rescue you. Ewer shouts, stop this nonsense. Then comes the screaming, help, Heaven's Gate, the righteous path, that's what they call themselves. But all I see are beasts wearing human skin. I spit out a curse. They'll die horribly for this. They laugh, telling me to give up struggling. The sacred authority and spirit veins my people handed over willingly. They claim it all. Sanglan says she'll graciously accept them. Kill everyone. Leave no survivors, she orders. Her followers acknowledge the command. I realize it now. I was wrong. I was so wrong. I'm the sinner of the spirit clan. The little one asks the Grand Elder where we're going. She demands to be put down. She wants to stay and fight alongside her mother to the end. The Grand Elder calls her a good child, the spirit clan's only hope. He says he can't let anything happen to her now. He's taking her somewhere absolutely safe. He addresses me by reputation. The Lotus Cloud Emperor who fears no tyranny. He mentions I hate evil like an enemy. From now on, this child is entrusted to me. I ask what about him. He says since he planted the bitter fruit with his own hands, he can't just run away and live alone. Launch, she's going back to fight to the death. The girl cries out, no, don't leave me, Grand Elder. She screams not to, but it's too late. Ewer finally opens her eyes. I let out a breath. I ask if she had a nightmare. She asks her fourth senior sister where we are. Mayor says she finally recognizes her. She remarks that Ewer's memory seems to be back. Memory recovery, the word hits me. Yuto groans, clutching her head in pain. She remembers going to find medicine for me. Then she gasps. She's Song Jingxian. That demon not only massacred her entire clan. When she went to gather the medicine, he sent people to intercept her. They gravely wounded her and tricked her amnesiac self, making her call her enemy father. She screams she'll kill him. I tell her to breathe. Her severe injuries just healed. Strong emotions are the worst thing for her right now. Calm down first. Take a deep breath now. Circulate your spiritual energy 3 times and hold. Feel the energy inside you carefully. I ask if she feels better. She insists she has to kill him, her voice shaking with rage. She'll definitely kill him, she repeats. I reassure her to rest easy. Song Qingxian has offended Lotus Peak too many times, old scores and new. He doesn't have long to live. While we were still in the Kunlun secret realm, the Heaven Song's sacred domain teamed up with Song Qingxian to attack Lotus Peak. But my clone shattered their little scheme. Still, they won't just give up like that. I bet they're still hanging around Lotus Peak. Ewer asks what we're waiting for. She wants to rush back right now. I tell her not to rush. I need to grab someone to come with us first. I issue a decree. Announce to the world that I've fallen. The Star Moon's sacred domain is closing all markets. We're stepping back from all the chaos in the cultivation world. No disciples are allowed to leave for 100 years. A disciple acknowledges the order and leaves to carry it out. Even though I'd barely stepped into the Kunlun secret realm. Before that, she-demon captured and gravely wounded me. But first Yawang drew her attention away. And then the demoness herself disappeared. That's how I barely survived. When the secret realm was shattering, I used my last bit of spiritual energy to hide myself. Thinking it over carefully, all of this probably has Yin Ye's fingerprints all over it. Since that's the case, I might as well ride this wave and fake my death. Cut myself off from the coming storm in the cultivation world. Heal quietly, and quietly build up my strength. Star City, Sacred Lord. I ask how he's been lately, all casual-like. Then I joke that he's so hard to kill. He must be a tortoise in his past life. He stammers, asking how I knew. I point out he escaped from Kunlun with heavy injuries. Even if he wanted to run, he couldn't get far. Besides, the Star City Sacred Lord's method of hiding himself is honestly pretty sloppy. I'd have to be blind not to notice. He asks what I want, backing away nervously. He tells me not to come closer. He says he has no grudge against me. Sure, he planned a scheme with Long Zaiqian against me before. But he abandoned that dark path midway. He begs me not to kill him, laughing nervously. I tell him to relax, since he helped me before. I can't just leave him bleeding out. He asks if I'm really that kind-hearted as I haul him along. He demands to be put down. He insists he can walk on his own. I mutter that he's heavy. Why does it have to be me carrying him? Mayor complains that I'm bullying people. I tell her this is also training for her. I claim it's for her own good, like a good master should. I tell her I'm personally carrying this bamboo shoot. She doesn't get it. She mutters that I'm just showing off. She points out that her ghostly aura clashes with the Star's Sacred Lord's cultivation method. Getting too close would just worsen his injuries. She tells Ewer to keep going. It's hard work. Hold on a bit longer. We're almost there. The Sacred Lord insists again he can walk. I tell Ewer to keep carrying him personally. When we see Gao Ao and Xiao Lu, she can show him off. They might even admire how much she's improved. since she's got a sacred domain lord in her grasp. Maybe they'll even start calling her Senior Sister Yor. Yor giggles at the thought of being called Senior Sister Yor. She finally agrees, saying okay then. The sacred lord demands some respect. He asks if anyone's even listening to him. He sputters in frustration. He says we're going too far. I just note how scary the wind is. He gives up and tells us to pretend he doesn't exist. I wonder why there are so many corpses on Lotus Peak. Where are Gao Ao and Xiaolu? The disciple yells that we've been raided. It's like our home was burgled. He says our doom is coming soon. Even a mere split soul of Yun, Yi could kill Long Zaiqian instantly. Once he returns from the Kunlun secret realm fully loaded, none of us here will survive. Ever since he raised hell in the spirit's sacred domain, our sect has been on the decline. Disciples are fleeing left and right. If we don't restore our reputation soon, within 5 years, the spirit's sacred domain will be a hollow shell in name only. 2 successive leaders of the Qingyun sacred domain both died at the demon's hands. And my husband, she trails off. She says if anyone has a way to punish the demon, the Qingyun sacred domain will fully support it. I suggest the first priority is to strike before Yunyi returns, capture his disciples, to force him to keep his hands tied. I present a treasure called the Dream Spirit Shield. It's a sacred grade artifact. It can create illusions. We can use it to fool Yun Ye's split soul, make him think everything's normal. Then we can divert the split soul away. If I remember correctly, this is a treasure of the Spirit Clan, the calamity that wiped out the Spirit Clan 7 years ago. Someone warns Shun, Sacred Lord, to be careful with his words. In this time of crisis, everyone should reveal their other trump cards too. Since Tsanglan's Sacred Lord is willing to offer this treasure, the rest of US can't hold back. I bring out the disguise mask. It can mimic anyone, not just their appearance, even their aura and cultivation level perfectly. A voice calls out from outside. Master, fellow disciples. I'm back. Inside, someone recognizes it as the senior brother's voice. They cheer that the senior brother has returned. They call out to senior brother and senior Yu. Open the protective formation quickly. Let the senior brother in. But someone stops them. Wait, huh? They address Ling Feng respectfully. It's not that they don't trust him. But just after Yun Fan of Heaven Song, Sacred Domain left, opening the protective formation now just isn't safe. They ask him to wait outside the peak for a few more days. Once the Cloud Emperor returns, we'll hold a feast together to celebrate. But one disciple argues, isn't Master's split soul here? Even if we open the formation, it should be fine. They say the senior brother barely made it back. Yeah, why keep him locked out? With senior Yu and Master's split soul present, anyone who attacks is just asking to die. Besides, isn't it more dangerous for the senior brother alone outside? Right, they agree. But I snort, what a couple of idiots. Seems like I chose the right identity. I sigh, pretending to be Yunyi. He's been protecting his disciples too well. They're too naive. I mention Gao Ao and Xiao Lu by name. I tell them to listen to the one who spoke. It's just a few days. Nothing will happen. I tell myself to be careful. But then again, whatever. My fellow cultivator does have a point, though. I've been gone for months without a word. Better safe than sorry. Can't let my guard down. I wave him off and tell him to head back. He says Ling Feng is generous and forgiving. He promises he'll personally pour me a drink in a few days. He bids me farewell and tells me to take care. Imater, go. What do you mean, go? Ling Feng urges me to come inside quickly. He thanks the other disciple. There's a nervous chuckle in the air. He asks when I got so distant with him. He wonders why I'm not using his name anymore. I snap back, then thanks you idiot. He stammers that I'm not the real Ling Feng. He orders them to spare Yun, Ye's disciples. Then he adds, kill everyone else on sight. They shout that anyone who dares set foot on Lotus Peak dies. Someone asks why the Kunlun formation isn't moving, and where Gao Ao is. They demand to know where he went. He curses under his breath. No idea. He mutters, how did these people even get in? He coldly announces that Gao Ao is already dead. He promises we'll join him soon. She gasps, big brother, how could it be you? He boasts that he's Yun Ye's top general. They tell him his opponents are 4 against 1. They laugh, saying even a demigod can't escape today. They declare he's trapped here. He mutters that something's wrong. He tries to split his soul in place, but he doesn't budge an inch. He realizes they must have rigged something. He decides the priority is waking Yun Ye's split soul. They shout for him to die. He dodges by a hair's breadth. He growls, wondering how many of these bastards they sent. I see the scale of this formation. Looks like all 4 sacred domains emptied their ranks. This is the Kunlun domain, that's the one. The Kunlun sacred domain's infamous trapping formation. Once it's complete, everyone inside is just lambs for the slaughter. If they get trapped, Du Wansheng and the others won't stand a chance. I can't let this formation finish. He taunts. Chong Fengju, you alone can't stop me. He grins. Is that so? Got you. They say they're not foolish enough to fight him one-on-one. He groans in pain. They mutter that even under their pincer attack, he's still handling them with ease. They realize why Yunyi trusts him so much. They decide to gang up and stall him. Once the Kunlun Jade formation is ready, he's finished. He shouts that they won't get away with it. He sees an opening and goes for it. He reveals he coated the arrow with poison. He yells to take the chance and finish him. She screams for Yunyi. She calls them dirty cowards. They cheer that it worked. They tell us not to bother struggling. There's no escape. She demands, Big Brother, why? She asks why he betrayed us. They declare that we've already lost. They order us to surrender. They sign relief. Finally got that one. They sneer that Lotus Peak isn't all that. Someone says today's victory calls for a grand feast. They burst into laughter. He crows that it's been ages since he had this much fun. He thanks everyone for their cooperation. He mutters the spy. She spits that they're shameless scum. She says they only won because the Cloud Emperor was away, using dirty tricks and cheap ambushes. She warns that once the Cloud Emperor returns to Lotus Peak, he'll make them pay. He sneers that she's still running her mouth at death's door. He moves to kill her. Someone calls out, Gao Jiejia, wait. He asks, didn't we say to keep Yun Ye's disciples alive? He suggests just threatening him instead. He says this woman can't die. He smirks. Killing her outright is too easy. He wants to watch the dogs tear each other apart. He orders them to bring him up. She gasps, Alung, what did you do to him? He reassures her he's not dead yet, but he says whether he lives depends on her choice. She demands to know what he's planning. He says, kill him. One life for one life. He cackles, brilliant idea. He claps, perfect. Yunyi stirred up every sacred domain. And now his own people will slaughter each other. He calls it poetic justice. She refuses, you wish. She says she'll never raise a hand against her own. He snarls and moves to strike her down. He calls her ungrateful as she cries out. She screams for them to let her go. He shrugs, she won't do it. He turns to me, then you choose. He tells me to kill them, sister and brother. He promises to let everyone else go. Otherwise, no one walks out alive. I shake my head, no, Big Brother. I plead, don't force me. She warns me not to believe them. She says even if I go through with it, they'll still kill us all anyway. She mutters they're just toying with us. He snarls, too talkative. She tells him to just kill her. She refuses to raise her hand. She says if the master finds out she killed Gao Jijia and Gao Ao to survive, he'd never acknowledge her. She tells him she'd rather die. She spits that they've spent their lives being hypocrites and think everyone else is just like them. She snorts on Lotus Peak. There are no cowards who cling to life. He claps slowly, excellent. He says since we're all so stubborn. He's done being merciful. She screams as they hurt her. He mutters that he gave us a chance, and we wasted it. He calls us a bunch of idiots. He sighs, boring. He orders the rest taken away and locked up. He says the 3 little ones are no threat. But this one, it took 4 of us to trap him. He says he can't be allowed to live and become Yun Ye's asset. He moves to finish him. She screams, no, senior. She says she'll fight them to the end. He laughs maniacally. He orders everyone back for the victory banquet. He tells them to stop dawdling. He grunts at someone to behave. They all laugh again. I note how quiet the night is. I sense spiritual energy pouring into a crown. The stone sea collapses. All his meridians are shattered, but that energy feels familiar somehow. Every bone in his body is ground to dust. He must have suffered immensely before dying. This killing method is Kunlun Jade. Suan Tang. Only Kunlun's sacred domain disciples use Kunlun Jade to trap enemies. Only one person can pull this off, Song Jingxian. I wonder, Song Jingxian? How? Didn't he enter the Kunlun secret realm? I mutter, well, the old fox played me. Xiaolu hands me a letter. He asks if I like the return gift he sent. He says this is just the beginning. He vows to make me pay 100-fold for his sister's death. He warns that my 2 disciples are in his hands. He tells me not to do anything rash. Otherwise, a heaven-sung, sacred domain skyboat arrives. Zhou Zhonglao asks how the prisoner is doing today. He asks if there's any movement. He reports that the man was yelling for days, threatening to blow us all up together. But today, he suddenly went quiet. He thinks the man finally came to his senses. He orders them to fetch the key and open the door. There's a grunt of shock. He gasps. How is this possible? He insists he checked this morning and the man was still inside. He curses them as useless for letting him escape. He orders a search. The man can't have gotten far. He threatens to kill them if they don't find him. He agrees frantically before being cut down. He snarls, "So you were hiding here?" He scoffs, "Narcissist." He demands to know how she has spiritual energy after he fed her the dissolving powder. He grunts in disbelief. She smirks. She grew up in Medicine King Valley, raised by Elder Wong Hung himself, and now she's the Medicine King Valley sect leader. So that's where it was hiding. Narcissist, huh? I definitely fed you that spiritual dissolving powder. Where'd you get the spiritual energy? Huh? Little old me grew up in Medicine King Valley, raised carefully by Elder Wong Hung himself, and now I'm the Medicine King Valley sect leader. If I can't even break a simple dissolution powder, I mutter to myself, I might as well end it right now. Save myself the embarrassment. I snort. Well, I underestimated this girl. If it weren't for her low cultivation base, she might have actually gotten me. I huff. I'd really love to see if Yunyi found out his prized disciple became my dog. Would he choke on his own blood on the spot? I scoff. Dream on. I won't let you win. He smirks and says it's not up to me. He asks me, hand or life. He tells me to think carefully. I spit back, daring him to just kill me. He raises an eyebrow. Tough guy, huh? He says I'd rather die than submit. But he adds, killing me isn't the plan. He has a better way to make me bow. I yell at him to stay back, calling him shameless. He laughs and says if I behave, I'll suffer less. Then he mentions him too. I ask who what's happening. I mutter, damn it. My disciples realize it's me. He confirms it's Yunyi, after all. He's surprised I'm back so soon. My disciple cries out that I've finally returned. I laugh awkwardly. What a coincidence. They mention Sister Luo and Senior Yuing. I nod. I know. I chuckle and tell them not to worry. I promise I'll settle this score. He left a letter challenging me, so he must have wanted me to come. I sneer. Now that I'm here, he's not leaving. Raise the formation. I asked him if he really thinks this lousy formation can threaten me. The last person who tried to trap me in a formation. His death anniversary is coming up. He says he's not that naive, but he advises me to surrender quietly, Brother Yun. He points out that while my cultivation is unmatched, I'm still just one person. If I take him away, my other disciple's life is forfeit. He says if he leaves, Gao Ao dies. If I die, Gao Ao dies too. Once the Heaven-Sung sacred domain falls, Gao Ao is dead for sure. He tells me to think it over. He mocks that if I, Cloud Emperor, want a moment of satisfaction, their deaths would mean nothing. But my disciple would be buried with them. My disciple asks me what to do. I demand to know where Gao Ao is being held. He says that Songlan's sacred domain is thousands of miles away. He and its Songlan Lord have an understanding. If anything happens on either side, the other will act immediately. He laughs. Master Yun, for your disciple's life. What's your choice? I guess right. I don't have to choose. I tell him straight up, just die. He stammers, asking how I dare. He calls me Hawkeye, saying I'm heartless. He roars, mountains shatter. He curses heaven for being blind, giving a demon like me unmatched power. He says I create slaughter. Now I'm even foolish enough to risk my own disciple's life. He laughs and warns me not to celebrate too soon. Sooner or later, this demon will sacrifice me too. He says he'll wait for us in the underworld. He laughs madly. I state calmly, 1, I don't bow to threats. 2, your sister got what she deserved. She was steeped in evil. As for cherishing innocent lives, I admit I fall short. 3, I came today to rescue Xiao Lu, and to finally settle the grudge for my 4th disciple, Zhongli Mei. He gasps, Zhongli Mei. He can't believe she's still alive. I remind him how her ghost tribe was slaughtered by the Divine Clan Saintess. She suffered endless abuse, hunted by you for years. The devastation of Lotus Peak today is fresh in my mind. Old grudges and new hatred. Everyone in this heaven-sung sacred domain, if even one lives. I call myself too merciful. He shouts to wait, demanding where his sister is. He used the ghost tribe's Yin-Yang bridge to contact her soul, but couldn't find her anywhere, since she died by my hand. He thinks I must know where she is. He begs me to tell him. He swears willingly. He'll return the Yin-Yang bridge and the Yin-Yang creation pill recipe to the ghost tribe. I say the Kunlun secret realm collapsed, and all the souls within scattered. She vanished with them, faded into nothing. He screams it's impossible. Since their sibling bond is so strong, I'll send him to join her. I hear someone murmur that Elder Zhou is dead. Panic spreads, run. Someone begs me not to kill them. My disciple urges me to save Gao Ao first. They say not to worry about them. I shake my head. No ruse. If I calculate the timing, things should be wrapping up over there too. A distant cry for help echoes. Someone's father. Alarms ring out about an intruder. Orders shout to not let him escape. Someone runs to inform the young master. A voice calls out, "Hey, are you Gao Ao? They say your master sent me to save you." Gao Ao asks who they are, saying he's never seen them before. The rescuer says there's no time to explain. They tell him to follow, but an authority figure blocks them, declaring no one leaves. They announce the trespasser of the Songlan sacred domain. Vildi. I note that in the cultivation world, women with this level of skill are rare, and all come from the 8 sects or 10 schools. I wonder where this one crawled out from. Gao Ao warns the rescuer to be careful. He identifies the man as the Lord of Songlan sacred domain. He's attacked Lotus Peak multiple times, using despicable tricks. They should stay on guard. The rescuer pieces it together, so he's one of the masterminds. The Lord confirms it, though he asks rhetorically where the immortal lady trained. But he assumes she must have been fooled by that villain Yunyi. He insists this is a private feud between Songlan and Lotus Peak. It has nothing to do with her. He hopes she won't aid the evil. Yura snaps back that he's clearly taking revenge. She remembers how he resented it when our master took in survivors of the Spirit Tribe massacre. I say this isn't a place for her to speak out of turn. Why reason with scum like him? Better to just send him to the underworld to repent. The Lord scoffs, saying if she insists on siding with Yunyi, he won't hold back. He tells her to find a safe place to hide. Otherwise, if she gets hurt, he won't be able to explain it to her master. She snorts and draws her sword. He mutters that she refused the toast, so she'll have to drink the penalty. He admits her speed is very fast, but her sword was still blocked. He says it's not too late for her to regret. If she leaves Taolan right now, he'll spare her life. Gao Ao calls out that he'll help. The Lord scoffs, telling the kid to worry about himself. He admits honestly that he's very surprised. The rescuer asks why he doesn't surrender quickly. He clarifies what surprises him. It's that the Lord is this weak. He wonders how someone so weak became a domain lord. The Lord panics and mutters that this is bad. He decides to flee first. The rescuer scoffs, saying his aura shield is thinner than paper. He laments how sloppy cultivation has become in later generations. Gao Ao marvels at her strength, wondering where our master found her. He also wonders if she's our master's wife. He muses that only a female cultivator this powerful could match our master. At the word master's wife, she laughs heartily. She tells him he's got a silver tongue. Then she suddenly shouts to look out. The Lord roars that he'll take them all down with him. She yells that he's about to self-destruct, so brace. She scoffs at his overestimation of himself. That Songlan disciples stammer about their lord. They can't believe he lost. She asks them if they want a taste of her sword too. They scream and run. They beg for mercy, saying it's terrifying. She tells Gao Ao he can come out now. She orders a blockade around Songlan. No one leaves for an hour. She muses that he's a dragon girl. The second senior sister relays our master's instructions. If she rescued him without trouble, this should make extra moves. Our master will settle accounts personally later. If the Songlan Lord shows up, then she's to let her disciple take their revenge directly. All this just to vent his frustration, I suppose. Sanjing Shui, you finally get what's coming to you. You are, so your memory's back. Ah, that lash is for my clan who died in vain. Figures. You really are an ungrateful snake you can't tame. During your amnesia, you were pretty cozy, weren't you? How does it feel, me being your father? How's the taste of calling your enemy dad? Ha ha, you bastard. This is just disgusting. Coat your whip with it. This poison is called Thousand Ant Devouring Heart Liquid. Anyone hit after it's applied will feel like countless ants are gnawing at their flesh. It can also throw them into horrifying hallucinations. I thank Lady Sidhu for this. That lash is for my master. Ouch. Don't bite me. No. This lash is for Senior Yunin and Sister Gao, whom I never even met. Exactly the type I expected. Some people only understand brute force in return. Second sister. It's over. Peak Master Situ. I want to take Songjin Xian's corpse to the Spirit Tribe's homeland for a memorial. My clan won't return with you all for now. The situation's still unsafe. Those who bear ill will toward Lotus Peak are still lurking in the shadows. I'll go with you. That works. Then I'll take this kid back to report to your master. I honestly can't face master again. I was the one who let first senior brother in. that led to Sister and Senior Yunin dying so horribly. I'm the one who should be dead. Third senior brother. The only reason I'm still hanging on is to kill them, to avenge my sister. Now that Master is back, I should pay for my sins with my life. Don't talk nonsense. Second senior sister. In all the years since joining Lotus Peak, this is the first time she's lost her temper and struck us. If we go by your logic, when Lotus Peak was attacked, my people didn't inform me in time, so I couldn't support you. Then I'm a sinner too. No, that's not what I meant. Then remember this. Lotus Peak suffered this disaster because the enemy was treacherous. Any of us could never have predicted it. That first senior brother would side with them. The only thing we need to do is make those evildoers pay, not wallow in self-pity. That only grieves the righteous and gladdens the enemy. Got it? Side quest 4, help 6th disciple Ewer avenge her enemy. Completed. Plus 100 points. Reward, great reversal art. Side quest 5, assist 4th disciple Zhongli Mei's revenge. Destroy Heaven Song Sacred Domain. Completed. Plus 100 points. Reward, unbounded copy talisman X5. Oh nice. What do these two rewards actually do? The unbounded copy talisman uses the heavenly Tao as a brush, chaos as paper, to engrave 3,000 Tao texts. Hold it to observe the dharma, ancient secret arts, sect ultimate techniques. All can be taken for your own use. In plain English, copy any technique in the world. Then I can copy my strongest kill move and hand it to my disciples for protection, or copy that Tao shielding art, so no one raids my home when I'm gone. And this great reversal art? Sound impressive from the name. The great reversal art uses the chaos of yin and yang as a trigger, tearing the barriers of time and space, unleashing the power to reverse the stars, remolding cause and effect, tearing time and space. Hints at defying fate itself, but such rebellion invites backlash from the heavenly Tao. Using it means risking time eroding your bones, and your memories being sealed away. What does that mean? Can I not use this technique right now? At your current cultivation level, the great reversal can only affect inanimate objects. To fully deceive the heavenly Tao and turn back time, you must truly shatter the void and master the art of veiling heaven with illusion. I knew that damn system wasn't being generous. Now, among my 6 disciples, 5 have had their troubles resolved. Only my eldest, Ling Feng, is still missing. Though according to Xiao Lu, the one who led the attack on Lotus Peak last time was Ling Feng himself. But something about it doesn't sit right with me. Your unfilial disciple, Gao Ao, comes to accept punishment. I beg Master to mete out the penalty, as expected of my wife's disciple, stubborn as a mule. Senior brother Gao, what are you doing? Master went to seek the Kunlun secret realm. First senior brother's whereabouts are unknown. Second senior sister is far off in Dragon Domain at Lotus Peak, so I'm the acting leader. As the senior brother, I failed to protect the sect. As a descendant of the divine race, I failed to protect my clan. As a younger brother, I failed to protect my only blood relative. Instead, I opened the door for those with ill intentions. Gao Ao knows his sins are grave. Please, Master, pronounce my punishment. Senior brother, Xiao Lu, is also at fault. That day, I also wanted to let first senior brother in. It's just that senior brother Ao was faster. Please punish me too, Master. Get up first. There will be punishment, of course. This has hit them too hard. I need to keep them busy, or they'll develop heart demons. Master, this really isn't entirely senior brother's or Xiao Lu's fault. How about I punish you too by making you rescue Lu Wansheng? Master means Lu Wansheng isn't dead? But that day, he was taken away by one of those female cultivators. Her words were full of resentment toward Lotus Peak. Why would she spare him? Lu Wansheng is different from you all. He's been fending for himself for years, street smart, and as slippery as they come. As long as they didn't kill him on the spot, finding a way to survive shouldn't be a problem. Every word is for the sect leader's own good. Now, the Star Moon's sacred domain is plagued by internal and external troubles. Your position as sect leader is on shaky ground. Just listen to me, and you'll sleep easy. You want me to use Yun Ye's name to calm everyone down? But first of all, I just led my people into the Lotus Peak disaster. Second, once Tianqing Zhou and Songjin Xian find out I'm hedging my bets, they'll never let me off. No need to make a big show. Just let the disciples see me safe and sound, serving by your side. That will start rumors. Then have your loyal disciples quietly spread the word, hinting that you've already sided with Yundi. That way, you're covered on both fronts. As for Tianqing Zhou, once Songjin Xian sees Yundi return, they'll have their own problems to deal with. How could they possibly notice gossip in Star Moon Sacred Domain? Fine. If Yunyi wins, with his kid's defection, I can protect myself. If Songjin Xian's side wins, I'll just kill this kid and offer him his tribute. Among those who died that day was your Divine Clan Saintess. Don't you hate me? I'll kill you sooner or later, you old hag. I left the divine race years ago. What feelings could I have? Though I've long heard of fairy Shun Chiyue's beauty, it's a pity I never got to see it. Now that I have, I see there really is such an immortal figure in this world. Ha! Oh, what do they say about me out there? Ha! They say you have a beauty that sinks fish and drops geese. But back then, the previous sect leader was still around. So few were fortunate enough to meet you. A true pearl hidden in the dust. Ha ha, a smooth talker indeed. For their sake, I'll hold back for now. I'll wait for this old hag to slip up, then find a chance to escape and save them. Sect leader, something terrible has happened. The Azure Blue Sacred Domain and the Heaven Song Sacred Domain are under attack. Yi shows up in person, over at Heaven Song Sacred Domain. They kill Elder Zhou of Heaven Song. As for Azure Blue Sacred Domain, it's surrounded by the Dragon Clan. Our people watch from a distance, too scared to get close. But from the sounds of it, things aren't looking good. Ah, Yun is back. The Cloud Emperor has returned. I don't kill. I'll let the two of you handle that personally. Lu Wensheng is a star. How has he been these past few days? After he saw how things were going at Lotus Peak, he's been behaving himself, never stepping a foot out of his room. Bring him here. It's time to make use of him. I am Lin Feng. A few months ago, I was ordered by my master to go find my junior sister, but I was ambushed and chased by villains. And I was caught and brought to the mortal realm. I've lost all my cultivation. If you help me return to my sect, I will repay you 1,000 times over one day. I don't understand. What's this mortal realm? Is it tasty? Come take a look, everyone. That waste Suetsue picked up is trying to scam kids now. Shameless. Look at his clothes. I thought he was some noble from a city. Turns out after waking up, all he does is talk about money. Only Suetsue is kind enough, letting him work off his medical bills. If it were me, I'd have sold him for silver long ago. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, you can come back with me. Then I'll give you a reward. With a scrawny body like that, you're an immortal? I can knock you out with one punch. Prove it if you've got the skill. Sorry, boss. Brother, who are you okay? This kid seems pretty good at fighting. Could he be telling the truth? No way. Don't let this liar fool you. So what if he knows some martial arts? Recently, Ling Yun's sect is recruiting new disciples in the royal capital. If what he says is true, he could ask Ling Yun's sect for help. But after checking around, this kid did nothing. He just keeps mooching off Zhang family village. My sect has a lot of enemies out there. Going them rashly would be walking into a trap. Ling Yun's sect is a top sect in this country. What's your crappy sect compared to them? You think they'd be enemies? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror, old-timer. Finally, some peace and quiet. An outsider dares to hit our boss? Brat, I'll show you what's what, or you'll think you can do anything. Altogether, stop. Dianyu Guden. Are you bullying people again? I've already sent someone to get Li Zhang. Traitor. Suetsue, don't you remember you're from Zhang family village? Forget it, forget it. If this gets big, it'll be hard to explain to Li Zhang. Sanzong, let's go. You just wait. You didn't need to hold him back. I may have lost my cultivation, but handling a few mortals is enough. Even if they all came at once, they wouldn't be a match for me. Who do you think I'm doing this for? Your injuries aren't even healed yet. I told you to wait at the village entrance, so we could go to the county market together. How did you almost get into a fight? A kid asked me who I was, so I was just teasing him. I didn't expect that group to suddenly surround me. That bunch are the village bullies of Zhang family village. I lost my parents when I was young, grew up on the kindness of the whole village, and got by just gathering herbs. If I completely offend those people, there'll be no peace in the village from then on. Then come with me. I told you, I'll repay you 1,000 times over. Don't you believe me? Let's go. Once we sell these herbs, we'll have enough for travel expenses. Then I'll follow you wherever you go. Look here, this man is a fugitive with blood on his hands. Report to the county office immediately if seen. Whoever provides information gets a reward of 100 taels of silver. How can this be? That's not. What's wrong? Why, if my head is so dizzy, we're not selling herbs today. Let's go back first. Why is this big man acting like a woman? Don't block the way. Little lady, is your husband okay? He's fine, and he might just have heat stroke. I'll take him home now. Sorry, hurry. What's going on? Why would Ling Yun's sect suddenly put a bounty on you? I asked around. Ling Yun's sect belongs to the Dao Tian Sacred Domain. They've had a long grudge with my sect. They're probably acting on orders. They've traced me to this area. But after I escaped the ambush that day, I pushed myself and fled for thousands of li. Logically, they shouldn't have caught up this fast. Something big must be happening in the cultivation world. No time to explain much. Pack your things quickly. We're leaving right now. Hello, let's go. And where do you think you're going? Mr. Ling, Li Zheng requests your presence. What do we do? Does Li Zheng know? There's only one way now. What way? Fight our way out. Don't let this kid escape. D. Overestimating yourself. Is this guy even human? Go. Wait. Immortal Masterling, why not hear this old man out before you leave? What is it, Grandfather Zheng? Spiritual energy. An old man from a rural village. And he has spiritual energy on him too. Excuse me. Haha, Immortal Master, no rush. Catch. This old man isn't here to stop you from leaving. I just have a favor to ask, to entrust to you, Immortal Master. If we delay any longer, your enemies will be here soon. Lu Feng, are you okay? What favor? Come with me. Inside are a map and recordings for you too. If Immortal Master Lin wants to go back, head north from here. Avoid the royal capital of this kingdom. Go straight through the Qiang Kingdom and Qingli Kingdom. Then follow the old border of the Diyu Imperial Dynasty for 400 li, and you'll reach the edge of the Linjian mountain range. This route is a bit winding, but it avoids most populated areas. You can rest assured, Immortal Master. Thank you, Grandfather Li Zheng. Take this longevity lock. Wait, this is Wujin Xian Iron. It usually grows at the core of spiritual veins, where earthly fire mingles. Extremely rare. I've only seen a few pieces in my life. How did it end up here? May I take a look? It comes from a dragon vein. Cold air seeping through the body, but not harming it. And it even faintly resonates with the remnant spiritual power in my body. That's right, it's definitely Wujin Xian Iron. It's been with me for over a decade. Now it's returning to its rightful owner. You're not the biological daughter of the Wu couple. Since this is an immortal artifact, take it and go find your birth parents. How can I not be my parents' real daughter? What's going on? I'm old. And I forget many things. Sui is now in your care, Immortal Master. Don't worry. If only for her saving my life, I will see Sui safely to her birth parents, a person who can make a whole longevity lock. Out of Wujin Xian Iron, there can't be many of them. There aren't that many people around here, honestly. Chui's background isn't simple at all. For all I know, she might be someone I recognize. Honey of the Cosmos, open the door already. What do I do when the immortals from Ling Yun's sect come knocking for you? The fact that I saved an alien isn't exactly a secret around these parts. It's common knowledge in every village for miles. They must have caught wind of something. Take the back door. I'll hold them off. Thanks. Go. Unklalizem. You home? I, Zhang Disheng, have never done a single thing to be ashamed of in my entire life. Except for this one thing, it's always weighed on me. Finally, I can put that worry to rest. Now I can actually sleep peacefully. I sigh. No money means no medicine for my mother. That's the hard truth. But where am I supposed to come up with that kind of cash? Over these years, my whole family's practically starving right along with me. What's a child doing all the way out here in these deep mountains? Such a shame. Whose kid got abandoned out here? They're there, don't cry. This is gold. With this, I can pay off all the debts I owe. And I'll have enough for mother's medicine too. Husband, the crying sounds like it's coming from over there. Let's hurry over and take a look. Oh, you poor thing. Abandoned so young. Left out here in the wilderness to die. Husband, why don't we adopt this child? Don't blame me, all right? I don't have any other choice. I'll repay you someday. Whoa, my body feels like it's bursting with power. 10 faces across the Fu B2 star. It shines like a never-ending night star. No need to worry. If you don't start speaking like a normal person, I'm hitting you. Your eldest disciple, though he's heading into danger soon. He'll manage to turn it around in the end. He might even find a lucky break. But the 7 killings star has fallen into the Mao Yu houses. The blade points straight at the Perennial Palace. This is the mirror of truth.